Hello, everybody. I'm starting a new channel, and we're going to be talking about whiskey, bourbon, toys, media. Just want to give a quick short to let everybody know what to expect to talk about, plus much more. Hello, everybody. Starting a new channel, and we're going to be talking. Hey guys, this is Dave with BTM Reviews. How's everybody doing tonight? Hope you're doing well. I am. It's Monday. Had a good day. It's a good day because I got to stay home. Got to get caught up on more stuff because I was on the road all week, every day last week. But it's also hot as hell here this week. So I have a training session set up tomorrow around 2 o'clock this afternoon. My customer calls me. Hey guys, or hey Dave, can we reschedule that? It's supposed to be 112 with the heat index. I said, thank you. Thank you very much. The Cursed 2021, directed by Sean Ellis. Rip-off verse suggestion. Okay. The Cursed 2021. Thanks, Pastor Flash. Here's my book. I was going to ask my Aussies if they knew keep something rain. And it's like Australian sci-fi. So I saw those this weekend. Yeah. I watched it last night. Oh, you watched it last night? It's back, baby. How you doing, Moss? So have you ever watched Occupation? And then Occupation Rain something. It's they're a couple of oh, I'm roboting? Oh. I'm roboting, Jim?
Yes.
All right, you go ahead and talk. Let me fix this.
So how's everybody's day going? Yeah. I got tired of my internet being crappy, so I ran a cable today while no one was looking, and I'm hardwired in for all your viewing pleasure.
Huh.
It was hot here today. Had some air conditioning issues that got straightened out. Other than that, not much going on. Some solar flare news.
Okay, so the question was about the Occupation movies. Have you seen Occupation or Occupation
No.
Rainfall? They're both
No.
series in Australian sci-fi. It's not great, but it's not bad. It's fun. Just fun to watch. So I'm not roboting anymore, am I?
No, seems
Okay.
fine now.
So yeah, I watched them on Netflix. There's a third one coming out. So they built a whole trilogy on this shit, man. I was like, wow, all right. Well, I can hang with this. I like fun sci-fi.
Good.
I did watch both these episodes today, Jim. Episodes 4 and 5. So we got that to talk about.
Bueller.
I'm not gonna lie, man. This is gonna sound dumb, but I think I liked 4 better than 5. Just for reasons we'll get into later. We'll get into it later. But yeah, it was fun. It was fun TV to watch, man. I was just like, yes, I can watch a show and not get mad and not want to throw shit at the TV. Such a pleasant feeling. Don't have it enough. Not as much as I'd like.
Okay. See, I had to go look real quick. Episode 5 was the one with his dad. All right.
Yeah. So you don't remember?
I don't remember what order. I told you I wasn't going to watch any. We're going to go through it, and I'll be like, all I got to do is look at the title, and then I know, okay, I remember this one. What it was.
You can remember this shit by title?
Yeah, once I know the title, what it is, I'm like, okay, I know what one that is.
I don't even know.
I can tell you, episode 5 is the one with the guy who is actually from Ocean's 11, who played the geeky dude in Ocean's 11.
I don't even know any of the titles of episodes of any shows I watch. I don't think about them like that. I just think of it as the show. It's just a weekly show. Maybe I should pay better attention to that. And I'm watching the Blu-rays, but I just don't pay attention to the names of this stuff. So yeah, I got a new video I'm gonna put out tomorrow. It's a part of the show that Elemental MJ cut. It's about the Fellowship. Me, Chris Bacon, and Low Watermark were talking about it after you left one night.
Mm-hmm.
So it's probably one you'll watch. Because you'll be like, oh, I wasn't part of that fun conversation. I watched that one to bed early. And then you couldn't go to sleep.
Yeah.
Did you do anything yesterday, Jim?
Not really. Made a ham on the smoker. That was about it.
That's it, huh?
Yeah, that was about it. Chilled out. I thought about streaming, but I was like, screw it.
Oh, you were going to stream?
I thought about it.
Why didn't you?
Yeah. I was having too much fun watching everybody else stream.
Were a lot of people streaming on Sunday?
Well, Ethan streamed last night, and then, Dick has his show on Sundays, the Dick Show.
Ethan streamed twice yesterday, dude.
Yeah. So.
What the fuck is wrong with him?
I don't know. Bored?
He's bored. I get it. So can you answer that question, Jim, from Mordred Kane?
I don't know. Pulse rifles are member berries? I don't know.
Oh, so like pulse rifles aren't cool? Like they're member when?
But what show are we talking about that has pulse rifles and their member berries? Are we talking about?
FNT said it.
What about Aliens? Or the new Alien?
I have no idea. It could have been that. It could have been Rebel Moon. Whatever, dude. They're just. How about fucking gay lightsabers?
Oh, those are member berries if it has lightsabers.
Yeah, I know. That's not a member berry, right? Or how about a bunch of stormtroopers that can't shoot anybody? Oh, Alien.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
Whatever.
That's
dude.
the rifles that they have in that.
It's science fiction,
franchise,
dude. It's science fiction. Holy shit, man! They suck ass. They suck ass so much.
That's like saying superheroes are just member berries for Marvel movies.
Exactly right. Yeah. That's a dumb take. And did they all agree, Mordred? Did they all agree that that was a proper take? Probably so. Oh, the new alien Romulus? Really? They reviewed it and didn't watch it? That's some bullshit. That is some bullshit. Well, at least I watched it and gave my opinion, and I thought it was a fair opinion. I liked it. I had a good time at the movie. So, I saw that fucking ripoff first. Hated it too, but whatever. He doesn't seem to like a whole lot of shit anyway that comes out of Hollywood. So that's all right. I don't care. I like it. It's like Jim likes Gooding. He's like the guy in the island. He's the one guy. And you're not apologizing for it. Why should you? It's just your opinion. You had a good time with it. So those guys can go straight to hell. That's a good point there too, Moss. Cynical scrutiny diminishes ability to appreciate some people's creativity, especially when they haven't created shit. Not right now, Andrew. Not right now. Maybe later. Alien Romulus is woke apparently because the main character is a woman. See, again, I saw the movie, Jim.
Yeah.
And yes, there is a female, and she, I guess, is the lead. But there's also this fucking droid, this black dude, Andy, that is, I don't even know her name, but I remember the droid's name. That's how good he was. So it's just whatever, man. She did not dominate the movie. She didn't save the day. It wasn't any of that shit. Or if it's just meant to be fun, I don't get a like it, but don't gotta bash it. I know. I mean, they're just so cynical because it pays them, dude. They found a formula. I can't believe, Jim, that they watch everything that they say they watch and hate it as much as they say they do. I mean, I just can't believe it. It's impossible. It's not all bad. It's not all bad.
Can't be all bad.
Jim's distracted.
No, I'm not distracted. Unless I said it can't be all bad.
I can tell. Yes, the original had a female lead, but again, there was other great characters around it too. Man, I hate to hear that shit, Mordred, that they just bash it for the sake of what? For what reason? Because Disney's having a good year. They're just like, fuck, we can't keep them letting them make good money. Oh, yeah. Came out now. They would call it woke despite their protest. Yeah, that's very true, Mordred. They that's their claim about the best movie ever with a female lead in it, right, Jim? Alien. That's what they all claim. Oh my God, she's the best female lead ever.
I mean, Aliens was more of her lead. That Alien, it was more of a ensemble cast, I think.
Dude, they're all ensemble casts. That's the point. You know what I mean?
Well, they are until everyone else dies but the woman.
Yeah, but that doesn't mean anything.
I know. I'm just fucking around.
I mean, the people that die are probably more heroic because they fucking give up their life for it.
Yeah. Well, I'm just saying, like, she was more the focal point star of Aliens than of Alien. Like, she just happened to have been the only person left in Alien.
Yeah. I guess. They focused on Paxton a lot, and they also focused on that blonde-haired dude, like the lieutenant or whatever. That I can't
Michael Biehn or whatever.
Yeah.
Biehn.
They focused on those two quite
Michael
a bit.
Biehn. It's like a weird spelling for Bean.
Simply, I liked it, man. You know what, man? Just go in there. Okay, here's a first rule. Don't go in there thinking it's Alien or Aliens. just go watch this movie for it being a movie. It's not that part of that world. As
But is
far
it
as
true? Is it true that the lead actress was in a wheelchair and her name was Cripley?
and yes, yes. No, I mean it is part of the world. That's not what I'm saying. But don't compare it. They're not the same thing. They're just not. They're different movies. Yeah, yeah. Romulus. That's what we're talking about. ID. I liked it. Again, I don't pause at every frame and look for a fault or read every fucking goddamn piece of dialogue and say, "Oh my god, this was the worst." I do on some shit when it's that bad, but it wasn't bad enough for me to want to do that, Jim. You know the difference, right? When you're watching something, like, oh no, they went there already, like the fucking Beverly Hills Cop 4 movie. They went there right away, and they went hard.
Yeah, just that movie. I can't believe it could have been so good.
Especially when they got everybody back together.
So good. Yeah, it could have been so good, and it was just like,
oh, see,
wow.
the aesthetic of Romulus is very well done. Old style tech, like the first movie. Yep. Yeah, that is very true. Except for when we do it to Eric July, then it's funny. But I'm just kidding about that. EFAPing has destroyed. If you watch that stuff, that's why I stopped watching all of it, Jim. I stopped watching all that stuff because it took away any enjoyment I got out of anything. Now I watch a lot of shit that I never would have watched.
We're kind of not really EFAPing Justified, but I mean, we're just kind of going from big scene to big scene. We're not
judging it.
No, we're just talking about it.
Right. We're just talking about what happened here. Yeah. It's not an EFAP. An EFAP is where, have you ever listened to a Mahler EFAP?
No,
dude, he fucking did that Doctor Strange Multiverse of Madness, a 6 hour and 25-minute or 45-minute EFAP. Ridiculous. I thought they did a good job with that ID. I think this director appreciated the fact that he was working with some good material in the past, and he had to put these young people in a position where they could fight, even though they weren't soldiers. So they made their weapons what they were, so that people could use them. I thought that was a pretty good way to do it. I'm trying to think what.
That movie, was it Prometheus with the guy that played Magneto in the new X, like that was playing Magneto in the like young X-Men or whatever it was, or
the guy that played in Prometheus? Yeah,
that was him, right?
Yeah, it's him.
Yeah, I didn't know that was an alien movie when I first went to see it.
Oh, Prometheus?
Yeah, like I didn't know it. It wasn't, to me. It wasn't advertised as an alien movie. It wasn't until the end when you saw. I was like, this is a fucking alien movie.
Yeah. Did you like it?
I thought it was okay.
Because you knew it. What if you would have went in though thinking it was an alien movie? Would you have liked it as much?
I might not have, because I'd have been like, "Where are the fucking aliens?"
Right. Yeah, I know, William. That's why they call him the Long Man. And that's, I mean, I'm not going to take away what he does because he does it well. It just ruined my entertainment. And I stopped watching it because I like entertainment, and I don't want to stop watching stuff because I'm overanalyzing every little thing. I mean, you think about even people we watch on YouTube, Jim, we don't agree with everything they say. And if we critiqued everything they said and did, we might get turned off. Like, oh my God, this guy isn't as legit as I thought he was. But if not,
well, yeah, because somebody that spends hours talking, they're obviously going to say some things that they might not stand by, you know.
The moment I dropped EFAP is when they spent an hour destroying a Star Wars fan crying tears of joy for Rise of Skywalker. But when it happened to Star Wars Theory, they sung different. That's some bullshit too, man. Make fun of him. I mean, you guys fucking hate it. But then you go on Star Wars Theory show and you guys start this little conglomeration with him and Ryan Cannell, which is fine because Ryan Cannell does know his Star Wars. Pretty sure Mahler does, but not as good as Cannell because Cannell reads all the books. He reads all the EU stuff. And if you got a problem with people liking Rise of Skywalker and making fun of them, why would you make fun of somebody for crying for something they like too, Jim?
I don't know.
I mean, I get it. It might seem stupid, but why are you smarter for not liking it than that person liking it? It doesn't make sense, right? Because it's just entertainment. It's an opinion-based thing. Yeah. There's a reason like that show Reba was on fucking TV for 9 years. I never saw an episode of it, but people liked it. People watched it. I'm not going to make fun of them. I might doubt their taste and what they watch, but I'm not going to make fun of them. Ugh. Star Wars Theory cries tears of joy for Luke Skywalker, but calls the other dude a cuck and makes insinuations about his wife. I don't even know what other dude that would be. Do you, Jim? The other dude? I have no idea. And when I first watched Mahler with Star Wars Theory and Ryan Cannell, I was like, man, this is a pretty good trio, but it didn't last long. I just got sick of it all. I got sick of all of them, Jim. So, we've been going about 21 minutes, chat. I think it's time for our news update. You gonna play it?
Sure. Yeah. You gotta share it.
The beep, beep, beep.
Oh, yeah. Usually it's
Turn the volume up.
It's up all the way.
Wow.
Good morning, folks. We've got seismicity, tropical storms, space dust, atmospheric science, and space weather to discuss today. The latter includes a look back at the May superstorm and, of course, what's been happening the last 24 hours on our star. We begin there where solar flaring has died back down. Despite the plethora of sunspots, they have produced only smaller and impulsive M-class flares, and those were absent for most of the last day. The sunspots are beginning to depart while new ones emerge. You can see how the sea of spots is beginning to turn towards the right, towards the far side. Most of them are no longer in Earth-facing position, while on the left we see new sunspots coming over the limit of view. We'll be monitoring all of these in the days ahead. Top seismic event of the last several days actually, struck the low-velocity zone beneath Tonga, magnitude 6.9 and a smaller 6-pointer as well. Luckily, this region handles bigger quakes well, especially if they are that deep, where surface shaking is minimized. Remember, we have those 3 systems churning in the Pacific. The first one began impacting Hawaii about 36 hours ago and is slipping past it now. The 2 others, Gilma and Hector, are on a westward track towards Hawaii as well, and we'll be keeping an eye on those in the days ahead as they hopefully lose strength as they are forecast to do. First up in the articles today is this. We recently saw a paper backtracking on ice loss risk from Antarctica. This one backtracks on flood risk. Turns out the climate models vastly overestimate the frequency and intensity of major floods that will be caused by climate change. That's good news for those who have been touting the problems of climate models. The bad news is that the weakening of Earth's magnetic field will end up causing them anyway. Up next, we're seeing an excellent study on dust in the inner solar system from Parker and the Solar Orbiter. We have previously seen studies showing there is more dust than expected from the solar corona out past Pluto, and here they find that some of the dust cannot be explained by their circular bound orbit models. Something else is at play, and while they do make some guesses, they never discuss the possibility of extra input from galactic sources. Last but not least, we have a paper suggesting that the May solar superstorm magnitude was a once every 12-year event. The problem is that the auroral and ionospheric impacts were unprecedented, breaking marks not seen before, and yet the solar eruptions that caused them were relatively normal events seen regularly every solar cycle. It's a roundabout way of saying this event was special, and once again I'll remind you, it should not have been. Earth's weakening magnetic field let it have stronger effects than it should have had. Folks, as many of you know, Observer Ranch is complete. The RV campground and education
Ooh, a
center is
different
about
picture.
to open. We have an open house the last 2 days of the month, and you can get your tickets at the link below. We'd love to see you out there, and if you can't make the grand opening, general reservation system goes online today. Link below to tickets. More information at observerranch.com. We greatly appreciate your support. We'll do this all again tomorrow. Right here, but right now at 6 a.m. in the new Valley of the Sun. Eyes open, no fear. Be safe, everyone.
Very good. Sounds like a pretty chill day for the sun for us. Right?
Yeah.
All right, Jim. So we're going to go through season 1, episode 4 and 5 of Justified now, right?
Yep.
And this is how the show opens with this. Oh, by the way, the guy that plays the dentist, I love this guy. He's a good character actor and everything he's in. Yeah.
Fry.
He's so good, man.
He was really good in that series it was Succession.
Oh, was he in there?
Yeah.
Did that end?
I don't know. There might be another season of that. I'm not sure if that was the last episode, last of it or not. I'm not 100% sure.
You liked it?
Succession was all right.
Do you ever watch that Billions show or whatever?
Yeah, I thought Billions was great. And then they brought in a non-binary character, and I was like, what the fuck?
Here we go. Got to inject our stuff and everything. All right, so again, you've never watched this show before. You turn this episode on, and guess what, Jim? You don't need to know what the hell happened before.
Yeah, you don't really. I mean, it kind of gets explained, but like this goes back to episode 1, where the guy that he shot on the rooftop, this was the guy that they were both looking for.
Right.
You know, he's the money launderer guy that he was looking, the guy who he shot on the rooftop.
If you didn't know that, it wouldn't matter.
Right. But it's just added stuff. It's like more stuff kind of like tied together.
Right. Yeah. So, are you sure, Jim?
Yeah.
Because it seemed like this guy disappeared a while ago because he was able to get his degree and all that stuff.
Yeah, no, this was years ago. That's what I'm saying. Like that was the first time Raylan ran across Tommy Bucks again after what happened in Nicaragua.
Okay.
You know, so that was just the first time he had seen him again since that happened. But like the last time he saw him, well, we don't know. Actually, we don't know the time. Like in this episode when Raylan and him talk about
Miami.
Not Miami, but Texas. Like he had him in like Brownsville, Texas, at a bar, like getting ready to cross the border, and Raylan went across to get ice cream and came back, and he was gone. He was watching Rudolph the Red-Nosed Reindeer on the TV, and that's why he wanted to be a dentist, like little Herbie the dentist.
You're getting to the end of the show now, Jim.
Well, I know, but so yeah, that's when last time Raylan saw him, and then later Raylan went looking for him in Nicaragua. And so that's where he went down to Managua or somewhere to get his license to be a dentist.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
And so he's been in LA being a dentist for however long, a couple years now, maybe.
At least 5, because the girlfriend of his says you've been doing this work for 5 years. I know you're a good man.
Yeah.
Later in the episode.
Okay. Yeah. So he's working on this guy's teeth right here. You know, working on these people. You know, Miss Pena tries to give him some tamales.
Yep, pays them in food because they don't have money.
Right. And he says, no, don't worry about it. You know. And so then a dickhead comes in because that gets his, veneers and everything done there. And then
gold teeth and all that
his
stuff.
gold teeth and all that shit. And so he's not happy because his insurance doesn't want to pay for the cosmetic work, and
Well, he keeps calling her a dumb bitch,
right?
Because she's not doing her job, and she's like, "I've called 5 times. Your insurance." He just doesn't want to pay the bill.
Yeah,
is the point. He wants it for free, but he's going to come in there and make a scene and embarrass everybody.
Yeah, probably a typical LA douchebag.
Yeah, living above their means, right?
Yeah. You know.
Found this guy that pays, or actually not pays, but works for food, and one wants to know why do I? He's acting like he really doesn't. He's never going to pay it, no matter what, right? So
And
anyway,
so he kind of, he has his, he snaps. He can't take it, so he goes down and he jabs a syringe full of Drano into the guy's neck, basically. Which I mean, I would think that would be a problem even if he didn't depress it, because he stuck it in a bottle and sucked Drano or drain cleaner into it, and then
he could have wiped it clean.
Yeah, but
He could have wiped it clean.
I mean, I'm just saying, like, I'd be like, man, this is, like, it's a TV show. I get it, but you jab a fucking needle into somebody's carotid artery.
Yeah, but again, it's also just a threat too, right?
Or jugular, I mean.
It could be water, right? For all this guy fucking knows, it's
water.
Oh,
you're right. We didn't actually see him. It could just be water. It could be saline. So right. We don't know. You're right. You're 100% right. It might not be drain cleaner.
Yeah,
he just said that.
I don't get the impression this guy's a fucking killer. Although I did hear, because I'm like, holy shit, he's already going to kill somebody for embarrassing him. Look, that's psychotic behavior, Jim. Like, some guy yells at you in your office and you roll out to his car and you stick a needle in and then what he does next, you're like, holy shit, what did he do? Why was Raylan after this guy?
Yeah. Yeah, so he tells this guy, you're going to pay up, blah, blah, blah. And then he yanks his fucking teeth out with no...
He just grabs
nothing.
He grabs the pliers and yanks out one tooth on one side. And says, oh, I got one more to go. And he gets the other one. And that's like 4 minutes into the show before the credits roll. You're like, Jesus Christ, here we go.
Yeah. So. Yeah.
Oh,
so Raylan comes in the office.
Your buddy drank Drano on accident. Oh, and he died. Ugh. Man, that is rough.
Yeah, that's basically hydrochloric acid, I think, or muriatic acid.
Yeah. Just kind of like toned down from the straight acid, right? I mean, it's a little, It
might be, it's not pure, it's probably watered down, but even like muriatic acid that you buy in a store in a jug isn't pure acid. It's like probably 10% or 3% acid.
All I know is my boss tells me to buy it if I want to clean my fucking driveway and stuff. He goes, it'll clean that shit up. He goes, just make sure you're wearing gloves and you don't breathe that shit in because it fucking hurts, dude.
Yeah, definitely. But yeah, so he comes in the office. What Art tells him about, this guy that extracted 2 molars in a parking lot without anesthesia. And then when he turns the thing around, he's like, sees that it's, what's this? Oh, fuck, man. I can't think of the guy's name now.
Is it Riley?
No, not Riley. It's like a...
They're going to show it on the screen.
Raleigh Pike.
Oh, Raleigh Pike.
Raleigh Pike.
Roland Pike.
Roland Pike, but they call him Raleigh.
Right.
And so media, and then he's like, already got him, tickets and everything, but he makes him take Rachel.
Andrew says, I personally don't like shows where they try to make the psycho the good guy, though. Good guy. He's not that. He's a bad guy.
He's a bad guy. They just want to use him to get
he's a bad guy for not violence. He's a bad guy because they want his connections
to the cartel.
To the cartel. That's why the marshals want his ass.
Yeah, he was their money launderer, and he could testify against them and tie him to stuff.
Right.
So, Rachel's going with you.
Yeah.
He says, no way. And he goes, oh, yeah, and she's the lead agent, so she's in charge.
Mm-hmm.
And he's like, but it's my case.
And he just smirked at him. Yeah.
Yeah.
Which kind of bothered me because he didn't really get, he could have said, dude, you're too close, or you've already lost him twice before, because he's lost him twice. Yeah. So he could have said that, but he didn't. Which is life. He doesn't need to. He doesn't need to do that. Because I really ended up liking this girl in this episode.
Yeah.
I liked her. Because you know what she didn't do? She didn't tell him to shut up. She didn't tell him when he was like investigating or talking to people. She kind of watched and learned, like, oh shit, look how he's talking to that guy, especially the Mexican grandfather.
Mm-hmm.
That was cool.
Yeah.
So they got all these marshals, all these cops at this scene because they know that who this guy is. And the guy is just sitting in the car in front of the building like, what the fuck? Nobody's looking around.
Yeah. He sees Raylan and he laughs and thinks it's funny that Raylan's there.
But everybody likes Raylan, dude.
Yeah.
They don't dislike that he's their cop after him. It's like they know he's not going to do anything if you don't do anything to him.
Well, right, because he's not going to do any. He's going to follow the rules to a point. You know.
I think he has every time. He gave everybody I've seen so far a fair warning.
Yeah. Well, yeah.
Yeah. He has.
You know, and then this is where this guy basically gives him a rundown. This other marshal, who I don't know his name, Jack, maybe, I don't know.
Doesn't matter.
Gives him a run. Gives basically, this is what you call like an information dump, or no.
What he did is he embarrassed the fuck out of Raylan.
Right, but it's also a way to give you the information that you wouldn't get if you did, that maybe you would have gotten a different earlier episode, but if you were just watching this episode, this gives you the
why.
Yeah,
yes, why Raylan cares. All this.
This gives you exposition. This gives you exposition.
Yes. 4 episodes into the first season, and you're getting exposition already. Like, holy fuck! They didn't like. Yeah, Eric, hold our hand a little bit. Give us some exposition so we know why we should give a fuck. Why should I care that Raylan knows this guy? And why should I know that the criminal knows who Raylan is? Now we find out.
Yeah.
Wow, amazing how that works.
Yeah. This is where he tells him that Raleigh walked in and then Raylan made his pitch, come with us, we'll help protect you. And Raleigh said he'd think about it. And Raylan said, all right, I'm going to go get ice cream. And he left to go get fucking ice cream. And the guy left. He's like, generally, I prefer handcuffs instead of ice cream when I'm going to get a fugitive.
He went to Baskin Robbins.
Yeah.
I don't blame him, though. I love Baskin Robbins ice cream. I like Overwise ice cream, too.
Yeah.
Got himself an ice cream.
So here's this, it turns out to be Raleigh's girlfriend. She's like, can I take these tamales with? But she's actually
she's like, can I take this with? And they go, what is it? And she said, it's tamales. And he opened it up, and it was tamales.
Yeah. And he said, but lo and behold, there was something underneath the tamales.
Oh, you know who we should get in here? We should get ID in here. He knows this show really good.
Sure, if he wants to come in.
Yeah, let's get ID in here. He's going to probably have some, if he's not at work. He'll tell us if he's not, but I'll send him the link.
Like, they're really good. And then Raylan's like, I can't believe he passed himself off as a dentist. She's like, he wasn't passing. He actually was a dentist. He went and got his degree down in Panama or wherever, and he's been fixing people's teeth, working the fringes.
Yeah, and one thing that, now again, this is TV, whatever. Like, as soon as she walked out the door, they noticed that gold was missing. How would they know gold is missing? How would they know this?
Well, it looked like there was somebody else, that guy that was working in the office. But if he was working in the office, what was he? Is he a fucking rat? Why would,
I don't know. I mean, okay. I preferred this local place. Oh, yeah. So she was, that's what that they found out the gold was missing that fast was like really weird. But again, they couldn't actually say it was her because they don't know. Could have been him when he fled. They have no clues. It's not like they ran out there and tried to. Bob, you're on the right show. Bob is gay. He's on the right show, right, Jim?
Yeah.
All gays are welcome.
Yeah, this guy, like, how did they know there was gold there even?
Oh, I didn't notice this guy. Yeah, right. All right.
This guy worked there early. He was so maybe he's an assistant, but like he's ratting out his boss.
The guy that gave him a fucking job and probably gave free dental care to his whole fucking family.
Yeah. See. Oh yeah, the tamales, the gold.
Yeah, this guy was so good in this show, dude. Like, he played it well. This is the whole speech about you're being in, you came in there like you own the place, blah, blah, blah. And
with the hat, and he's like, offers her to wear the hat. Right now, she doesn't try it.
Right, but he says, "You think it's maybe because I'm good at my job?" And she goes, "No, it's probably because you're tall and white, and you have a way of talking to people." It's like, okay, well, that makes me good at my fucking job, not the white part, but And he said it must be hard on you. She goes, "Why? Because I'm black or a woman?"
He goes, "No, because you're an idiot."
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, what the fuck? What's up, ID?
Hey, can you hear me okay?
Yeah, we hear you.
All right, cool. Yeah, I was listening on my other phone.
That's cool. You're doing some artwork for a bike?
Yeah, this is the replacement side cover. See this one busted up?
Yeah.
And I'm repainting it.
That's awesome, dude. Look at that, Jim. Again, I could never do this in a million years. How long does this take you?
I've been chipping away at it over the last couple of days. Before that, I was reinforcing the deck, all that shit that I did with the Trex. I needed to reinforce it. So the first part of the week was spent doing that. But then I really got into it just over the last 4 days. Kind of, you can't stand there and do the entire thing or it'll drive you crazy. You have to walk away and come back and refresh your eyes and stuff. But I figured it'd be a good opportunity to improve on the original.
Can you pick up that one?
Oh, yeah.
Look at that, Jim.
Yeah, so I have to put the hair on.
Hold on. Let me put you on solo. Damn it. Solo layout.
Yeah,
Sweet.
so I'm doing the white part right now, like the highlights and stuff.
Damn, dude.
It's a lot of back and forth. Little stuff like this little match. I'm gonna have to indicate the fire on the end of that, but yeah, I just my wife is upstairs watching The Bachelor or something, so I'm like, all right, see you later.
Damn.
What's that from? The
the side cover. It was a I want to say not a Road King. It was I want to say it was a fat boy that was converted into a bagger.
Okay.
And those big boxes that were behind me a few weeks ago.
Right.
That was the replacement bags and stuff. I just got them back. So I have a rear end so that I can put the fenders and the bags and everything on it. And it's on casters. So
I had a lowrider for about 6 years.
Get this here.
You had a lowrider for
okay. A Harley lowrider.
Look at that, Jim.
Yeah, so I put this together so that I could, put all the parts on it and then spin it around. Otherwise, you're balancing everything on paint cans and boxes, but this way I can move the whole thing.
Nice.
Yeah, because on the back is where, I have to fix this. I have to do this over again.
Oh shit.
See, that's what happened when he crashed into it, or basically pinned it up against his garage wall. But that's what I'm trying not to procrastinate with.
All right.
So now they're in the store. She talks about how much money she got from the gold dealer.
No, this is before that. This is when
he's sending her away.
He's sending her. She wants to know why he can't do it. He says because there's cameras, and he said just go ahead, it'll be fine. Make sure you get big bills because you don't want 10 pounds of cash. And then she goes, well, what you got to tell me exactly what's going on because this isn't parking tickets, and even what you did. There's federal agents everywhere. You don't get federal agents.
She says, I'm stupid, but I know you don't get federal.
Yeah. She's adorable. I thought she was very well cast.
Yeah, I thought she was too. I thought she was just like this. You know what she was? She's like that single mom that has not a lot of confidence left. So she's dating this guy and she's put everything all her faith behind him. And, you know, she's just like, I see that you're a good guy. I really see you're a good guy. She never freaked out on him, Jim. Like some.
Yeah, no, she doesn't freak out. Even when everything goes sideways, she doesn't freak out. She maintains her composure the whole time.
Yep. It was well done.
Yeah.
Good directing. Imagine that, a director telling an actress, this is how you're going to play this.
Yeah. So
It's
she
a lot
he
easier
tells
when they
her,
already know.
you know,
Yeah.
what his real name is and everything, and that he was a money launderer and Roland Pike. So he goes to steal a car, and he comes across this guy plays a great part in this. This is so good, his character.
You liked him?
Oh, I thought it was hysterical.
He aggravated the shit out of me, dude.
Oh man, when he tells the cops about I was greasing slopes in the. Never, I shouldn't say that really. I guess. He says in the Mekong Delta before when you're something about your daddy's
and your mama's.
your mama's titties or something.
Yeah.
This fucking great, you know. And then when Rachel has to talk to him to get the tries to like, are you trying to get down with me, soul sister?
Something about the R's or something.
Dropping
like
your
that.
R's.
Yeah.
Yeah. And she goes, well, we'd have to go to DMV, could take all day. She's like, well, you better get busy.
Yeah.
This guy don't fuck around. He's like, I ain't helping shit.
Yeah.
And the Le Mans was nice too. It's one of those cars where, man, it could really be something.
Oh, Detroit in its day. So here, and then this is Mindy, the roommate who Raylan's talking to, and then Raylan could tell she and then so Raylan asks her if he could use her phone to call her. And then so she answers the phone and it's Raylan talking to Raleigh. You know.
Yeah, but they all know what's up. He said, don't answer the phone. He knows who it is. He knows it's him. And then he knows they could track phone calls. So if Mindy's calling, odds are they already talked to her, or they're going to be monitoring a phone call. Yeah.
But it's just funny. Raylan's like, I thought I took the measure of you, but I was wrong.
Yeah.
You know, about him waiting. So
you gave me your word, and I took it.
I took it. Yeah.
But again, the criminal just doesn't hate him enough. Like he's like, oh, dude. But again, he had the right. He wants to arrest him to save his fucking life.
Yeah.
He knows what's coming, but so does the other guy. He knows that everybody's after him.
Well, I mean, the other guy maybe just doesn't want to be a rat.
Exactly. I mean, he's doing the right thing by the mafia, but they still wanted him dead.
Well, that's because he stole a bunch of money from him.
Well, they also know if they catch him, he will testify. He's not going to not give it up. Yeah. So this was
a good part. He's like, if we saw you on TV, and in fact, even Shawnee saw you on TV, what do you think our friends in Miami are going to think?
Mm-hmm. Yep. And again, she's just watching. She's playing a good role. She goes,
right. And she says, we'll have his location in 2 minutes. And then Raylan says something like,
he knows where
Raleigh Pike has dodged the marshals, the FBI, and the mob for 6 years or whatever. He's already ditched the phone.
Yeah, he knows. Yeah.
And then so
What's up, Toggle?
Here's the guys from Miami that Miami sent, plus a local guy. This guy's a funny character. He played 2 roles in The Big Bang Theory.
Did he?
He played Johnny Galecki's bully that Jimmy something or other that used to bully him in high school and that stuck him in a locker or whatever, and then came into Big Bang Theory. And then later he was cast as Sheldon's father in Young Sheldon.
Oh yeah, that's right.
Okay.
So I thought that was weird because I'm like,
right?
Yeah, I'm like, you cast the same guy that was.
They aged him up really good for that role too, because he looks pretty like mature in the Young Sheldon show, right? He doesn't look like this young.
Well, this is 10 years old, so
still, dude.
Yeah.
I mean, they're actors and they try to keep their appearance somewhat. Unless you're John Goodman, he never gave a fuck about what he looked like. So,
and this other guy's a good character actor. I've seen him in other stuff. This guy, He's usually a bad guy.
Yeah, he's like the every guy. He was good though. But
and so they see Raylan's there and they go, well, we got to call Miami to find out what they want to do. Maybe to clip them both.
Well, he didn't say that.
He just said, I gotta check in with Miami.
I gotta check in. I gotta check in. And then then the guy goes, did he ask about me?
I can't think of that guy's name, so we'll call him Sturgis.
Sturgis.
So here they pull. This is the scene. This is good.
Yeah.
Sir, you don't have to
use that kind of language.
And he goes, what, you and the Gold Dust twins? What are you going to do something about this? It's just great. I wish we could play it.
I wish this, at some point, you kind of wish this was an HBO show.
Yeah.
Because it would have really went there with the talk.
Yeah, it would have really went there, but it didn't. But it was good.
And they don't need to, though.
Yeah, right here. I was Grease's son, the Mekong Delta, when you were still sucking on your mama's titties.
And he goes, I don't know what the Mekong Delta is, sir. But he told the other guy he lost his leg to diabetes, but he is a war veteran still. I mean, so he did go to Vietnam, and then...
Well, he had, I think, a USS Iowa hat, like USS Iowa or something.
This vice president has some stolen valor, right? And this guy is stolen valor guy, so can't trust the hat. Yeah. But he didn't answer a goddamn thing these two asked him.
I've seen that dude in so many blaxploitation films.
Yep.
Wasn't he in that horror movie too? Was it like it was all like in the
I think he played the I may be wrong, but I think he played the big bad guy in Half Baked, the big drug dealer.
Right. Yep.
But he's been in a ton of stuff. So then Raleigh just happens to find this thing I don't kind of. Raleigh finds this guy and says, "I bought a whole set of papers off you 5 years ago or whatever."
Yeah, I bought papers from you years ago. Well, it's a taco stand.
It's a taco stand, but wasn't the whole thing was Raleigh was in Texas to buy papers at that restaurant in Texas. This is California. So maybe he's bought more than one set of papers, I guess is the point. Maybe when he came back, he bought new papers.
I don't know. Maybe they're pen pal. I don't remember the whole Brownsville reasoning. I just know that they were there. But, his whole point was, but he goes, okay. And then goes, no, dude, I don't do that anymore since Homeland Security and all this stuff.
Yes, 9/11, holograms, all stuff. It tells them, go to a coyote.
Yeah.
So then, here's Raylan and Rachel come to talk to this guy. This is funny too. He says, "What are we supposed to be all this post-racial shit? Am I supposed to give you credit because you walked somebody to the doors back, like those girls?" And he's like, "Well, that happened before I came on, but if you want to give me credit for it, I'll take it."
Yeah, he don't take no shit from nobody. I'll give him that, dude. Yeah. Like Raylan's always got a smart ass reason for why he is what he is, and he's whatever, dude. But again, she's supposed to be the lead. She's never the fucking lead. Yeah. She knows, dude. She's not stupid. She knows that this is she's in the presence of somebody that can actually solve a case right now. This is bigger than anything she's ever done in Kentucky, for sure.
Well, plus she'd be smart enough to take advantage of the fact that it's personal for him.
Yeah.
Her being the lead doesn't mean that she has to step in the way. And that makes that
in 2024 they would, dude. In 2024, she would have told him to shut the fuck up like 20 times already.
Yeah, she'd be like, "I'm in charge."
And he would have said, "You're right.
Let's see. I want to see.
Yeah. I mean, did the Gold Dust twins tell you I was some kind of radical militant?
The Gold Dust twins.
And they can't do anything about it because it's free speech, right? It's free speech. They can't do anything about it. So he was on a Navy ship.
Yeah, that's a battleship, the New Jersey.
Yeah. My dad was on destroyers.
And I have a soft spot for the Marshalls because they walked James Meredith into school.
James Meredith in the school.
The Alabama thing.
Yeah.
Yeah. Was it Alabama or was it?
I think it was
Little Rock?
Alabama. It was Alabama because that was what's his face, the governor. What was his name? That ended up they got shot.
Yeah, they
ran
did that
for
scene in
president.
Forrest Gump.
Yeah,
fuck
it's
was it?
Alabama.
Alabama.
I know what you're talking about.
Alabama.
He was
the
governor for like 40 years.
Yeah, he got shot. They ran for president with LeMay, Curtis LeMay as his vice president.
Yeah. They said he was like the Grand Wizard from the KKK or something too.
Yeah.
You trying to get down with me, soul sister?
Sir, why don't you save everyone some time and tell us what he's driving now? Otherwise, we have to run to the DMV data.
Pause it, Jim. They're going to kill me.
It'll be all right.
Yeah,
We
it'll be all
pause it
right.
and all.
I'll be
We
clipping my ass off tomorrow. No, I won't. I'm not going to do it. I'm tired of that shit too.
Well, you best get started.
And that's all. That's the rest. That's the last time we saw that dude.
Yeah, that was it. He was just briefly in it. And so then here's these guys. They got the call, giving them the okay.
Yeah.
Tell Gio not to worry. Yeah. We stay with him until he brings us to Raleigh, then we clip them both. So
Did he ask about me?
So-
And this bitch.
but after all the shit she's done for your family, you know, and she's like, no, you're I seen what you did. I seen you. You're this and that. And that's not even your real name. And then the grandfather or whatever, her father, I don't know if it's her father or grandfather, it's like, no, we helped him. He's done many things for our family. We help him.
But when she threw him out of the room, she says, "Hey, you've done a lot for my family. I can get you what you need." And then she runs in the bedroom
And calls the cops.
fucking son of a. See you next Tuesday. Jim, the whole taco truck thing that they played throughout the rest of the show with her stomach problems.
Yeah. What did she got? She got ceviche off the taco truck. But this is funny. He's like, that video was taken completely out of context of him jabbing the thing in the guy's neck and pulling his teeth out. It was all on security video.
Oh, is that what they played?
Yeah.
Oh, I didn't know
Yeah.
that's what they played. I thought they were saying his history.
No. You had
Oh.
the video was all on video of him doing that. You know, the police are everywhere. My picture's all over. You know, you've been a patient, friend for years. And she's like, a coyote? You think just because we're Mexican, we had no coyotes? Turns out her father did.
Well, I'm not going to go to the fucking black dude and ask him if they know any coyotes. And I'm definitely not going to go to the white dude. And this is when
I don't know if that's her father or her grandfather.
it's her grandfather. He says, "You've been good to this family and my granddaughter." So it's her grandfather. So, you know, again, that's all he says really. And then this happens, and he's like sends these guys to Home Depot or some bullshit.
Yeah, I told him to go to Home Depot, so he lies to him. He's so so there's her stomach is bothering her. You know,
It already
Everything
bothered her at
goes
the
wrong.
house.
yeah.
Remember
Everything
at the
goes wrong.
apartment,
This
it already bothered her at the apartment because when the girl went back to make the phone call, she was going to the bathroom.
Right.
So this is the second time when they have an argument about eating ceviche off a fucking taco truck.
You know, Raylan asked, "Can I talk to you for a minute?" He sent everybody away and said, you know, basically tells him, "I know you feel like you owe him something because he's done a lot for you, but I feel like I owe him something too. And if I can't get to him first, some bad men will, and they'll kill him. So
Yep.
if you tell me the truth, I might be able to save his life if you really want to help him." And so the guy tells him the truth.
And again, look who's learning.
Yeah.
Look who's learning. Sitting there just learning the whole time. Like, it was cool.
Yeah, because a lot of what he does is he has to sell people on this. And whatever the idea is, he's, you know, I got to go find this guy. How do I get him to understand?
Yeah, and this
when
is
he's
funny. You
trying
know
to
what?
Convince Art of anything. She's watching him be a used car salesman.
Do you know what movie these two are talking about? Sitting in the car.
I don't remember the dialogue from that.
Okay, one's talking about because it's a movie. If there's no blood and brains everywhere, there's no cleaner. There's no movie.
Oh,
Pulp Fiction.
Yeah, they're talking about the scene in Pulp Fiction where the guy gets shot in the head.
Yeah, when John Travolta shoots the kid's head off.
Yeah, lo and behold, Raylan just jumps into the car with them and says, "How's it going, guys? What are we doing?" And tells them, next time the airport's this whatever.
Yeah, you got two options.
Two options. We could go to the airport or whatever. And he's like, "Is that the line you used on Tommy Bucks?" And he's like, "Well, how did that work out for him?" And he's like, "Well, there's two of us." He goes, "Well, if that's how you want to play it, I'll take you first." And then he said something about, or we could just get to it right now in the car. Like basically, we could just get to it right here, right now. You want to die?
Well, that was his third option.
Okay. Yeah.
Because he goes, you got two, and then the guy argues, well, we can go with three and just do it right here in the car. It was. I just watched it today. That's why I remember so much. But it was. I like that scene. It just makes you understand too how worthless the guy from LA is.
Yeah.
That this other guy has a helper, and they don't notice him walking up towards the car, and their whole job is to watch him.
Yeah.
Like, what the fuck? You're arguing about Pulp Fiction?
I get out the car, the guy takes you to the airport.
And that's it?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. No, he said, I'm going to put him, he's like, this guy's going to take something about, tell Geo to get one of those experts that teaches him how to survive in prison, because Raleigh's going to put him in there all day.
Right. Yep.
That's it. Second option.
Next time I see you, I kill you. Second option.
And that's when he goes, well, there's two of us.
Yeah.
You
think he's going to help you?
Yeah, like, you got confidence in him? Such a fucking slap in the face.
There was a
you're going to count on him to back up your play?
What's that, ID?
I was saying that whoever produced this show, I know the same studio did Mr. In Between, and there was a relationship between two characters like that before too. Like the main character ended up having a repeat friend that came back in later episodes because he was giving him good advice to keep him alive.
Okay.
You know what I mean? And everybody's after this guy though, and he's almost slippery enough. And the only thing that holds him back is that the last time he did this, it was 10 years ago. He was one guy. Now he's a guy and a girl, basically a kid. Because she's got to go poopies all the time.
And he gives a fuck about her, too. It's not like he doesn't care. Because if he didn't care, he'd just walk out of the office and never come back.
Right.
But, he got attached.
Well, I don't think he would have survived even if he would have went himself. Not going to Mexico, because they already had it set up to get him when he crosses the border. They had people waiting on him, the cartel. They knew where he was. You know what I mean? They knew the cartels control the coyotes.
The point is, 10 years ago when he escaped, he was by himself.
Right. No, yeah, he was by himself. But he would have had crossing there in L.A. was a mistake. He should have went to left L.A., got out of L.A., went somewhere else and crossed.
Right. Yeah. I mean, again, that's just, they got to make the show work, right?
Right.
They got to make it work.
Or head north.
Right. Yeah. I mean, or just fucking go to a safe house for a while, and then people can't find you, then cross the border after a while. But that doesn't work for the show.
So he went by himself. Rachel went with the other people.
Why did they split up? I don't remember.
I don't know. She wanted to go with where the guy told the other people.
Oh, the Home Depot. Okay.
The Home Depot and stuff, and so.
So that they could make sure that both bases are covered, basically. Okay.
He tells her, you better send a chopper as fast as you can. And then he turns around and sees these guys pulling up and then just says, and an ambulance.
Yeah, it was good.
He tells them, all right, don't take another step or I'll shoot you where you stand.
He had to tell him a few times.
Yeah. Then he goes, can't we come a little closer so we're not yelling like a bunch of hobos?
I can hear you.
And then he takes one more step and Raylan fucking zips him.
Yep. Yep.
That's what I love about that character. There's no wishy-washiness to him.
Right.
Yeah.
At least not when he's on the job.
Yeah. You take one more step, I'll shoot you. That's all I'm gonna say. Boop, shots him right in the stomach. Then he tells the other guy to throw it away or use it, and the guy acts like he's gonna throw it away, and then he gets shot, put down. So he's like, "I warned you twice."
Yeah. And he, again, Jim, I don't think he wanted to kill this dude.
No, he wanted him to told him to leave.
Yeah.
It's like,
he
go,
didn't,
go
shoot,
get-
he
go to
didn't,
the
he didn't
airport.
even shoot him in the heart. The other
No.
guy he shot in the heart. This guy he shot in the belly. So, but the guy ends up croaking anyway. So, or he passes out. So I don't know if he's dead or not, but
Yeah, they have one of those like understanding between peers that he knew that something like this might happen someday.
right.
Yeah, this is what he tells him. Basically, it looks like you might have won this, but we're going to win the battle because our guy's already made the call, and there's somebody waiting to get him when he crosses the border. So if he's not already dead, he will be soon. And so
I
that's
think
when he.
I thought he was actually talking about the mule guy, but I guess not. It was actually talking about the other guy.
Yeah.
Because the mule ended up being a piece of shit anyway.
Yeah. Yeah. Tries to rape the girl and everything, and so then stabs Raleigh in the stomach, and then Raleigh crushes his head with a rock.
Yep.
You know, he's like, I told myself I was just working for bad people. I wasn't a bad person. Now you
Because
killed
she said
somebody.
he told her you need to get out of here.
Yeah,
you need
she's
to
like,
get away from me.
Right. For 5 years, I watched you helping people. You're
Yeah.
not a bad person. So he goes up to go to the bathroom, and then Raylan comes
Which was a
up.
lie. He was going up to
Right.
check his wound
Yeah.
because he was stabbed. I mean,
Bad,
it's not
yeah.
like he was trying to just rape the girl. He stabbed him.
Yeah.
So there's more to it than just that. But
Yeah, Raylan. This is funny too because Raylan asks him, "Are you armed?" He's like, "Well, I just have my dick in my hand," and he's like, "Well, put that thing away and get your ass down here."
then boom.
And then he gets shot gets shot at from the sniper.
Yeah.
Which there's something I saw too in the scene, which I'll show you. If you look at his knees, he's wearing knee pads. You can see him that he's got knee pads on under his. I didn't like that. It took my brain, took me out of the
Where?
show. He's wearing knee pads. I have to rewind it. Hold on. You can see when he stands up.
My hand.
Now, why don't you put that away and get the hell over here?
Okay.
Right here, see? Right here.
I'm looking on
I don't
my
know.
phone.
I don't know why I remember stuff like this.
I don't.
Seeing them and seeing the knee pads.
Oh, like a continuity guy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Are you sure it's just on his pants or super
No,
loose?
it's knee pads. Because you can see how they don't move when his leg moves. You can see that it's knee pads. But anyway, it's not a big deal. It's like the dirty feet thing. I see these things and I can't stop thinking about them.
I don't even.
Well, I thought it was good actually because that.
Individual.
Do you watch the fucking show in slow motion? How would
No,
you
but I've
notice?
seen it so many times. That's my point. I've seen this so many times. Like the thing is that I was going to point out though is that he did his own stunt when he falls and all that. He does it all himself. That's why he's wearing. It's not a stuntman doing it. It's him.
Okay.
Like when he takes the fall and falls and stuff.
Right. Okay.
This I didn't get really like why. Oh, here you can see the knee pads too.
You just stay put for a few minutes.
And this is where they have this talk, and they talk about the whole thing about, and he says about the guy, the dentist. He goes, "Oh, the little gay dude."
Yeah.
And he's like, "He's not gay." He's like, "You trying to tell me you're gay, Raleigh?" She's he's not gay. I guarantee he's not gay.
Yeah, I guarantee it. Yeah. Yeah.
So he's like, oh.
Hey, what could you do with ID? What could you do with a pallet the size of this school bus, dude? Would you have a blast with something like that? Would it be overwhelming?
Oh man, honestly, I'm kind of intrigued by the guys who and where like straight up spray cans have gone, all the different tips and shit.
Right here, you see the knee pad? See it? Watch when that drops down. Look at his knee.
Okay.
See it?
Sure.
I see it.
But I ain't mad.
No, I'm just saying, but stuff like that, I'm like, it takes me out of it. I know he's wearing knee pads so that they knew this was going to happen. It wasn't, this ain't real.
Hey, okay, back this up 10 seconds.
Yeah.
Back it up.
Okay.
Mute it. And play it. And just watch in real speed. So, like, that was literally a second and a half. And you noticed that.
Right here, you see it again.
Okay.
I don't know.
Attention to detail. Holy shit. What's up, Elemental MJ? I love the video, dude. I cannot wait to see your thumbnail. It better say something Fellowship is dead or some crazy stuff like that. Oh, that was great. Yeah, so he's basically saying I'm basically going to give myself up. I'm going out.
Yeah. But he tells him, when he saw that thing on the TV in Brownsville, it was like a sign from God that he always wanted to be, when he was a kid, he wanted to be a dentist because of that cartoon. And then when he saw the cartoon on this, he knew he had to be a dentist.
When he escaped, right.
Right, when he escaped. That's what, it was a sign from God or whatever to be a dentist.
Which was cool. Like, people have reasons, right? That's legit.
Yeah, but, Raylan's telling him, just sit tight and wait. People are on the way. The cavalry's on the way, but Raleigh's like, he's ready to turn himself in. He only wants me. He'll take off. Get the handcuffs ready. Stands up, gets shot, and comes tumbling down in his knee pads.
And the guy runs away. Which kind of blew me away here. Which kind of blew me away here is that Raylan let him go. Like, he didn't chase that fucker down.
Well, yeah, I don't know. So it's across the border in Mexico, maybe. I don't know. So here's Raylan and the drive home and stuff, and Rachel takes his hat off and tries it on and asks her if it fits and everything and give it back. So
but that discussion that she has with him about, you came into that office and you just stepped right to the front of the line. You're easy on the eyes and all this. So she was pointing out his natural advantages without making it sound racist or racial at all,
Agreed.
Yeah.
But she didn't need to do that either.
Well,
because he has 17 years experience. That's the point. Like, he goes, haven't I earned it? I mean, I've done this for a long time. And that's why he doesn't apologize for his attitude, Jim, I guess, is the big point, right? I'm not going to apologize for my fucking time served. Now, they don't tell us in the show. I hope the dentist didn't die. Don't tell me if he did or not. I want to be surprised if I see him again later, but I hope he didn't because reasons. I just liked him as a character.
Okay.
Just hope not. All right.
So this is the next episode.
This is episode 5. So in this episode, our main character is back home. Mm-hmm. They're on a stakeout, basically. And then shit goes haywire in his personal life.
Correct.
With his family.
With his family.
This is not what I was expecting when you say it's going to get good from now on. I thought my boy was coming back in this episode. But
no, he's going to... Not yet. He does come back, I think.
Oh, yeah.
Maybe 2 more episodes.
Yeah.
Okay, so Friday we might be able to talk about him. All right. Yeah. So either way, go ahead, Jim.
So this was like replaying what was going on. Here they're on the stakeout. He's like, how long you been sitting here? They're like 72 hours and stuff. And he's like, well, how do you even know he's in there? And they're like, well, she's been bringing in a lot of beer. And he's like, well, did you get a warrant? Did you get a warrant to go search? She goes, you can't get a warrant over her chucking in beer. He goes, why not? And he goes, we already tried.
He said, are you sure? And then Braylon says, we already tried. Now, because he did say something else. He said, I thought you two would be sick of each other after your time in LA.
Yeah.
And that's when the girl said something I didn't like. She said something like, I wanted to muzzle him a couple times or something like that, Jim. It's like, but you never acted that way in that previous episode. You acted like you were very happy to have the conversations.
No, I think he means in the van. They've been sitting in the van for several days.
No, he said you had enough time in LA. Thought you two would be sick of each other by now. Are you saying now she's sick of him?
Yeah, maybe in the van.
Okay, maybe, but because she looked perfectly happy to be working with him in LA, dude. Like I don't understand.
Well, that's what I mean about that conversation they have has more to do with two people explaining who they are on The Office, and let's have, there's an understanding that you and I need to have, not in any kind of a superiority way, just
right.
Now that we're working together, you need to know how I feel about this, and you came in, you're the star, and she's been in that office for a while.
Yeah.
And then it's just that I think them getting to know each other, and that this, where he says, I think you'd be sick of each other in LA. She's just snapping a towel. She's just throwing a rib at him.
So, okay. That's what I thought after I was listening to it for a while. I'd be like, oh, she's becoming one of the boys.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? That's like one of the boys' comments. Like if you're hanging out with your bros, yeah, that fucker. He just talks too much or whatever. You know what I mean?
Yeah, it's just the way you throw shit at the people that you work with. You're in the same room and you make jokes about, I thought you went home, not to lunch, or who doesn't do work, who does,
Yeah. Oh yeah, that motherfucker's the slowest guy in the pallet jack, right?
Exactly.
Yeah. All right. Cool, Jim.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, they're begging for another day. See? So this is the van.
No, she said, yeah, well, there's been times I wanted to feed a hose in from the exhaust.
So, but I think this is that fun jab, like Guy was saying. Like, this is just fun. Like, busting balls. Exactly.
Yeah. It's like there's other fugitives.
It's not a girl boss thing.
Yeah, there's fugitives besides Wilson Toomey, which we must pursue.
There's that many in fucking Kentucky, huh? They're all over the place.
Yeah. So Raylan decides to put on a outfit and go ask if he could do some yard work or whatever for a little food.
I will work for food.
Yeah.
He says, I ain't paying your ass.
But I ain't paying, yeah. And so then after all day working, he's meeting up with Ava, having a few drinks. Tells her about having to do the yard work. She said, what, you're not used to doing work? And he said, no, that's why I became a marshal.
Right, yeah. And then she will not let this relationship go, dude. He's like, dude, I thought we agreed that was a one-night stand. Yeah. And then this happens.
So this happens. They're showing this. And you don't know, like, right away who this is, but this is Raylan's father.
Yeah.
Going into a house they rent, his aunt's house that they rent.
He beats everything up with a baseball bat.
Right.
And then after he gets done, he calls the cops.
Right. This is just, he's plotting this. This is his plan, is to get arrested. That way, when the drugs that were hidden in the house are missing, well, it couldn't have been me. I didn't have any drugs on me that I already stole. And
we're getting way ahead of the game, dude.
I know, but
that's the end of the show. Like, this is like the whole purpose of this, according to this part of the show, is he broke into the house because it's his rental house. The guy's not paying rent.
Right.
And that's
the claim.
Right. That's what you think. And you think maybe his dad's a little wacky because then his mom or his stepmom talks about his heart attack and maybe some mental stuff, bipolar stuff, right?
Yeah.
So, okay, that makes sense. That's kind of cool. And the cop, you know, he's like, God damn it, dude, again with your ass.
Cop is another guy from Deadwood. He was the guy that wanted to run the fire department in Deadwood.
Oh, okay.
So he had longer hair in Deadwood. You know, he acts like, where am I? Like he doesn't know Stan Perkins. And he tells him, you should look into Stan Perkins. And this Stan Perkins is the guy that was the technical wizard from Ocean's 11, Ocean's 12, Ocean's 13.
This guy?
Yeah, he was the guy that was like the hacker programmer.
I don't remember Ocean's 11 that much. But he's just accusing him of not paying 3 months of rent.
Right. And so then right here, the guy goes and looks for something that's missing.
Yeah, right. Yeah.
You know, and so they're in bed and the phone rings and it's Ava decides to answer it and it's his aunt, stepmom, whatever.
Which is her phone. It's not his phone. It's her phone. They were calling her. They make that very clear. She said when he meets his mother or stepmother in the restaurant, she says, I called her because I knew she would be able to find you. But it's not like she didn't expect him to be with her. But since she was, that was just a bonus. But she wasn't calling his phone. This is her phone.
Yeah.
And that was like 10 minutes and 58 seconds into the episode, Jim. We finally get to the credits. Like, there was a lot going on in that first 10 minutes for you to go, what the hell's going on here?
Yeah. How do you like the intro song?
Yeah, it's just an intro song, dude. Yeah, it's fine. It's whatever. If I had a skip functionality like I do on Netflix, I would, but it's in the middle of the show, so you can't skip it.
I love that song.
Yeah, it's fine. Maybe after about 5 seasons of it, I'll remember it even more. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, and he just comes in. The first thing out of his mouth is, "Why can't you bail him out?"
And not hi,
not hi. Nice to see you.
No hug, nothing. Like there ain't no love lost here, baby. But
he loves his Aunt Helen. It's his father.
I was getting ready to say it. I was getting ready to say there's no love lost, but he does care about this woman a lot.
Yeah, his Aunt Helen was who took care of him, and whenever stuff was going wrong with his father, and she would come. And
is this Helen though, or is
this
his
Aunt Helen? That's Helen's house, and this is Helen.
I thought this was Arlen's wife.
It is Arlo's wife. Arlo married his wife's sister, Raylan's mom's sister.
Okay,
so they were sisters.
Because I kept saying Aunt Helen. I thought she's dead, and like he's just living on that memory. Okay.
Yeah. No, that's when Ava said, your stepmom. He goes, I prefer to think of her as Aunt Helen.
Okay. Yeah.
And then later on,
she does seem to care about him a lot too.
Yeah, she's who gave him the money to go to college and get out of town. Basically told him to leave and never come back.
And then wonders why the fuck he hasn't called his dad when he gets back in town.
Yeah.
Like, you can't play it both ways. You know why I left town. But he says to her about the smoking thing, right?
Yeah, and she asks him.
But she never lights up. She never lights up in this scene. And then the next scene, she's in her house and she's smoking, like it's lit. You're like, holy fuck. The show just gets it. Like she stopped smoking because they were having a conversation but then in the next scene, she's smoking and then that fucking wackadoo shows up at her house.
Yeah.
That was pretty good.
Oh yeah. How did you know to call her? Back to my original question, why can't you bail him out? She got kicked out of the jail. She can't go back there.
A restraining order, yeah.
Restraining order to keep her away. And she starts telling him about Stan Perkins, renting her old house on Indian Line Road.
Do you believe that, Jim? Do you really think she has a restraining order? Or was this a ploy to make sure that he talks to his dad? Because I think she wants him to talk to his dad.
Yeah. Because Raylan says something about, I'll bail him out, but he can find his own way home. And she said, no, you bring your father home.
Yeah, you bring him home. And she didn't yell. She just like, you bring him home. Like, He's like, oh, like,
You
but
came to town, you didn't so much as call us or nothing.
Yeah, she says, I got to use prescriptions. You take him home or you drive him home.
Yeah. And here he is in jail telling a story about $20 in his pants.
But dude, go back. The dad was super cool. He goes, I like the hat. Like, like it was so cool. Like he's that's what he says. Like the hat. Like, oh, this is cool as shit. Like the dad doesn't give a fuck. But he does too, I think. I think he does. He wants a relationship with his son. But I don't know, maybe I'm reading too much into it. He goes, I like the hat, or nice hat. Oh man, that was a very quick conversion, Bob. Well, straight people are more than welcome here as well. So welcome to the straight side.
So this idiot shows up at the house with her two nephews, or his two nephews, supposedly. And
they got to rip the screen door off. Like, what was the purpose of that? Was that to show their toughness?
Yeah, and she starts talking shit to him, saying, like, what are you trying to get your dignity? Looking for your dignity? Being laid out by a man that age? He says he told me if I had something valuable to keep it there in the closet. Well, I did, and now it's gone. And don't touch our stuff. And
I'm only here because I have to be.
You need to get the money that your husband took for me.
Because I want to get out of this fucking town. And that money, like, how much money do you need to get out of town is my question, Jim.
Seems to be a running thing when people need money to get out of Harlan.
And a lot of it. Like it's not like you need, $5K or whatever. You need fucking bitch or loads and loads and loads of money. Jesus Christ. Maybe you should just live in Arlen. Or it's Arlen, right?
Harlan.
Yeah, Harlan. Maybe you should just live there because it's really cheap to live there and get along with people. Maybe that's a better plan.
All you need is enough money for a tank of gas and you can leave.
Exactly.
They make it, they do, like, people who show up in that state, they make it sound like Kentucky is the patch of quicksand in the middle of the United States that people just keep stepping in.
Yeah. Yeah. Nobody likes anybody there. They're all toothless yokels because they're all not from there. So whatever, dude.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
So and then in the ride back, he's talking to his dad. And his dad said, I heard about you shooting Boyd. And he's like, yeah. And he's like, yeah, all I heard is a bunch of Crowders gunning up to come after a Givens. And Raylan says, well, I think I'm a little higher on the list than you.
But his dad also told him, all the shit I did, I never shot nobody.
Which I think is a lie.
I don't. He loves that fucking baseball bat, dude. He doesn't go for a gun ever. He always goes for the bat. And they even say later, the other guy in the show at the bar,
Johnny Crowder.
That was so funny. He goes, he said, you got a bat in the car? He goes, what do you think, I'm gay? Of course I got a bat in the fucking car. It's like, or a faggot. He goes, you think I'm a faggot? We got to play that because you think I'm a faggot? Bob and KC, 10 minutes ago, you could have heard the word faggot and felt part of the club. Now you're going to be like offended because you're not gay anymore. Oh, dude, he could, like, the full audio Justified book, Jim. That'd be great. Like, Jim tells you how you should watch Justified. Always wear your knee pads.
And wash your damn feet.
Those feet ain't dirty.
And so they get to the house, and first they see the headstones, and she says something about the headstones. Those always spooked you. I traded a cow for those, or stolen cows, or something for those.
He says, I traded cows for those. He goes, yeah, stolen cows.
Yeah. And then he's like, they always spooked you.
He says, I never thought I'd outlive her.
Yeah. Francis. I never thought Francis would get hers.
Go first.
Me. Yeah. But then he's going to leave, and then he starts yelling about the screen door being broke. What the hell happened to my screen door?
Well, he was up at the door when he saw it.
Yeah.
He was still in the car.
Yeah, and he hears him screaming, Helen, or something. So then he goes in the house and sees what happened. And then there's a nice... Yeah, Tristan's thinking about trading some cows. Say hello to Helen. What the hell happened here? And then... and then he tells she's going to go get his bat and go after him. And he says, you left your bat at Sam Perkins' house or whatever. And then he goes, I'll use Raylan's bat. And so then she tells him, "You're going to go after you're going to take care of it." He goes, "No, I think you got it under control so long." So he goes to leave. But then, something about the money outside. They have a talk, and then he makes a comment about, painting the house. Looks like shit or something. And she's like, "Well, grab a paintbrush and get to work if you want. Do something about it."
Yeah. And then she talks about they need the money because all they get is government income now.
Yeah.
And that rent from the old house, right?
Yeah.
So they're really trying to make it look like
Yeah. And
the dad was justified for trying to get his money out of this dude.
Yeah. He's like, "What are you trying to? What's the scam? You trying to get him to pay his rent twice or something? I should have never come here." And
yeah, he knows his dad. He knows what his dad is capable of. That's what reputations are for.
Yeah, and then she tells him about all the stuff, the PTSD, and went crazy in the hospital when he went for the heart attack or whatever.
The bipolar stuff. Yeah.
Bipolar. She's like, "Well, what?" She's like, she tells him he's been much better. She goes, "He just brained a man in the nuts yesterday." And she's like, "Well, he's still Arlo."
Yeah, he's still Arlo. Like, he's on his medication and he's much better. He just did this. Yeah, it was so great. Those feet ain't dirty, Bentogle.
And so he was going to drive, and then he says, "Oh, fuck." So he turns around to go find out what the fuck is going on. So he goes and talks to this guy and says, "Your stepmother," and he says aunt or whatever, or mother, stepmother, I forget. And then so he gives him his card and tells him, if there's any more questions about the rent, don't call them, call me. I'll take care of it. You paid them, they just forgot.
Right.
And he says something about talk to an old woman, So then he goes back to the house.
He wants to know, if it's about the rent, why are you showing up with two dudes at my aunt's house, dude? Like, what the fuck? Like, I'm not. You're talking to a U.S. Marshal. Don't be stupid.
So he goes back to that house. He's doing some
the
work.
chick actually missed him. Like,
yeah. Well, you weren't here this morning. I thought you gave up. He said, "No, I just had something else to do.
I had another job."
Yeah. Jumps to Ava meeting with the assistant U.S. attorney David Vasquez, and they're waiting on someone to show up. His secretary was out, so he had to get someone to cover it. It turns out it's Raylan's ex-wife Winona, so she has to say, "Hey, I can't do this. I have to get someone else. You're going to have to let me out. I can't be the court reporter for this. It could be a problem."
She
recused herself. And he says, "Why?" She says, "Well, before I was Miss Hawkins, I was Miss Givens, or Mrs. Hawkins. I was Mrs. Givens."
Shit?
No shit. She goes, "Yeah, shit." He goes, "Okay, I'll excuse you then."
No, but no. That's not all that happened. She said, "Don't say the reason why."
Yeah, just don't. I'd prefer to handle it this way. And he said, "Why?"
He goes, "Why?" He goes, "Because that's why. Because that's the way I want it to be handled." Because she wasn't going to do anything until she saw who else they were talking to.
Right, when it was
the chick, right? She was like, fuck, I'm out. Like, she definitely don't want to hear about her ex-husband banging her either. Like, because that would come up. Like, if you had sexual relationship with this guy. Yeah. There you go.
I wondered about that. She's a court reporter. I wonder.
Well, they weren't bringing her to be the court reporter for this, though, Jem. It was going to be his assistant. She was going to be his assistant because his assistant was pulled away.
Yeah, he just needed somebody to take notes. This wasn't like an official court proceeding. This was just a meeting between like a plea agreement meeting, maybe, or something. So she wasn't there as a court reporter.
Right.
So she could be called as a witness.
Right. She was there to actually be like supporting the U.S. government too in their prosecution. That would be a problem.
No shit.
Yeah, no shit indeed.
Yeah.
I would prefer you just say I had some court work I had to take care of.
I like that actor. That even for that little character, I think I remember seeing him in Band of Brothers too.
Yeah, he's in this entire series all the way to the end.
I'm sure he's the fucking gnat on his ass, right? Is this where he's going to be? Like he's after the bad cop thing?
No, he doesn't really think Raylan's a bad cop. He just thinks, like it gives him pause. He's like, what the fuck, but he goes back and forth with Raylan. They go back and forth on and off.
Well,
Okay.
Isn't it the same dynamic as they talk about in like Law and Order? There's the cops, there's the lawyers, and all that stuff. And in this case, it's a federal prosecutor or federal officer.
Right.
So
But
it's the same dynamic, just on a federal scale.
I think it's maybe not the next episode, but the episode after. There's a great colloquy by this guy and Raylan and Art Mullen about everything, and it kind of lays it out.
Right.
So,
he
Arlo
shows up
comes
at the
in.
restaurant. Yeah.
Yeah. And it's like, oh, I got the money right here. And so he starts beating the shit out of the guys and has
Well, he
another
says,
heart attack.
he goes, I have what you want in this bag. Right?
Yeah, I got what you want in this bag. You ever known a Henry Aaron? Just Hank Aaron. Right.
Yeah, like it was crazy.
Yeah. So Raylan's back now at this house, and he says he thinks he sees something inside the house, so he goes and knocks and says, "Can I use the bathroom? I've been drinking out of the hose all day." And she's like, "Well, I'd tell you to piss outside, but the yard looks so nice right now. Come on in the house."
She was actually appreciating him. Like,
Yeah. Raylan sees the guy that they're looking for and basically doesn't want to cause a whole scene. So he says, "Hey, can I talk to you about something, man stuff?" And the guy makes some comment about, like, "I know what you're up to. Weed, the first one's free," or something like that. Get him coming back for
it was
more.
good. It was good back and forth. Like, he goes, "I know why you're here, dude. Free yard work, and if it's great, you'll jack up the price next time." Like, it was cool. And then he says, "Hey, dude, I see your kids." Like, when he brought him, he goes, "I see you got kids. Don't fight this. Don't be stupid." It was cool.
It's a private
that broad is
guy
nice
thing.
looking. I know all the broads in this show are nice looking. Nothing turns you off, right, Jim?
She's actually been in other stuff. I'm trying to think.
I'm just saying, like, all
this
the
chick
chicks
looked much better in another show. I can't think of the name of the show, but she was not all shitty looking. She was like done up.
She wasn't
was pretty good.
Kentuckified.
Yeah.
But the point is, all the women in this show are nice looking, even though they try to break them down. They still are they have an appeal. Like, you might not be your type, but at least you're not going, "Oh, why the fat chick? Why this? Why that?" How's her ankles?
You don't get to see her ankles, but she's got a shotgun.
Oh, is this the only time we get to see her in the whole series?
Yeah, this is it.
She's not going to come back and want to bang him because he did such good yard work.
Yeah, she's like, "Oh, there's a microphone on my shirt. There's people outside.
This don't end well. This don't end well for you, right?"
Yeah. He's going to jail, but if you put the shotgun down right now, you won't have to go.
Charges.
Yeah, you won't nothing. Just put the shotgun down, and everything will be all right. Which, because in a way, like right now, until she knew he was a federal marshal,
I would be.
She's not doing anything wrong. You're just some dude that I let in the house is attacking my husband.
Yeah, absolutely. It takes a little more than 3 glasses. Well, maybe 3 full glasses. I'd be Kentuckified.
Yeah, she's like, did this whole thing like, "I knew I shouldn't have trusted you," and he's like, "But the yard looks good, don't it?"
Yeah, that, like, he don't apologize. It's not like and then he gets a phone call. He's like, "God
from
damn
Helen.
it, I got a job to do. What the hell, Helen?"
So then he goes and meets with the sheriff and asks him about Stan Perkins, and something about, Stan's got out on parole for drugs or something like that, I think.
No, he asks, "Are you going to prosecute?" Because he goes, "Well, that's up to him."
Yeah.
Why
you want to do my job for me, big federal man? Because it's something about the guy doing drugs, something 6-year stretch, trafficking and stolen pharmaceuticals. Said this business, the kitchen and toilet business checks out. What are they doing in Harlan? And then the sheriff has a nice line where he goes, "Well, believe it or not, there's some people who actually like it here."
Yeah, it was so good. It's like, yes, like, some people like small town America. It's not that big a deal. Like, not everybody has bad memories of where they live, right, Jim? Like, you move on.
I love it. He just takes his tone of voice as a personal insult.
Right.
Well, believe it or not.
I also like when he says to him, how have you suffered him so long? And she goes, well, we suffer well together. Like,
Yeah.
And it's kind of strange. Like that's her sister's ex-husband or widow, right?
Yeah, widower.
And now she's like, were they both a match made in heaven for the same guy? It's kind of crazy. Like,
well, you'll find out. Like she hated him when he was with his.
I was going to
sister.
say, did she marry him to keep contact with Raylan? Like, because she didn't want to lose touch with him. I mean,
I don't think they got married until after Raylan was gone into the Marshalls.
That's what I'm saying. Like she knew maybe he cares about me enough to where he'd come home at least to see me and he could still see you. And you spelled Kentucky Fried wrong, Ben Togel. It's not K-N-E, it's K-E-N. You damn Austrian.
Yeah.
Damn.
I think she
you spelled that like a Polish person.
That Raylan and Arlo are her only family.
Yeah, right here. We suffer well together.
Yeah, we suffer well together.
And then something about
she doesn't even need this shit in her life. I don't think she was a poor woman, right? She doesn't need this dude's shit.
I don't know if anyone's I don't know what her finances are. But so that he says something about the shotgun in the back seat. She's not afraid. Something about the shotgun in the back seat. And then tells her, be careful. 12 gauge has a hell of a kick.
Yeah.
And he comes in and sees Arlo talking to the dad talking to the young nurse.
That's an old joke, Mr. Givens. Well, I'm an old man. that was so cool. Like,
tells the doctor, this is my son. He's a federal marshal.
Really, Chris? Y'all don't need to get on Ben Togel for his spelling errors.
Raylan's helping him get into bed, and he's like, be careful with those tubes. Don't yank them out thinking it'll solve all your problems.
See, here's where I think the dad really likes his son, though. Like, it's not like, I don't think he hates his son, does he?
Well, let's not get ahead of ourselves.
I mean, if you're watching this episode,
no, you would think the father is genuine.
Yeah,
like wants a relationship with his son.
Yeah.
Starts telling a story about his granddad.
Really unique.
Well, talks about his own dad being a piece of shit and all this stuff. So he's talking about his own dad being a piece of shit. But I'm sure if you're Raylan, you've probably heard this story 1,000 times, right?
Yeah. Yeah, Raylan tells him, I think you pulled the wrong man to pull your little rent scam on. Just leave him alone. And if he comes and bothers you, call. I told him to call me or something. And he might look like a pushover, but he's not. So he comes by, you call.
Yeah,
and he says, you call Sheriff
Hunter.
And he said, I don't need Sheriff Hunter.
Well, yeah.
And then this is a scene here where this changes too. Like, Johnny Crowder owns a bar. All right. And this is supposed to be the bar.
Knee pads?
I don't see knee pads. But this bar is not the same bar that they use later on in the show.
But that's typical.
Right.
It's typical. I don't have a problem with that stuff.
Because this actually looks like a nice bar. The bar that ends up later on in their bar, you'll be like, wait, what? It looks like a bar in a little shit town. This looks like a bar in a nice town.
Yeah, it's more of a dive.
Yeah, the bar that Johnny Crowder ends up with. So, yeah.
Well, is it because? Well, okay, yeah. They don't explain it like he lost his old place and he had to move into a new bar. It is a new bar, a different bar.
No, but I'm saying that this is Johnny's bar. It's supposed to be Johnny's bar.
What I'm saying is,
they don't explain it. Later on, they don't explain nothing.
It's
they don't explain the set change at all. It's a different bar. I guess they don't think people would notice.
Yeah, nothing caught on fire. Nobody lost.
Okay.
No, it's just a different bar completely. It's completely different.
Okay.
Different shape. That's like a bar almost like in the center. They had let's go back and look at it. See, it's like a center bar with thing here.
Yeah.
Later on, it's a U-shaped bar. They don't have any pool tables or anything. It's just a U-shaped bar with a bunch
of big heart sign mirror in the back or anything.
No, but it's just like a shitty U-shaped bar. Like a U-shaped bar, not U-shaped, L-shaped bar. I'm sorry, L-shaped bar with just like shitty chairs and tables.
So yeah, I don't know why they would do that. It doesn't seem like that'd be a big money thing. Like,
I don't know either. But none of this shit with the hanging glasses, that's all gone later
Well, how
on.
much of this was location and how much of it was set, do you think?
I don't know. You know,
You know what I
like
mean?
this
Part
might
of
like
it
this.
is
Then again,
where-
too. This was the first season. You know what I mean?
and you're
So-
you're getting
and you're
introduced to
introducing-
places. Yeah.
Right. So
I
it's
think-
possible they didn't know where this was going to go because it's later on. I'm saying in this season, the bar is completely different.
Well, this bar, there's never an office scene in this bar, right?
Correct.
And I think that's probably one of the reasons they had to do that. If there's going to be scenes that require privacy in an office, and this bar doesn't have one, or the
Yeah,
set
doesn't have like the
or
because
the
like
set didn't have
in
one.
the actual bar here. If you look here, see where my mouse is.
Yeah.
There's a walkway here that goes back to the back room in the new bar. It goes to this private back room area.
Okay. Well, it would have been like a 2-sentence.
I'm sorry, they do have a pool table. They do have a pool table in the new bar. It's not new bar, but in the other bar because
the different set. Yeah.
there's a different set where there's a pool table a pool ball gets thrown at someone.
Well, I'm just saying, like it'd have been like a 2-paragraph fucking description of, hey, dude, the old bar is our new location. Our old location got fucking, a fire or something. But I guess they didn't think
It's quite possible they might not think nobody would ever notice. Say, hey, that's a different. Just like remember how I noticed that it's the wrong house. The house changes.
But the house thing, I get that. But this is a fucking set. Like this is a full blown bar. I mean, that's like walking into FBI headquarters in season 1 of X-Files, and it's one thing, and the next 7 seasons is a different thing. It's like, what? Why did it change?
Let's see what this. Oh, he tells him go outside.
I forgot your number. Jesus, Raylan, all the times I struck you out, you think you'd remember.
Yeah, he doesn't remember his fucking number on his uniform. Yeah. Yeah. He said, I don't remember your number, dude. Like, it's such a fucking show of disrespect right there.
Yeah, because he remembered Raylan's number.
25. It's 25. And he's like, he goes, are you still playing ball? He goes, yeah. I still
And he
have
makes
a
some
batting
comment
average
about
of
him.
200.
He makes a comment about him shooting Boyd, and he goes, Boyd, forgive me. Boyd said, I didn't blame me. Boyd said it was God's fault. Take it up with God.
Yeah, because this is cousin, right?
Yeah, cousin Johnny.
Which again, the guy don't hate him. He does not hate him. Like, he just wants him to swing the fucking bat, and he does. It's like, holy shit. Like, this is what's so fun about the show, right? This is what's fun. And is this guy in Deadwood, or is he in fucking any other show you guys have watched before? His cousin?
Cousin Johnny?
Yeah.
I think Cousin Johnny was in one of the wasn't he in the first Equalizer?
Yes, he played
With
a Russian.
Denzel?
He played a Russian, if I'm not
Okay.
mistaken, like a Russian.
Need a favor, Johnny. Why don't you girls go inside, get yourself a drink?
Those girls look a little young
That's a matter of opinion.
for being at a bar.
21's a legal age, dude. With a fake ID, you can get anything you want. What's a legal age in Europe at a bar, Ben Togel? Is it 16?
You shot my cousin.
You shot your cousin.
Canada's
No,
19.
God shot Boyd. Ask him. He'll tell you I saved his soul.
Yeah.
And he did. He did. No, legal drinking age in Austria cannot be 14, dude. That cannot be real. Don't fucking lie to me.
Dude, that'd be amazing.
I know when I was in Iceland, it was 16, but that was in 1982. We used to go off base. Oh, legally 16. Legally 16. I thought so. The Europeans don't look at alcohol like Americans do. Like it's some fucking goddamn thing that's toxic to everybody. Varies from 16 to 20, says Red Scorpion. But not 21 like America in every state. Every state agrees. Isn't that crazy, ID? Every state agrees that the legal drinking age should be 21.
Yeah.
How could that be?
I remember when my sister went to college and it was 1984, I think.
I will be right back. I
went
got to
from-
take the dog out.
I
Yeah,
think
go
when
ahead.
they went from 18 to 21, and she's telling me a story about being at a birthday party for a guy who had turned 18, so he would have been old enough to drink.
Mm-hmm.
And the next day, they implemented the law that meant he had to wait 3 more years.
Oh no.
Yeah. Yeah, it was right around then.
I also think back then too, when they changed that drinking age, as long as you were 18 before it changed, you were grandfathered in.
You know what, I was, shoot, I was 13 at the time, so I was way far away from caring.
No, I know. And then you turned 18, you're like, motherfucker, I gotta find somebody at the liquor store. Yeah.
Well, I mean, honestly, like when I turned 21, I'd been living on my own long enough. It was, I was around adults and people who already had beer. So like by the time you turned 21,
Yeah.
it wasn't a big deal.
It was,
you knew all the bars that didn't card or anything like that. It just,
right. Or you just had a fucking house party and people brought their own beer and shit
Yeah.
and had a good time that way. Yeah.
Yeah.
Or you knew somebody that would just buy you beer all the time.
yeah,
I mean,
it was just really easy. As easy as buying cigarettes without an ID.
yeah, it's amazing. Like in America, you can get a license, a learner's permit at 15, a driver's license at 16. But 21 is like this weird age that like they think you're actually capable. Oh, but you can go die for your country at 18. Right. Let's not forget that. You can always go die for America at 18, but you can't
Some
drink in
people
America
would
until you're
say,
21.
Some people would look at the glass as half empty and say that you get to die for your country. Other people might look at the glass half full and say you get to kill for your country. And then they'll be all like, man, that's awesome.
Yeah, but I'd still like to be able to buy a beer.
Yeah, sure.
If I can defend my country, I should be able to, drink a beer if I feel like it.
Right.
Or a good scotch or a good bourbon or whatever. I mean,
well, we all grew up tasting, your dad's or your uncle's beer,
Oh yeah, they'd always give you a fucking can of beer at the house party.
Once they got a few of them in themselves, they're like, "Hey kid, come here."
Yeah, I remember being 6 years old and I'm taking sips of fucking Coors. Like, holy shit. But man, once my dad lost his fucking shit with the alcohol stuff, he's like, I remember one night, 18 years old, at our house, we had a basement, right? And I was having a birthday party or something like that. And it was in the basement. So all the kids could go around the back of the house to the walkout basement door. So nobody knew who was coming in. And we were drinking our asses off, right? My dad comes down. He's like, what the fuck is going on down here? Now, my mom is French. Okay. She comes down and she goes to my dad. She goes, would you fucking leave him alone? He's having a party. He's got his friends here. They're having a few beers. What's your problem? And of course,
straight from France.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah.
Nice. Cool.
Like never got her fucking citizenship, was a green card member or green card holder till she died. But anyway, my dad, he's like, God damn it, Marie, this is some bullshit. These kids are, they're going to get drunk here. And she goes, yeah. Okay. We have enough space for these kids to sleep if they want to sleep. Let your son have a party.
Yeah. And better that if they're going to be drunk, that they stay here.
Yeah. So my mom turned on all the lights in the basement because, it's a party. We got the fucking black lights going or whatever.
Yeah.
And she says, all right, kids, give me all your keys. And she took all the keys. And
yeah, give me all your keys, and we're not going to talk about this ever again.
Yeah, and there was no cell phones. There was no cell phones back then. So if somebody wanted to leave, they had to go get their keys from my mom, and my mom would say nope, or she'd say yep, or she'd say, are you going to get in trouble? And they'd say yes. If I don't go home, I'll get in trouble. She said, well, I'll call your parents, and she'd call their parents, and their parents were fine with it, dude. They're like, dude, thank God you called me. Like, you know what I mean? Like,
yeah, right.
Yeah, like we're not dumb. We know what these dumb fuckers are doing. We'd rather you have us come pick them up than drive home drunk.
And they didn't have tracking devices on them either. They didn't. Nobody had a smartphone.
Yeah. 7 and 7 is what I got sips of. 6 here as well. Yeah, dude, 6 years old is like this magic age of people at a party giving little kids like a sip of what they're having. It's like, okay. It wasn't like a lot. It was just like a funny thing, ID.
Yeah.
Like, oh, take a sip of my beer. Okay.
Yeah, right.
And then they would take it right away and say, get the fuck in the back room. Stop coming out in the main room where the adults are.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
you stayed up a little bit too late at the Christmas party. And
oh, but I remember back also when my parents would have parties, like they would lock us behind the door in the hallway where all the bedrooms were and say, do not come out. Stay the fuck out of here. Yeah. After about an hour, all the kids would come out, and that's when they started giving us beer because they were already drunk. They're like, oh, here, have a kid.
Let them out. Yeah, they'll be like, maybe one of them will do something funny.
Yeah.
Yeah, let the kids out. I'm sure they're worth
kids,
laughing at.
Yeah. Another cool thing my mom used to do is like if I had like a girl coming over or something for a date, she'd go buy wine coolers so we could watch a movie and just, buy a 4-pack of wine coolers.
Wow. Well, yeah. But that was back before wine coolers made you gay.
Oh, dude, I had a chick at my house. I would drink anything. I was fucking 16 years old. Somebody wants to fucking sit in the house with me and watch a movie, and my mom's going to buy us some wine coolers. That made me even more cool, right?
Yeah. No, what makes you really cool is when you're over 21, when you go to college and all of your friends aren't old enough to drink.
Now, what makes you super gay is when you're 21 and you come back to your fucking high school parties. You know those guys that you'll be in high school and the guy that graduated 4 years ago still shows up to high school parties? What a fucking turd.
Yeah.
The old those guys are the worst. Yeah. Well, they're not even the old guy. They're the pedophiles at that time. They're just looking for young girls that they can impress with their go. Because if you're 22 years old and you go back to high school parties, guess what you have? Nothing going on in your fucking life. That tells me all your adult friends don't want you to hang with them. So you go to these little kid parties so you can be the cool guy.
They've been out of high school for 2 or 3 years. They go to one of those grad parties and try to sound like they have the most sage wisdom of all.
Oh, dude. And they're living at home, driving their mom's fucking El Camino, whatever.
Yeah. Like, what's his face? That Will Ferrell's character from Wedding Crashers.
Yes.
Mom, the meatloaf.
Or Step Brothers, too. Holy shit. That movie, Step Brothers, just cracks me up the most, man. All right.
Yeah. I got thanks for letting me on. I'm gonna turn this off here, get this phone out of the easel or whatever it is, and clean up for the night.
All right, buddy. Well, thanks, man. Thanks for joining us. Your art looks awesome, by the way.
Thank you very much. Yeah,
looks fantastic.
I look forward to maybe even streaming on my own channel for once. And getting some of this painting done on the fly. Yeah,
you got to play some like some music that's allowed on the background. So if you're not talking, at least they have something to jam to or whatever.
Yeah, no, without a doubt. You come on while I'm painting and tell me how you like the vibe, and I'll adjust it as necessary.
Well, if you also like. Let me know when you're fucking streaming. I'll fucking put it out there too, so everybody can jump on real quick.
Sure.
Yeah, sounds good.
Right. Thanks again, guys. Take it easy,
all right, buddy.
Jim.
Take it easy.
Hey, man, if that's what your mom's willing to buy you when you're in high school and when you can't buy it legally and there's a girl coming to the house, it doesn't make you gay. It makes you heterosexual. You're trying to get to that wonderful Y zone. Because we're talking about like my mom used to buy me alcohol when I was in high school if we were going to be at the house and I had a date, right? She'd just buy us a 4-pack of wine coolers to watch a movie or something. Now Red Scorpion says, wrong. Wine coolers always make you gay. But this was 1984, man. 85.
Do you remember the first date?
My first date?
Yeah.
You mean?
Well, let me just ask, what was his name?
Peter. No, so
That's a
I mean-
Sopranos joke when Paulie would ask, remember your first blowjob? And he'd go, yeah, I remember my first blowjob. What was his name?
yeah, I do that to people all the time. But what's his name? What's his name? I mean, I remember my first time, right?
Okay.
But my first date, I don't know if I know that. Because dating in high school was weird, dude. Like, you might just be somewhere with somebody. Next thing they know, they're calling it a date, but you're like, well, I just met you at a party. It wasn't really a date. But I know the first time I did it with a girl, and I wasn't young. I wasn't a young person. I was a senior in high school. So,
Let's jump back in. We only got a few minutes left in this episode.
well, you're the one who had to walk the fucking dog.
I know. So they're going over it, and he says, he asked him about Sam Perkins. Is he up to something? He goes, yeah, well, tell you what, I'll tell you what I know if you can get a hit off of me or something.
In three pitches. In three pitches. Yeah.
So,
see, you missed the faggot line.
Yeah.
You got to go backwards.
You still play ball?
There you go.
Oh, I'm a solid 200 hitter.
I tell you what, how about I give you 3 good pitches? If you get one, I'll answer your question.
Where?
Right there's good.
You got a bat?
Of course I got a bat. What do you think, I'm a fag?
Like, they would never say that today.
No.
Ever. Oh, I mean, they might in some like good movie, but not in like everyday mainstream stuff. Talk to the chat real quick, Jim. I'll be right back.
And so it's funny too. They don't have a baseball.
You can play it, Jim.
I don't want to
If
play
you want
it.
to,
Get-
but I'll be
I don't
right
want to
back.
get struck. But so they don't even have a baseball. He's got a bat, but they don't have a ball. He gets 3 rocks. And then the first one he throws right at Raylan's head. And so then Raylan draws a box to make sure, like a strike zone. And then Raylan gets a hold of one, and one's a foul ball, and then one goes right at Johnny's head. And so he tells him hillbilly heroin. You know what that is?
Into something?
Yeah, he's moving hillbilly heroin. You know what that is, or you've been gone too long?
Oxycontin?
Oxycontin? So there's that part, and then we'll jump ahead here to something about. Then he tells him, I think, about Ava needs to get out of town because Bo's going to be getting out soon, and Bo's not going to forgive her for what happened to Bowman. And so he tells
Bo Crowder's getting out of
Out of
prison
prison.
soon. Ava killed his son.
You never
So-
miss the fag line, Jim. Ever. You never miss. When TV's going to give you gold, you got to watch the gold. Oh my God.
So Johnny's just telling her get Ava out of Kentucky as soon as possible.
Because
So
he's
then
getting out of
Raylan-
jail, right? That guy's
Right. So Raylan goes back to meet Stan Perkins. Yeah, and they see what he did. That's why I'm here. You messed with his wife. And he tells him, tornado weather, you got to know going green. That's when it comes to Arlo. You got to know. Arlo asked a question, just do it's going south. Nobody did anything. So his Aunt Helen would take him and bring him there. It was her house then. She used to keep ice cold Cokes in the refrigerator. And
Yeah.
they used to watch Gunsmoke and have Gun Will Travel on the TV. Son of a bitch, I do know this whole TV show.
No, he said, he says, do you know the show Have Gun Will Travel?
Yeah.
And he says, no. He goes, you should check it out. It's pretty good. Like, he's like, it's pretty good.
She was the first person I knew had cable TV. Is that my father's bat? Yeah. We played the board games, Monopoly, Clue. We'd play hide and seek. You know where my favorite spot was? Here, let me show you. And then he gives him a little push with the bat. And this is a good line right
Every
here.
inch of this space. I remember that carpet and this paneling. The secret compartment, you guys know about that?
And they say no. But they did know.
We know they know. Yeah.
Oh, I'm sure it's still there. Oh, yes.
Well, looky here.
Oh, what the hell is this?
So somebody went back and put drugs back there.
Or they put him there that night, right?
Well, no, it would have to have been after Arlo got arrested. So it would have had to have probably been Helen.
Right.
Maybe Helen. Either that or Arlo did it before he went after him with the bat. One of the two.
Or
you don't really know.
Or
he thinks it had to have been Helen.
Or they're his drugs.
Well, no, because he doesn't think it was his because he didn't act. He let him into the house and didn't tell him, don't, because he could have told him at any time, hey, what are you doing? You don't have a warrant. Get out of here.
Yeah. I don't think that's a thing in this show. I don't think that people tell Raylan that too often.
So now this is another real good part right here.
I don't know. You take another step, I'll shoot you where you stand. Now you and your brother lay down on your tummies. You put your hand behind your head.
On your
Go
tummies. On your tummies. On your tummies. That's the funniest shit ever. Lay on your tummies. Holy shit.
This guy says, you think I'd ever let you look at that closet if I thought there was drugs in there? And he's like, well, what's missing? It's like, how about the beating you won't get for messing with my Aunt Helen?
Good
For
point.
messing with my Aunt Helen.
And so he said there was 70,000 worth of drugs in there. So he comes and confronts them and tells them he knows what they're up to. And,
what do you mean? What are you talking about? Oxycontin? What? Like, I don't know anything about that stuff. I'm an old man.
And this is a good line too. Oh shit. How did that happen?
Is there a part of you that's just disappointed
Disappointed.
in that you raised such an idiot?
That you raised such an idiot that I fell for your shit. You got me running around doing your shit for you.
You got me fixing your fucking problems, old man. God damn it. Oh, shit. I forgot to get some. Go ahead, Jim.
Thinking about, he had a heart attack today.
Oh my God. Is that true? Arlo, I'm so sorry.
He is. He's really sorry about the heart attack. So you stole the drugs. And I bet you even called in the burglary, which we saw he did call in the burglary.
I bet you even called in the burglary.
Yeah, we saw that.
Yep.
He's like, I must not have taught you very well. You don't go back and steal something. You don't go steal something, then call the police. He's like,
Yeah,
you do if you want to get caught and you want your son, the federal marshal, to come and fix everything and chase the man away. When I tumble upon Perkins, he's like, get a warrant and search the house. He's like, I know you already got it hid somewhere, probably buried in a hole.
You buried the money in the backyard and somewhere, and he goes, I know what you fucking do. I know the
I
oxy's
know the money you
gone.
got from it's probably buried under the ground someplace. Just
Yeah.
Yep.
He's like, but I can do one thing. I could send you back to jail. I could put you back where I got you from. What does that mean? I'll put you back in jail because he botted him out, so he's going to send him back to jail. I got you out of jail. At the very least, I'll get you back in. And then this is where Helen
I know
starts
what it
telling
looks like, Raylan. I know.
yeah.
Like, do you think she's in on it?
I don't know. Raylan thinks so.
He definitely thinks
He
so.
tells her, one thing my Aunt Helen taught me, it's how to treat a woman, maybe, or take a woman out to dinner or something like that. And also how to spot a liar.
How to spot a liar. Right.
Yeah.
How to treat a woman and how to spot a liar. Yeah.
Oh, I think it's exactly what it looks like. And that bail I posted, please consider that a belated wedding present.
That the bag was planted for me to find, and Arlo was in the hospital, so it must have been you.
With how to talk to a girl and order food at a nice restaurant was how to spot a lie.
How to spot a lie.
And how to order food at a nice restaurant.
Yeah. None of this would have happened if if you had called your father when you came to town, and everybody was like, "Oh my God, all this happened because I didn't call my father when I came to town."
Yeah, that's weak. Like, don't go there, Aunt Helen. That's not cool. Like, don't make me the bad guy because of my dad's fucking.
Yeah, and so he goes and stares at his mother's grave, and and that's the end of the episode.
Yeah. So it ends.
This is the next episode, the collection, which is a pretty good episode, actually.
All right. So, if you were to pick 4 or 5, which one do you prefer?
Episode-wise?
Yeah, 4 or 5.
I don't know. Let's see. 4 was The Fixer, right? No, wait. 4 was Long in the Tooth. I think Long in the Tooth is better than 5. But 5 is a good episode because it lays stuff out coming forward. You know what I mean? It's setting up a bunch of stuff that's going to happen.
But I think 4 was good for the relationship in the office. Like, his relationship with his coworker was cool. I also got to know more about his history, what he did a little bit in different places and stuff. That was cool. I prefer 4 over 5, but it's like a 8.5 versus a 9. You know what I'm saying, Jim? It's that close. There's not much that you would nitpick over any one. Now, the dad thing, I guess, is going to be there forever. Like, it's the whole series.
Not the whole series, but I think up to maybe I think it's
a while.
Season 4 or 5, maybe.
Okay, but it's a while. So
it's a while. Yeah.
Does Aunt Helen stick around a lot?
I don't want to spoil anything.
But I'm saying, like,
she's in this season and next season. I'll put it that way.
Okay. Which is what was that? Your dog?
My dog wants to go out the door for some reason.
Oh, wants to go see somebody else in the house? Let him out the door.
All right, hold on. I have a video pulled up. It's an Aaron Imholt video. He didn't make the goal.
What goal?
His goal, his fundraising goal.
Fundraising goal for what?
Hey, his goal for every episode, how he does the thing trying to raise money.
$200 a show or whatever.
Yeah, and it's better when he doesn't make the goal. It's funnier. So there's this. It's a video of him not making the goal, spazzing out. Just if you're interested.
No, I'm interested because that is so fucking gay. The Bob and KC, you should take notes on how to be gay on YouTube. 23 minutes?
This is from Who Are These Podcasts? So I could speed it up. I'll speed it up because they talk slow. But.
So Red Scorpion, he grifts for money at the end of his dumb shows to keep the show going. It's lame and gay. God damn, that's gay, guys.
Yeah. If you want us to go longer, give us money.
No, just give us money if you feel like giving us money. But I'm not going to beg anybody for fucking money. Jesus Christ. It's like me going to my customers and saying, hey, man, if you buy some product this month, I'll give you 15% off because I got to make some money to pay my rent. No, I don't pay my rent, or I do pay my rent, but I'm going to treat all my customers the same way because they all have their own value, or the same value to me. Can't stand that shit. I can't stand sales guys that do that shit. Yeah, so.
Who are these podcasts? WATP.
One of my favorite things to do is to watch Aaron miss the goal. It really is.
Oh, so it's
so entertaining. What do you think about that, Joe? Do you enjoy watching Aaron miss the goal?
I think it's the funniest thing he does.
It really is. It really is his best content. And so if you guys aren't following Seal Toe and Aaron Imholt, it was a big week for him. He had court on Tuesday. He's on a 1-year probation. Could land 90 days in jail. If he breaks that probation, he might already have. We don't know. We'll find out.
Don't watch Aaron Imholt, dude.
No, they watch clips.
They just see the highlights. They're not watching this.
They're not watching the show. They have people pulling clips.
No. They're not watching this show. Give me a fucking break. No fucking way are they watching this goddamn show. You know what, man? I usually hate these East Coast motherfuckers, but I would drink a beer with all these guys. I like all of them, dude. Next time my wife is going to Buffalo, I'm gonna hit up Carl and say, hey, I'm in the Buffalo area. Jim Satala, Jim tells you, says you're a cool dude. Where can I send a beer to your house at? $5 for 5 more hours? Deal?
No.
It is a weeknight in Motto.
No, I've got school tomorrow. It's a school night.
However, all my appointments are canceled tomorrow. So I was going to try to end the show at 10, but I have no limit tonight. So we'll see where your $5 takes us, buddy. We will definitely see. Not 5 hours, though. But thank you for the $5, by the way, in Motto. That's very nice of you. Thank you so much.
Yeah, that's what he said. And then Nick Rekieta had court on Wednesday, and Ethan Ralph was in town to follow that. Okay. And so Steel Toe challenges Ethan Ralph to a boxing match at his gym. And it's the most embarrassing thing. NLO covered this very well, so I'm not going to play these clips. But what happened was he challenged Ethan Ralph. Ethan Ralph's an hour away from this gym. This is just rural Minnesota. And he says, Ralph, I'll see you at my gym. I'll give you the headgear. I'll give you everything you need. I'll even give you lessons. I could teach you how to box. So he goes down to his gym after hours, like 10 p.m. And there's one of his friends are there. He's there with a few of his friends. One of his friends is just filming him. And Aaron, instead of just waiting around for Ethan Ralph to show up, gets into the whole thing. He's got the headgear on, his mouthpiece is in, his gloves are on, and he's just pacing around the ring. And he thinks this is a big W for him. It's just embarrassing. Like, you didn't have to get into any of this. You could have waited for Ralph to get here. It's going to take him time to get into his stuff too. So what are you doing?
Yeah, you can pace around in front of his house.
Or go to the gym, open up the door, just go, all right, internet, we're here waiting for Ralph. I'll let you know if he shows up. And then come back.
Already together.
Yeah.
Come back. He's not here. You guys chickening out like he could have done something.
I don't know if he gave him the right address or not. There was that floating around that supposedly didn't. I don't know. Ralph said that he was never going to show up, that he was just fucking with them. So.
Oh, okay. Well, that's because I would hope that Ralph's not going to waste his time on this retard dude. He does not need to deal with Aaron Emholtz on any capacity other than yapping at each other.
Are you seeing this resident hillbilly's face? It looks like it's swollen or something.
Dude, it's super red.
It's like swollen out.
Yeah, like
I wonder if he's got an infected tooth or something. It's weird.
I don't know, but
I would have had my face turned so that's not facing the camera.
Well, he's got some weird lighting going on too. Like there's these little laser lights floating around his face too. You see him, like the green on his mustache there.
Yeah.
And the white dot on his neck. It's fucking gross.
He is wearing a Waterboy jersey. Bobby Boucher.
Well, that's a hillbilly thing, right? Yeah. That's Adam Sandler, the Jewish guy making fun of people in Louisiana being a retarded football player.
To make him look like he was in control of the situation.
Just as I suspect.
Yeah. Instead, he's such a loser. He's just like, oh, I'm getting a big W over Ethan Ralph right now. And I'm not an Ethan Ralph fan at all, but I have a feeling that Ralph was just like, yeah, I'll box you just to see him do that.
Right.
He had no plan of dragging
Ethan Ralph has gotten beat up on the internet a couple times already. He is not afraid to come take an ass whooping if it's
No, he went to Portugal and got beat up twice.
Oh, it was so bad. I saw the video. He got slept.
Oh my God, he got the shit kicked out of him. He was hospitalized.
That's the thing.
All right, now I'm wondering if maybe this guy had an accident because see that looks like a scar.
Oh, maybe.
Underneath it.
Or he had a tumor.
Something, yeah. So
I had a cousin when she was a baby. Like the whole side of her face was swollen out like this for probably like 2 years of her life, and they removed the tumor. Now she's beautiful. I mean, she was a beautiful girl. But man, that thing when she was a baby was scary. And then my half sister's son, her third son, had like a your big toe, Jim. What do they call your big toe? I don't even know what they call it, but
I think they call it your big toe.
I know, but like the big toe was like just a big bubble, like expanding, and it just kept growing and growing. One day my sister sends me a picture. I go, when are you going to fucking take care of this? She goes, well, what are you talking about? I go, he's 9 months old. You have to fix this. She goes, well, it's part of who he is. I said,
okay.
I said, listen, it's not a part of who he is. He's 9 months old. Let him, you need to fix this now, Sam, because, but but his other brothers, they're used to it already. I go, yeah, they'll be used to like his toe being fixed or gone and it not being this big bubble on his foot. They'll be more used to that really quick. So she got it taken care of. Now he's 2 years old and he walks. I mean, when you're that young, you can, if she would have waited until he was like super old, he might have been a cripple, but not, like, they figure shit out the younger they are.
Yeah.
Oh, Halix is the big toe is called the Halix. Halix. Right?
He got robbed
on
camera.
in the house.
It's crazy. All right. So this is Thursday. Steel Toe comes back and he goes, what a night we had yesterday. He's feeling all the feels. He's got all the victories, lots of W's, and he's talking about hitting the streak and hitting the goals. And so, now we're down to 5 minutes to go in the show.
We're not going to hit the goal.
What's going to happen? Because we're pretty far away from the goal at this point.
MSO says, not looking good, Tubby. All right, guys, MSO is primed for victory. We're $155 away.
So MSO is this person in the chat that gives us a good-natured ribbing about missing the goal from time to time. So you're going to hear him and MSO go back and forth on this.
I like motivation.
Yeah, of course. You got to have a villain.
$5 over on YouTube. Says, rally now. I agree with him, guys. 5 minutes left. Get in there. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Rumble Rants, YouTube. Whatever you've got.
McDonald's coupons. It's
what
the funniest
the
thing
fuck
he does.
is this,
It's so
Jim?
great.
Is this a used car salesman?
This is worse than that. Son of a bitch. Hold on.
Holy shit, chat. This is some terrible stuff here, guys. I mean, this is how stupid I am. I'm on my own streams, and Ethan's having a fucking eBay sale during Trashcast, and I'm spending money there. I'm not going to my chat. Oh my God. Venmo me money? Like, dude, you got your chat sending you money through Venmo? That's some weird. That's optically weird, dude. Like, why? Oofa. I mean, get the fuck out of here, dude. Do your show. Let it be a natural thing. Don't remind your chat of any of that shit. Doesn't matter. The chat wants to hang. They want to hang and have a good time. Throw you a few bucks. That's fine. Don't be Camelot where, I'm going to do Solid Snake again for the 290th episode in a row. So I'm going to take off my shirt, sing a gay Metal Gear Solid song, which is fine. And then, wear a bandana and do the whole thing with the chest. I'm Camelot. So this is Camelot without taking a shirt off every episode, Jim. Like,
this is bad. Like, why doesn't he just say he's got a cup outside that someone's shaking, that Johnny Crutches is outside shaking, rattling a cup, hoping someone will drop some change in it.
He just should have a sign up there that says, will work for fucking super chats only. If you're not.
It's not just super chats though. It's Streamlabs, super chats, Venmo, PayPal.
Well, that's the same thing. Like, just send me money. Yeah, the only way
money.
I can only be here if you guys send me money. Like this unlikable guy in the first place. He's so unlikable. He's God. And he's everything okay with the phone call?
Yeah, everything's fine.
Okay. I wasn't bad. I said the song is fine, but I don't need to hear Camelot sing it. And I used to send Camelot money. I don't anymore because, again, I found out what he was about when Nick got arrested. The longer list of places to donate. Holy shit, I forgot how many places that Tubby fuck has to grip his audience. The gayness. Yes, it's like, come on, man. I got one place to donate. That's a super chat, Jim. That's it.
Yep.
And my only super chat gimmick, Jim, is my whiteboard. That's it, right? If it's a $20 super chat, they get their name on the whiteboard. That's it.
And what I don't understand though is his thing back to, like, he's got these shows. He says 22 show streak. I think he lies. I think he just, after so long, he'll say like, "Oh yeah, we've been on a streak," and just tell him we don't want to be the first show. To, like, he forgets. I don't know, because there's no way that he's been on a 22 show streak of making the goal. You see, it says there.
Yeah, I see it. That's That's Camelot's gimmick too. He does. Oh, we're 278-day streak of
Naked Snake.
Naked Snake. Okay. I'm only streak I'm on, Jim, is every week I stream, like at least 5 days a week. That's it.
I was going to say the only streak he has is in his pants.
No, it's on his fucking chin. They deposit on Aaron. He doesn't give.
No, I meant like shit streaks in his pants.
Wasn't this dumbass supposed to quit YouTube? He's supposed to quit talking about his ex-wife on YouTube. That's for sure, Chris. For sure.
Yeah.
You see what Red Scorpion says? Oh shit! Yeah, that's right, Red Scorpion. Oh my god. Or the number of times he saw his wife get banged by another dude.
Maybe.
And now he's going to go back and look at the streak that he's on. So this every time he hits the goal, the streak increases. It was pointed out by Patrick Melton on his show that the Wednesday before he went to the gym, he never hit any goals, but he claims that he did just to keep the streak alive. So he just lies about the streak, but it's fine.
Oh.
24 shows in a row. The streak is on the line, and we are 155 away. Get in there with your generosity. We love those PayPals and Venmos.
Hey, generosity,
but we
dude.
love anything.
This is guilting people. Don't guilt people to give you money, dude. Holy shit.
When we're 155 away from the goal and 30 minutes of overtime. This is everybody's favorite part of the show.
Yep.
It's goal time.
This is everyone's favorite part of the show. All right.
Yeah.
Watch his body language.
I would love
He's so
to see-
nervous about not making this money. He's so
what I would love to see is when he's doing this and your boys here are watching it and they actually have at the bottom how many people are watching and how many people are dropping off as he starts fucking begging for money. That'd be even funnier because when he says it's his favorite part of the show or their favorite part of the show, everybody's checking the fuck out. That would be the best.
Yeah, but I think actually he probably has more people watching at the end of the show just to see this meltdown retardation where he's like, I need the money. Come on.
Oh, you think haters would do that? Okay.
Right, yeah.
I got you. Fair point. But do you think? I mean, I don't know how long how long is a typical Aaron show?
I think he does like 3 or 4 hours in the morning and 3 or 4 hours in the afternoon. He does it twice a day.
Every day?
I think so. Monday through Friday. I'm not mistaken.
Oh, and that streak is for 2 shows combined. It doesn't have to be in one show, but this is like his night show, and he's begging on the night show because in the morning show he made no money. Also,
well, like they just said, though, he'll say that he made the streak even though he did it. Then he'll do something where he'll say, "Oh, well, we were this much short on this show, and now we got this much money, so that makes that show as part of the streak." And
fidgety. He can't control himself.
Carl, there's a term for this. It's called icing the kicker. They do it in football all the time. That's what's happening right now.
You're
They
right.
got his legs shaking a little bit.
Time's ticking away, guys.
Yeah, the goal's moving a little bit, I think, from side to side. Good luck, buddy.
The wind's picking up.
Now all
icing the
jacked up on
kicker. That's a
Celsius.
good one. I like Hillbilly.
I can't believe I'm not waking Gordy up. This is amazing. MSO says 24, and there ain't no more.
So is
Prove
Gordy
it
his
wrong,
super
guys.
chatter?
Don't listen to this asshole. We've got this. 155 away. We can all team up. We can do this thing.
we. It's him. You want money? You want money, dummies? He doesn't. It's no we.
Dude, if you want
It's
to
him
keep
and your money in his pocket.
if you want to keep your streak going, then just fucking super chat yourself.
Yeah.
Yeah, shut the fuck up. Don't beg.
So that's what someone should say. Like, hey, where's your donation, fuckhead?
I mean, if you want to get that gay with this stuff, just tell your wife or your girlfriend, hey, throw $150 in the chat real quick. You'll get it back tomorrow. But just throw it in there and Venmo it so that there's no fucking fees on it. I don't want you to lose 30% of your 150. And then
Here's the thing. Nobody can see the Venmos or the PayPal, so he could just lie.
Like the Eric July numbers?
Yeah. What? He can say, oh, we just had a $200 Venmo come in. Thanks.
What?
Not Aaron. Well, yeah, it doesn't come up on the screen. The only people are seeing the Rumble chats, even the StreamYard chats, I don't think show up. Like the StreamYard pay thing. There's no
StreamYard has payments?
Yeah, there's a StreamYard things. People can send you money on StreamYard. StreamYard has a chat option.
How would the
I don't
chat-
know. It's because there's some kind of because you can give out links for people to watch your show on StreamYard, not on YouTube.
Is that right?
Yeah. It's not the same link to be a guest, but there's a StreamYard. There's a link for StreamYard.
A guest link?
Not a guest link, but to watch the show.
Really?
Yeah. I don't know how it works, but I know there is a StreamYard, and there was some kind of payment system for StreamYard, or maybe it's Streamlabs.
Streamlabs. I don't think it's because I whenever I click invite, it just gives me one link. It doesn't give me a fucking different link.
Let's go back and see what he says.
It's amazing. MSO says 24, and there ain't no more. Prove him wrong, guys. Don't listen to this asshole. We've got this. 155 away. We can all team up. We can do this thing.
Oh, I hate it.
Who's the we? This whole thing was like, give me money. Come on, us. Let's us all give me money.
We got it.
You're not part of this team, Aaron. You just want everyone else to give you money.
Get us inside of 50, and we buy ourselves another 30 minutes. This can be done. Pumpkin Popsums with 20 bucks says Toboys, lace up.
Yeah. Instead of the extra hour, if you just get us within 50, I'll do another 30 minutes, and that'll get us the rest of the way.
That gets us down to 140. 140 away. Rally it up and let's do this thing. We've got 3.5 minutes to go. Kotod says Suffolk goal 135 away from today's goal. Is the rally happening? Can this be done? 135 is the number, and we are just over 3 minutes away from deciding whether we go to 24 shows in a row or we start back at 0 on Monday.
He's trying to make this so exciting. Yeah. It's like, no, you're just embarrassing yourself.
It's pathetic.
It's kind of like those old Home Shopping Network commercials where they had the number, the clickers counting on the side screen. Like, we're selling out so fast. Only the first 400 people get extra accessories, and they sold 10 of them that night, guys. It's
PayPal, Streamlabs, Venmo,
Streamlabs,
YouTube, Rumble Rants. 135 is our number. It's getting down there.
It was 140 a second ago. Now it's 135.
He does this.
He can't keep track of the math at all.
Well, he's trying to rally.
Right. I'll pitch it $5. All right, 135 now. What do you guys think?
3 minutes away.
What are you,
turn.
fucking
we got
Jerry
Pumpkin
Lewis?
Popsums. We got Fauci's Pangolin. We got Kotod. Let's get about 10 more people in there.
Thing that
and
Jerry
let's
Lewis
just
used to do,
shit all over this goal. And
that's the other thing, too. He does not enjoy this.
Yeah.
This is exhausting. It's embarrassing. He knows that. When he said he was so excited because he had the morning off when he had to go to court.
Oh, right.
You were excited to go to court rather than do your show from your basement? That's not a good sign.
No, it shouldn't be. It's not that much fun, guys.
No,
I've been there.
Definitely not. It blows.
And shit all over MSO. He says, get your golf clubs ready. Nope, we're not taking a half hour off today. We're not ending a half hour early. We had a big day full of wins yesterday. We're going to get this thing taken care of. You guys have got it. I believe in you.
Day.
Don't make me not believe in you.
Aaron's ever had a win, Jim?
Like his big day full of wins was going to court and pleading guilty and getting a year probation.
Yeah,
that was his big day of
wins. It has to watch everything he says about an ex-partner of his, or he's going to jail for real. Like, big win, dude. Big win, soy boy. Jesus Christ. I still cannot understand how Nick brought this fucking guy into his world, dude. I don't understand it. Like, of all the people in the world, this guy is who Nick's going to be associated with for the rest of his fucking life. This guy.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't get it.
Ugh. 2 minutes and 10 seconds to go.
Uh-oh, guys. He might stop believing in us. Oh, no. I hope he gets a goal. Imagine watching the show and actually thinking like, man, maybe I should chip in. I don't know. He seems like he needs this money. I mean, there are those people in this world, obviously.
I've never done this. I've never asked for money publicly because if I asked for $10 and didn't get it, I'd myself.
Right. Yeah. It'd be so humiliating.
I'd be embarrassed. I would never fucking do it ever again.
I want to start interviewing the people who actually donate to him in earnest to help him reach the goal. I want to get their take on this.
Give me money. Hashtag Po Boys 501. I think. Fucking send me dollars. I'm not going to do anything for you. But if you're just wasting money on this fucking dude,
you just said don't get it.
Po Boys down in Florida, right?
He literally just said he would never do that.
He immediately did it. Yeah.
And but in Illinois, a poor boy is a different sandwich. It's
I said a po' boy, not a poor boy. Yeah.
Well, it's like a steak sandwich on a garlic.
No, I'm talking about down in the South.
Yeah.
Those are different sandwiches. Yeah. Like you have the shrimp ones, they have the dude. I'm staying the fuck away from Chicago food for the next 6 months, dude. I've been eating too well lately. I gotta stop. Today was minuscule food for me, and it's going to stay that way for the next 6 months. It's getting ridiculous. It's getting to be goddamn ridiculous. Somebody said on a stream like 3 months ago, I think it was Julio, dude, you're in your 50s. You got to enjoy what you eat. Nah, what you got to enjoy is like being able to walk without being a fat fuck.
No, I mean, you could pay attention to what you eat, and then once a week have something indulgent that you want.
I get it. Yeah, but the problem is when you go to those places, like let's say you go to a good pizza place, right? And you buy a large pizza. That pizza's in your fridge for the next 4 fucking days.
Not
right?
in my fridge.
In mine it is. All right.
It's gone the next day in my fridge.
Because you eat it all?
Yeah, I eat it all.
Well, either way, my point is I got to get back to where I was before I started streaming. I was working out every day. I was eating, 1,500 calories a day. Now I'm just a fucking asshole. And it drives me crazy. But I have so much fun on this stuff. Like, this is funny. This guy Carl's great. He's got a great personality. I just think he's just like, he's not a hater. He's just laughing at people, right? Am I wrong? He don't hate nobody.
It's just a show saying like, who are these? These people have podcasts. Like, in all reality, like getting a shitty podcast, getting on their show is going to
it grows your channel for crazy, right? Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well,
better be more than 10 guys. Just saying.
Look,
might not be back next.
So there's this place in town called Sam's Pizza, and I got the double XL. It's like a 24-inch pizza. All right, it's a big fucking pizza. Plus, I got the Italian beef pizza, which is basically an Italian style stuffed pizza with Italian beef, Jim.
Mm-hmm.
So it's like a beef roll, but it's a pizza. And I got a large. You get those two, that's like 14 pounds of fucking food. The boxes are crushing each other. That's going to last you a week. I had to freeze some of it, Jim, because I wasn't going to eat it all. I didn't want it to rot. But I still ate it all in a week, and it just makes you fat as fuck when I could have been eating better shit every day. I was eating that delicious shit. The delicious is good. Delicious works.
Victory is possible. We just all got to do it together. Oh boy, MSO is getting excited. I'm getting nervous.
Yeah, you look like it, buddy.
The streak is on the line, and the streak is starting to get really healthy. 2 minutes away.
This is every day for him, too. No, it'd be one thing if he's just like, month's almost over. We haven't made the nut yet. We got to keep this program going. Yeah. Even XXI. I was just NPR.
A local telethon.
Yeah, local telethons only do it like 3 times a year or something. Like, it can't just be every fucking day.
And there's not even a steel toe tote bag.
There might be.
Oh, all right.
I'm
in for $5. All right.
Game says Aaron accepts EBT transfer 50 cents on the dollar. King Kong Dong says Jews we are today. No. We're going to pretend everything goes to Israel if that's the case.
What?
How about that?
Pause it real quick, Jim. I'm going to show the chat what a beef roll pizza is. So you see this, Jim?
Yeah.
So this is a thick crust pizza, and it's stuffed in the crust with cheese, and everything in the center is nothing but Italian beef. And this is not even the large. This is like a medium. This is a large. It's 8 slices. One slice of this shit will fucking fill you up. And I got 8. There's 8. And I got my own for myself. That's how ridiculous I've been getting lately. And then let's see here. Like this is barely a fucking large right here. This pepperoni. That's their large. Their double XL is way bigger. Now the gay thing about Illinois pizza chat is they like to cut shit in squares. I cannot stand that square cut shit, Jim.
No, that's Chicago pizza, cut in squares.
It's cut in squares, but I don't like it because you don't get a crust on every slice. Right?
Yeah, but that's the difference. That's why it's a pizza. I don't know. Depends on if they do it right. If they do it right and the crust is cooked correctly, you have crust a nice crispy crust underneath the pizza.
Well, I'm going to tell you one thing I have learned about pizza is put it in your air fryer and cook it for another 5 minutes after the store cooks it, and it makes the crust nice and crunchy and that topping really fucking good. You gotta get that shit home and air fry it. If you don't air fry the square slice pizza in the middle, it gets real soggy. But when you put it in the air fryer, it changes the whole fucking thing. Yeah, round pie cut in squares, Kevin. They do it all. If you do not specify, I want that shit cut in triangles, they'll cut it in squares every time. And when they fuck it up, it's very, very annoying. Like annoying as shit. You're like, I said fucking triangles. Oh, sorry. Well, too bad. Yeah, it's got to be crispy. Yep. If it's not crispy, that center is the worst. It's the worst. Yeah. So, but that's the shit I've been eating lately, Jim. And because for 5 years I ate tuna fish, and I ate protein bars, and I ate. Actually, we ate a lot of those Hello Fresh meals. You know, where all your calories are pretty much 500 calories for your dinner. So I did. That's why I lost 150 pounds, like in like 10 months, because I ate nothing. So I'm going back to that. Today I had about probably 1,200 calories, and I'm going to keep on that again because I just don't like gaining weight. I'm not going to be Nick Rekieta, and in 4 months they're going to say I had a sexcapade with some crazy chick on YouTube, and this guy, like begging for cash. Begging, Jim. He's like begging for cash.
It's off-putting.
Did I tell you though, Jim? Like, I have that American Express Platinum card, right?
Yeah.
Personal. So they send me a link to go, hey, would you like a gold card? I said, okay. And I put it under BTM Reviews as a business account. So I have an actual gold American Express card that says BTM Reviews, and I can have up to 100 employees with the card. But if you get another gold card, they charge you. But if you just get the white card as a business, it's free. Mm-hmm. So the chick on the phone, she's like, well, you have one for this person. It's gold. We're going to charge you this much a year. I go, no. You fucking turn that card off and you give that person a white card. They don't know the difference. I'm not going to pay extra fees for that. But the cool thing about those, chat, if you do not have an American Express and you have all these other cards, cancel all the other ones and just get American Express. They do not fuck around. If you call them and say, hey, this charge is not correct, Jim, they don't even ask you, like, why. They say, deleted, sir. Have a good day.
No, if you buy something and it comes and it's fucked up, they get you your money back. If something stops working after 9 months, they get you your money back.
They get you your money right the fuck back. So, get it.
Yeah, there's all types of stuff. They have all types of warranties when you buy it through American Express. Like if you buy something, there's like an American Express warranty.
And travel is fantastic too. So like when me and the wife went to Vegas, they go, hey, your bags are this. And I'm like, okay, we got an extra bag. American Express just paid it. Oh, you want to upgrade your seats? American Express paid the charge. I didn't have to give American. They're like, this part of the plan, dude. This is why you pay for your platinum card every year. Your $500 a year to have the card, because they're going to upgrade you for free. As long as you tell the people at the airline, hey, I want to upgrade, and you have an American Express and there's a seat available, they will fucking do it. It's not even a question. It's unbelievable. And their rewards are great, Jim. I mean, they just, holy shit. I mean, it's fantastic. And with the business account, like, you could take so much cash out and use it for cash in your company. It's like, what? Oh yeah, take whatever you want. Like, here's your limit. I'm like, well, I don't need that, but that's cool to know because I can pay for this fucking computer I just bought now, and it's taken care of. Yeah, I think nose candy's probably less calories than bourbon, but I've never done any kind of drugs besides alcohol, Red Scorpion, so I just don't want to try. Jim's the expert on the nose candy stuff.
I would stay away from it. It's a young man's game.
Yeah, yeah. I was actually thinking about stopping by our dispensary here in Illinois and getting some gummies. Should I try some gummies at least, Jim?
I would start out with like 5 milligrams gummies, get the small
5
ones.
milligram, a whole gummy or half a gummy?
Well, 5 milligram is fine. It'll just take the edge off and it'll make you feel like you had a drink or two. It's not going to.
So it'd be good for a stream. A 5 milligram.
Correct. Yeah, 5 milligrams, fine. You start getting up into 25, 50 milligram.
Oh,
it gets woo.
That's like, hey, Dave, we need it in the stream stuff, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
So 5 milligrams, what, 30 minutes before the show starts?
Sure.
I have no idea about how this works. So
they take about 30 minutes to hit.
About 30?
Yeah.
But what if I take a 5 and I don't feel anything? Do I take another 5?
Maybe after an hour if you don't feel anything, but don't take. That's the problem is people take it and then they think time has gone by and they're like, I don't feel anything when they actually do. And so then they eat 2 more and then they're drooling on themselves.
Okay. So, but that's what I've heard about the gummy world is like, especially now that the government owns it, like, or manages it, like the shit's really potent. Like it's good. I've never done anything with any kind of here's why. Because I knew at a very young age that I had an addictive personality. So I never wanted to try drugs. And thank God I didn't, Jim. I'm just glad I didn't. Alcohol was easy to give up when I got married and my wife said she was pregnant. And the reason it was easy to give up is because I saw what alcohol did to my family, as far as my mom and dad and me and my sister, what it did to our family. So when my wife said she's pregnant, I didn't drink for the next 28 years of my life. So I didn't start drinking till I was 54. I'm 56. So it's been 2 years since I started drinking again. But I had experience with that. I never had experience with drugs. Thank God I didn't. I say you, dude, I love gummy bears though, Kefgum, Kefkatonic, because gummy bears are the shit, especially that, the best brand is, oh my God. Haribo. The Haribo fucking gummy bears have been around since, I remember living in Iceland in 1982. Yeah, 1982, I was living in Iceland and we could get the Haribo gummy bears. Oh my God, they were the best. Yeah, it's a thumb story, dude. But that's why alcohol was easy to give up, Kevin, because of that. That whole thumb story. So
I got sidetracked on this real quick because this is about Yellow Flash. So you see, like Yellow Flash put out his book, and then on his book he's got the same lightning bolt thing, like the Mighty Morphin Power Rangers.
Yeah.
And like that's not a good idea to have that single lightning bolt like that. They're gonna come after you. And then if you look like here, these are like Power Ranger guys.
Thanks, buddy.
And they look exactly like the
That's
same
the
thing.
Fucking Captain fucking Gold Dick or whatever, right?
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. This is Yellow Flash's guy. And these already exist. Like, I don't know.
What?
Like Gold Shield. Like, I have a feeling. See it here, they got the Riposen with the single thing. So he's gonna have an issue. Like maybe not. I have a feeling that they're some corporation that owns Mighty Morphin Power Rangers is gonna be like, dude, he's gonna get a cease and desist.
Okay, so Albanese is far superior to Haribo. I gotta look up this Albanese brand of gummy bears. ALBANE. Is it Z, Jim, or S?
SE.
SE gummy. All right, yeah. Albanese gummy bears. I'm gonna look at the packaging. Oh, that's the red packaging. Yeah, but that wasn't around when I was a kid in 1980s. Red Scorpion. All I knew was Haribo, and I loved it. I've had the Albanese. It's really good too. I'm not gonna lie. It's a really, really good gummy brand, and I actually think I do agree. It's probably better because it's a little softer. Yeah, so I know that brand. I've seen it. Better flavor and much softer. So yeah. Okay. So, but in the 80s, when I was growing up, that's all I saw was the Haribo. But when I do see the Albanese, I buy it. But I'm a big jelly bean guy, Jim. I love fucking Jelly Bellies. I love them, dude. But I stay away from sugar as much as possible. But you give me a good piece of cheesecake, fuck you. I'm eating that motherfucker. Oh, Crazy Cat shows up. What stream did you leave? What stream did you leave to finally show up here?
What the hell?
Why didn't he place a mic on that side to cover it? Oh, or he's got the same questions you do, Jim, about the guy's facial disfigurement. What are we looking at your playlist for?
I don't know what the fuck's going on with my computer's acting retarded. Hold on.
Oh, the old dirty hoe with one.
Yeah, he's got a whole scar on his face too, buddy. Like it's Crazy Cat. It's kind of weird.
Right. I'm in for $5.
All right, let's get back to this because Aaron Imholtz, Crazy Cat, is begging for cash. He's got 2.5 minutes left, and his streak might not make it. It just might not get there.
All right. Game says Aaron accepts EBT transfer 50 cents on the dollar. King Kong Gong says Jews we are today.
Transfers.
No. We're gonna pretend everything goes to Israel if that's the case.
What?
How about that?
What's he doing? He doesn't know. He has no idea. There's nothing going on.
We also take Home Shopping Network gift cards.
Right. So might as well.
40 seconds to go. MSO can't do. MSO can't get the W today, guys. I can't let this motherfucker win. Not after the highs we've been on.
I gotta say, just setting up your life that you're either getting a W or an L every day is a bad idea.
There are in-betweens.
This whole thing where Kevin Brennan, when he started off his show, he's just like, oh, look at this. Shuli and Carl, they're always winning. Look at they're always winning. I don't declare victories. I've had victory laps.
My win is waking up every day. Yeah. That's my win. Like I get to do this again. Like sometimes it's not the best, but at least I got to wake up and God gave me the fucking opportunity to try to make another day happen. He just called you the fuck out.
I haven't been in that chat at all.
I'm just giving you shit, dude. Crazy Cat's the shit. Oh, why is John Malin streaming so early? It's not fucking 2:00 in the morning yet.
Ethan ended real early.
Ethan streamed tonight?
Yeah, Kings, CG Kings. He ended real early though. I think he ended at like 9:30 Eastern or something.
Okay, does that mean he's going to pop up another stream real quick and sell a bunch more toys at $220 instead of $450?
I hope not.
Because I did not buy them, Jim. They were in my cart, and I deleted my cart.
You should have bought them.
No, I shouldn't have. No, because you know why? There's no reciprocation on that stuff. Like he's never come on my show like when I've asked him to, like, and like whatever, dude. Like he helped grow my channel, but I'd just like him to come on one night and just talk about some alien stuff or something he likes. I mean, he's out there reviewing fucking Star Wars now and telling us that Obi-Wan was good with Ewan McGregor. Okay, that's fine. I didn't watch it, so I can't have an opinion. I'll never watch it. I know it's Monday. I know. I just like that's fine. That's a good. I like CG Kings. You know why I like CG Kings? Because I know what the show is, Jim. It's an advertisement. There's 5 to 7 people on that show selling a book every week, right? That's what the show is. And how many people do you think would watch that show if Ethan was not on it?
I don't know.
A third?
Probably, yeah, because most of those guys don't get very big audiences without Ethan.
I know, Andrew. I know. I'm sorry. I know the time he did show up, but that's his fault for showing up 6 hours into a stream. Like I was trashed. But I'm still very generous to him. I'm not. Am I at my feelings? Let's not get percentage wise. Maybe 30. I'll give you 30. I do you think he's trolling, Jim? I think he is. I think he wants to be the yin to the yang about this stuff, about Star Wars, because he said he was so happy, made him feel good. Yeah. All right, let's get. He said, "I'm a 50-year-old man. I don't troll." Meanwhile, he's saying that on a show called Trashcast, which is 100% trolling. For sure. It's 100% trolling because, again, I don't think Ethan hates any of these people. I really don't. I don't think he gives a shit either way. He's already rich as fuck. Ethan's a rich man. This is for his entertainment purposes only. Remember that disclaimer they used to put, Jim, in the old days? For entertainment purposes only. That's what Ethan is. He's the for entertainment purposes only guy. All right, Crazy Cat. I pulled it up the other day. Now I need to understand, is this the animated show that's like 1 or 2 seasons? Is that what I'm looking for? Because I had it on my Netflix the other day and I wasn't sure. And I don't want to waste my time. You have to make it clear what I'm going to watch here, because I did notice that somebody on my Netflix has already started watching it. Probably one of my sons. Well, Kevin, I don't know. Jim, did you buy that book? Did you buy Dino King?
Yes, I bought it. I'm still waiting on it.
But you have bought it, so you're gonna give us a review, right?
Yeah.
So, all right. So that's all right. That's the one. Arcane. Okay, that's the one. That's when I was wondering, like, is this League of Legends? Like, because all right. So that's the one I have in my queue. Crazy Cat. I promise you, I'll start watching it this week, and we'll talk about it later. Probably, it just depends. Like, we'll see. When I'm sitting on my computer doing work all day, I can have that on in the background and see what's going on. Maybe we'll bring up Jim. Check out Arcane on Netflix, and we can talk about that. It's an animated series. Let's give Crazy Cat a win once in a while. Yeah, you got to tell us if it's better than Godlike and Inglorious Rex. I agree, because that is exactly what Ethan said. He basically almost said it's almost better than anything he's even done. That's the praise he gave this book when he went on John Malin's show. Secret Level on YouTube. Secret Level trailer. What is this? Oh, this is a game. All right. So check this out, Jim. Hopefully don't strike me for playing a fucking video game trailer. Oh, a Prime show.
It's time.
Holy shit.
This world has waited for your arrival.
From visionaries behind Love, Death, and Robots, or Plus Robots. So it's a show. Comes a new What does anthology series mean, Jim? Is that like limited?
I think so.
Okay.
It is you. You will open the door. Because you are the chosen.
15. Oh, okay. So it's like, I think it's like individual stories. 15 stories inspired by your favorite games. What? So they're making a series about video games in 15 episodes. That's kind of unique. What that really does is that lets you not get upset because they spent 2.5 hours making Borderlands, which looks awful. I can see the trailer and see that, but I can get one episode and go, cool, this is cool.
All those moments. It's a new adventure. Just for you.
This December. All right.
Come in. You have a game to play.
That looks cool. That looks fucking cool. Sorry. What's up, baby? How you doing, Winnie? One of my dogs has just climbed on my kneecap and said, hey, yeah, like there's a bunch in there. It's so cool. I'll check that out. I enjoy a good video game interpretation. What's that game? What's that movie that Ryan Reynolds was in the video game? Shit. I'd like that movie.
Gus? No.
No. What was a Ryan Reynolds movie? It's like 2.5 years ago. Free Guy. Free Guy. Really fun movie, man. I enjoyed it. But again, a lot of movies for me have to do with who I'm watching on screen, Jim, right? Like, I remember when Jack Nicholson was a shit. If he was on the screen, I'm watching the movie. I'm just watching it. Clint Eastwood, same thing. And Ryan Reynolds has become that guy for me. You know, Robert Downey Jr. found his way after all his problems with Iron Man. But like, have you watched all the Sherlock Holmes movies with Robert? The Sherlock Holmes movies, have you watched them all?
Oh, the movies with Robert Downey Jr.?
Yeah.
There was just 2 of them.
Have you watched them all?
Yeah.
Do you like them all?
The first one I thought was okay. The second one I didn't really like.
Second one sucked, right? Like, it was not good. They're working on a third one, though. You know that, right?
I had no idea.
Yeah. All right, let's get back to these guys making fun of Aaron, not making his fucking
I'll tell you this, the highs we've been on would make a loss today more tolerable.
Oh, good.
But I would still fucking hate it.
No.
And that goal streak is getting way too high. 135 away. Or 75, what is it, 75 or 85 away?
I don't know, Aaron. What? I'm so stupid. But I have to say, this thing that we're supposed to care about, his streak. Yeah. Oh my God, what if he loses his streak?
Oh no.
That's on my hands. The blood is on my hands.
Right.
Who cares? We don't care, Aaron.
24 days without an injury.
What is it, 75 or 85 away from buying an extra half hour? 1 minute and 20 seconds left to go.
That's my favorite part, too. If you get
so he went from 135 to
30 minutes where he
Jim,
begs for
without
money.
saying anybody that super chatted. Like,
well, what he's saying is he needs the 135, but if he gets down to 75,
he'll go 50, the extra 30.
He'll go an extra half hour, and then they can give him the rest of the money.
Okay. Yeah. Why would he not place the mic on the other side to conceal his hideous deformity? Dude, crazy cat. You're like 20 minutes too late. We've already had this discussion. But he's actually a pretty funny guy. Come to find out.
He is the resident hillbilly.
For the next 30 minutes.
Yeah, I'm really enjoying this. So
it's incredible.
Let's donate.
And Melton brought up a great point. He goes, he does a 4-hour show. And then at the end of the 4-hour show, he needs to raise this $350 in order to do another half hour. He goes, so as a viewer, I get 4 hours for free every day. And if I want another 30 minutes, it's $350. I'll just take the free 4 hours. I'm good.
Probably less. I've never watched the show. I don't think I would make it probably 45 minutes. And I go, that's enough steel dope.
Right, you have to be a fan of the show. But even then, I was a big fan of Howard Stern growing up. If they were like, all right, Carl, we'll give you 4 hours for free on your commute to work. If you want another 30 minutes, then it's going to cost you $300. Like, oh, yeah, no, I'm enjoying the first 4 hours. It's great.
Yeah.
I got it.
I'm no numbers guy, but
yeah, it makes sense.
Yeah.
Fauci's Pangolin says this is all Palestine's fault. $1 from Das Optic Nerve. What is this? What is this? What is this? You're not ready for this video. Is it Alex Stein at the DNC? All right, we'll check out some of that stuff. Front Porch Conservative with $10 says, here you go, brother.
There we go.
125 away from getting this thing done. And we've got 1 minute left. Thank you, Front Porch Conservative. Very generous of you.
Why don't you send him $150
Super Chat.
and fucking end his misery? You're so conservative. You're the capitalist guy. You want to make this guy successful? Send him the whole. Oh, you don't like him that much. Jesus Christ. I mean,
I thought he was going to say it was some other type of porch person.
Rumble
does it
rants,
start with an M and
etc.
with a Y?
I didn't say that.
MSO.
Yeah, you
He's
did.
not going to get this. 45 seconds left.
Oh, boy.
Oh, guys, it can be done. We just need you. We got some Tim Walz news, too, but it's not about horse cum. Sorry about that.
Oh, he's got Tim Wall news. He'll just tell you if you just pay him. He'll tell you if you pay him. You give us some money. Give me some money, and I'll tell you the secrets about Tim Walz because I know him because I'm from Minnesota too. You know, eh? And we're all from Minnesota, eh? We know each other, eh? That's how come I know Nick Ricada, eh?
Tim Walz put somebody in wood chipper in a movie called Fargo. If it doesn't end with oid, it's racist. But if it ends with oid, it's scientific. Just so you know. Go ahead.
Yeah.
30 seconds to go and 125 away or 75 away from buying ourselves an extra little chunk of time here. Nothing's
What a
coming in.
faggot,
20 seconds
dude.
to
This
go.
is awful.
Oh, no. Going out with a whimper is the toe.
Whoa.
This isn't good.
Come on, Toe. You can do it, Toe. Come on, Toe. You can do it, Toe. Toe.
This is the posture of coping.
Yes, he just got rejected at a bar.
Yes.
This is what he looks like.
He's like,
God damn it, my friends see that?
Yes, we all saw it.
Yeah.
We're all watching.
He doesn't stop smiling. He can't.
It's an unreal expectation, man. We talked about with Alex earlier. He said, "Oh, I have this thing where I build it up and I make." You're almost addicted to it. Like you have to have that thrill, but you need to be able to stop yourself eventually. Right. And so when you run out of time, you take your L, you hit stop, and you don't sit there and dwell on that shit. You have to fucking get off.
Dude,
people don't want to listen to you talk anymore. So go away.
Jim, pause it.
This
pause
is
it. Pause
a
it.
level that
Why would you have a super chat goal for any stream? You just go on to have fun and entertain people. They come in. Like, could you imagine your goal? Let's say your goal is 250, right? And
I mean, girls do it. The girls do it for like, I think that Zia does it. Like, if you, for every so much money, she'll change bikinis.
That's okay.
That's a girl's thing, though. That's not like
world of
that's
streaming.
a different world
we're talking about.
Yeah,
right?
those are e-girls.
I'm talking about us. Like my point is this: like, if your goal, let's say your goal is 250, and Jim Satala rolls in one night, he's feeling fucking generous, and he throws Aaron 250. Does the stream end? Because I've already met my goal. Why wouldn't you? Hey, I can have a short night. I met my goal. Let's end the stream. It's over. That's gay as fuck. Like, why? Why do you do this to yourself? Oh my God. But hey, dude, he's got a 22-day streak of $280 or whatever it is. $300 bucks.
$350 he needs a day to pay his bills per show.
$295 or some weird number. It's $350. That's the round number.
I think. Yeah, it's the round number, I think. But sometimes sometimes he does it and he starts talking about minus 30% for YouTube or whatever. So I don't know what I think his number is moving. It's depending on how he feels.
Well, because he's goddamn grifter. E-Thoughts and Doughy fags.
Doughy
fags have super chat goals. Yeah. You know what my goal is for super chats, Jim? if I get one. And I got one tonight. So yay, I'm happy. Like great. Thank you guys. But this guy's spazzing out right here. Like, this is not good. Like, and it's a terrible look. Like, this is clippable shit for anybody to go, look, this loser can't even get his, 25 or 50 or 100 people watching to send him money to keep a streak going. That's how bad of a YouTube streamer he is. And he's begging like a fucking bitch. All right. Sorry, Jim. Do not mean to pause.
That's all right.
So often.
I think, and someone in the chat said this, it's worse than Dark Side Phil at this point.
Yeah,
DSP begs for money, and it's embarrassing.
Sure.
But to do this every day at the end of your show and to go through this, but who knows, guys? There's still time on the clock. Maybe other thing. Let's go.
I don't think it's happening, Carl.
10, 9, 8, 7,
going once,
6,
going twice.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
I'm a fag.
Right, I'll hit refresh on everything.
Okay, this is my favorite part here. So he does the countdown clock.
That should have been the stop right there.
That's
the game's over, right?
Right. That's the big sense of urgency thing. It's like, the clock is running out, and then he goes, and watch. We're gonna watch this happen. He's just hoping that more money trickles in, and you'll just be like, well, guys, that was disappointing, huh? Could have done another 30 minutes. I have other stories, other stuff to get to.
I'm gonna hit the refresh.
Carl, I'm judging by that face that he didn't hit the goal.
Well, let's find out, Jody.
125. That was brutal too. Like, it was just nothing.
Yeah.
It was a good run at the beginning and then just shit.
It was nothing
what did
at
I
the
do?
beginning.
We did a lot of news stuff today.
That's the other thing too, is he always focuses on what the show was that day.
Right.
As if people are going, all right, this show was worth $5. Yeah. This one's worth 20.
Hey.
It's like, no, you're just an e-bagger.
Jim.
And whether or not people want to give you money at that time.
Episodes of a series that's 10 years old. Like, this is great content. Like, what are you talking about? Like, and now we went from that to watching some faggot beg for money from his chat that's there because they just want to chill out and watch a stream. It's like a church tithing, right? Like, this guy's tithing his audience. Send me your money so I can give you 30 more minutes of my sermon.
I know, according to Aaron's math, since the Justified single episodes we were getting such good views on, we did 2 episodes, we should double the views.
And we'll probably go down. It doesn't matter, though. We're not here for anything else but just having a good time with the chat that's here and each other. I don't care. Like, whatever, man. Just, oh, by the way, chat, it's like tomorrow's going to be 112 heat index in Illinois. And today was like 102. The reason I'm wearing a full long sleeve shirt is I'm in my basement when I stream. Although my background's better than this guy's. Like, this is the best this guy can do. He's begging his chat for money. When it's really hot outside, my air conditioner upstairs goes crazy. So it's like 65 degrees down here. So I'm wearing a pullover and sweatpants because if I wasn't, I'd be freezing my ass off right now. Tomorrow's going to be 112 heat index. Like stupid. And go ahead, Jim.
Do you have one of those Comicsgate hoodies?
No.
I do.
That's too heavy.
I know. I don't know why I got one, though, because you can't wear it in Florida.
Well, when you come to Illinois this winter, you can come hang out in your Comicsgate hoodie. Like it's crazy. Like, last week it was 78 3 days for the high. And at night it was getting down to like 50 degrees. So it's stupid. But this is why August is the hottest month of the year, right, Jim? Yeah. It's just a thing. And this has been a very mild August for us here in Illinois. And I'm not bitching about it. I just want you guys to know I'm not this old guy wearing a hoodie. It's just fucking hot outside and the AC is going like crazy. I have it all, Jin Wong. I have Return Fan right next to the fucking room where all of my centralized AC is for the basement and first floor. Outside is a whole other, or the third floor is a whole other AC unit. So I have a return duct. I clean it all the time. So it's not that, dude. It's the fact that I don't run any of the central air or heat in the basement ever. It's always off. And I bet if I did, it would probably control the temperature down here better. But why would I? Why would I do that? I don't need to. If it's cold upstairs and the heater's running, yes, the hot air rises. So if I'm downstairs in December and January, Jim, I'll just put on a blanket. Fuck it. I don't need to run my fucking propane bill through the roof because propane's like $1.85 a gallon now, Jim. It's stupid. And I have a 2,000 gallon tank out there. It's super expensive to fill that motherfucker. And my stoves, my washer or my dryer, it's all propane. So they're not even electric, which would be probably a little cheaper, but they're propane. So they're constantly fueling them. A hoodie, Jim? How many do you really have? A hoodie, Jim?
I just have one.
Just one Comic Skate hoodie?
Yeah.
Aaron is streaming from an empty broom closet at his day job, cleaning bedpans and changing diapers at the old folks' home. And I hate the fact that he has the guy Mike from My Pillow in his fucking background. Because the guy from My Pillow is actually a cool guy. What's his last name? Mike
Lindell.
This guy went through fucking hell. He was a drug addict, right? He was homeless, all that shit. And those My Pillows are actually decent pillows. I thought they were a joke. And then one day me and my wife got some. We're like, oh shit, they actually are washable. They actually, you can't they're awesome.
All his stuff's really good. He's got like really good towels and hand cloths and stuff and sheets and everything.
The sheets are actually decent too.
Yeah, the mattress toppers are nice.
Dude, go to the fucking My Pillow website and you guys will be impressed. Like Mike Lindell makes some good products.
Yeah, use code Jim Tells You for nothing off.
Use code BTM Reviews and he'll say, who the fuck is that? But we'll promote his product because I own it and it's good. What's up, Julio? You finally get over your D&D game or match or whatever?
It doesn't really matter what the show was.
And if you have to be daily, do a good show every day.
Could
you imagine
if you want to fly to America?
There's no
engineer my AC
no,
system, please do. Jen's in Australia. If he wants to come over here and engineer my AC system, I'll put you up for a few nights and you can tell me what the fuck I'm doing wrong. Because I'm tired of paying Corn Belt Energy like $580 a month for electric when I'm also paying for fucking propane. Everything is stupid, Jim. Everything is fucking stupid with pricing. You live in Florida, it's no better there.
What you might want to do is get a reversible fan and a piece of ductwork that just runs from your basement to your top floor. That way you could circulate all the air in your house.
Well,
that way, you know what I'm saying?
Like that way, reversible fan.
That way, so in the wintertime you can reverse the flow. So you would put
where do I put that?
It would be in a piece of duct with a fan. It would be a box fan. They have them for like people put them in attics, okay, for like
we have them up there,
like a whole house fan. But you could set it up so that it'll suck air out of your basement. In the summertime, it'll suck air out of your basement to the top floor. So it basically would cool your house because it would take the cold air out of the basement and bring it back up to the top floor.
Well, we keep our fan running all the time. On your thermostat, you can have your fan auto or on or auto, right? So we keep it running. So it does help with the actual AC turning on all the time because the basement is fucking cold. This is not a walkout basement. It's completely enclosed. So Jim, I was actually thinking, I told my wife, I don't like not having a walkout basement. I want to hire a contractor to come out here and dig out an area and then, break down the fucking.
But that you would have to basically regrade your whole backyard. Otherwise, you'd end up with floods coming into your basement.
Well, I 1000% agree. But dude, walkout basements are the best.
Yeah, but you're basically exposing So you would have to like regrade all the way out. Otherwise, what would happen is it would rain and then it would just come into your basement.
I know. The good thing is we have 3 acres that we're on, and there's plenty of land to make that happen. The problem I was so worried about is the foundation. Because we got the foundation for the basement, and they're going to break down that wall to put in a doorway. Is that going to really?
No, it's not a big deal.
It's not a big deal. They can make it
No,
happen.
They cut it right. They cut a hole right through it. Not a big deal.
But you got to hire the right contractor.
Yeah, you got to hire the right contractor.
Some are dumb, right? I mean, everybody with a backhoe thinks they're a fucking expert digger now. They're not. Well, they got to find where I live, Crazy Cat, and I live in the middle of nowhere. Like the middle of nowhere. So if the hobos can make it here, then they got to get past all the guns, because there's like 50 fucking people between me and, or not 50, 15 people between me and town, and they all got guns, and those people don't want hobos coming down there either. No. I never leave that. I got to go on vacation, Jim. I haven't been on vacation in like a year and a half. And I used to go on vacation like every 6 months, but it's been a slow year in sales for me. So you do what you can do, right? You don't go on vacation if you're not making as many sales. You keep going to work and selling stuff. Oh, look who's back in the chat, Jim. TPPT. It's been a while.
Hey, what's up? How you been? Long time no see.
I know, like TP just abandoned us for like 2 weeks. Go to Japan? No way. Now there is some property in Japan, like where these earthquake tidal waves happen, Jim, and they're selling those lots super cheap. I've seen some documentaries on it. It's actually a pretty nice area. You just
I think Japan's having some issues where they're running out of people. So they're basically like offering people, if you come there, you're between a certain age, they'll let you buy a house or give you a house.
Yeah, or they give you this plot of land where there was some earthquake stuff or tidal wave stuff, and yeah, Julio. But that's the thing. Vacation doesn't always mean going away. Vacation just means turning my phone off for a week and my computer off for a week and just not being wired into work. Like staycations are some of the best vacations you've ever had, Jim, right? Like you just stay home and accomplish a goal.
It's what I do every day.
Well, I didn't hit the fucking stock market like you did, and I'm still paying for a house and paying for cars and all that shit. So, such is life, because I love my life. But let's get back to Aaron, who did not meet his goal, and he's sucking that fucking gay. What's he drinking? Like,
I don't know if that's
a great show every day, but that'll tell you later on that a lot of those shows weren't very good, which is confusing. But yeah, if you just like did a good show, you wouldn't have to beg.
Nope.
Yeah, Jim Rome does a great show. He does it every day, I think. But
I know, but then when he starts begging the viewers to send him Venmo requests, that's when I tune out of a Jim Rome show. I'm like, all right, man.
Everybody's shaking the can nowadays, guys. We need to stop beating them and try to join them,
Oh, sorry, boss. Bidenomics hurts. Look, we've had a good run this week. It's been solid.
Yeah, it's the economy. That's what the problem is. Yeah.
Goddamn Kamala Harris doesn't want you to talk for 30 more minutes. Sorry, buddy.
This sucks a dick. There's no doubt about it. If you're watching this later and you want to throw a little something at us, feel free. There's the links.
I want to throw a boot at you.
Fuck a duck. We didn't get it today. Approachable says at least half the show spent on drama, and for some reason the goal was a little hard to hit. Maybe. You might be right. Maybe all this talk about the gay shit, maybe it fucking hurt us.
That's what I do. Could you imagine? I have a weekly meeting with Blind Mike, and I go, all right, so the super chats were down 12% on this last episode. So I think we can't do woke dead anymore. We did woke dead. Obviously, Balin Dupree is the formula. We got to get Balin Dupree back in. So I was like, he's basing and a daily basis like that too, to be like, okay, so I guess I should be doing 20% drama, 50% e-begging, and then another 20% with news and then politics. Like,
it's all incorrect rationalization.
Right. Yeah. You're thinking of this all wrong, and you're wasting your time.
And ours.
Yeah, and ours. Aaron, I told this to him when he interviewed me on his show over a year ago. I said, quality over quantity. Why are you doing shows so much? You do a morning show, you do an evening show. At that time, he was doing interview shows at noon. So he's doing like 3 shows a day. Like, no one's good if they're doing a show that much. No,
Michelangelo only painted ceilings. He wasn't out on the street doing Bob Ross paintings or caricatures.
He wasn't the Banksy of his day. I didn't know that.
No.
Yeah, like save it
Jim,
for the
one thing they
important
said
times,
before I
the good
left
stuff.
was if he did a good show, he wouldn't have to worry about the super chats or whatever, right?
Yeah.
That's kind of they were going.
Well, plus he does too many shows. He does 4 hours in the morning, 4 hours in the afternoon every day. It's like,
well, that's
you should focus on just doing 4 good hours, maybe.
Or maybe not put unrealistic expectation on what you think you should make in super chats every day. I mean, let's just go have fun with your show, and guess what? That shit will follow as time goes by. You think Ethan ever said to himself, if I don't make $500 in super chats, my show's a failure? No, he just
no. The only thing he ever did when people were asking for like him to do reviews, he's like, I don't want to review that. Like, all right,
now I'm
fine.
talking about
did,
like Ethan's been streaming for a long time, right?
But he did like if I get $2,000 in super chats, I'll review this book, and he's like, I'll never hit it, and then he did.
And that's
he's
a
like,
gimmick,
oh, fuck.
right? That's just a gimmick, right?
Yeah.
So, but my point is, like, I don't think Rekieta starts a show every night and says, "Hey, if I don't make $1,000 tonight, it was a failure." He just goes on because he wants to go hang out and talk about law and talk about stuff that he likes. That shit just follows naturally when you're having a good time on a show because your chat's gonna have a good time with you. Like, hey, I'm gonna hear. Let's see what this fucking idiot says next time.
In my opinion, the super chats are when you're talking about something that people find interesting and they want to weigh in on what you're saying. They send a super chat so that they can weigh in on what you're talking about.
Well, but that's very true. But when you're a smaller stream like I am, I read all the chats.
You got to stop doing that. You got to ignore the chat.
But no, because dude,
we only pay attention to super chats, and not all. We're like Tim Pool. We're only going to read 10% of the super chats. It's got to be a big one if you want us to read.
But that's not cool because
I'm just fucking around.
No, but I'm saying the point is like the regular and the super. Like, first of all, regular chatters are here every night, and they do send super chats, just not every night, right? Like I like the Enmato guy on Ethan's show. $2 like every fucking 5 minutes just to be heard. It's like, holy shit, dude. Like, why? But he wants to be here. But there's 1,200 to 2,000 people on a stream, so he knows his voice is not going to be heard. So that's a thing. I understand what you're saying, but like Kevin Prospero and Crazy Cat and TPPT, these guys have been here forever. So, Kevin's been on the board. Julio's been on the board. Low Watermark, of course. Peter Prospero's been on the board. All these guys have been on my $20 board. So even in Motto, like a couple times in Motto's been on the board, which is great. In Motto's on the board, right? He's my last son of K, but Snorum, haven't seen Snorum tonight. But in Motto is the last guy that got on the board on 8/21 5 days ago. He sent us $20 super chat just to thank us for bringing him on the show to do a sound check. That's what makes this shit fun. But Julio sent $10.
Oh, I thought you missed it.
I didn't miss it. I don't miss super chats, dude. But thank you, Julio. That's, again, super generous. And Julio is actually a guy that comes on the show a lot. He couldn't come on tonight to talk about these reviews because he was playing Dungeons
he was playing D&D. It's dynamite. D&D. The wizards will fight.
It's
D&D. The clerics will spell. D&D. Hounds of hell.
Batman. Let's get back to these guys.
The Saturday afternoons of WATP, the important shows.
It's possible.
Oh, I'm drinking chicken
here we
cock
go.
now,
We
Jim.
got Rachel with $5 says, great
Chicken
show.
cock.
Thank you very much.
Hey, we're getting
So
big
good,
to
Jim.
the
If we
streak.
find it, buy it.
Yep,
I thought the
120
timer
away.
stopped. What the fuck are they
We'll
doing?
see if we can
Yeah,
hit
isn't that weird? So in this game, when the timer ends, the other team can still score goals. It's great. So if they're down by 20 points,
Yeah, they
they're allowed to
keep
just
going.
keep shooting at the hoop and see what happens.
tomorrow.
Kevin,
I mean, it's not
for
it doesn't bring the
$2
streak
says,
back.
wait. I mean, yeah, ignore us, Dave. Yeah, like why not? And Jin Wong, for 2 Australian. Duck being cool. Give me attention, Dave. Gimme. Yeah. Jen, of course. Jen is everywhere. Like, Jen is this guy I see on Ethan's show all the time. And sometimes I see Ethan read Jen Wong's super chats. He's like, I don't understand what he's saying. You ever see his face sometimes or Jen's? Because Jen's got something to say, but he's only got so many letters or, characters he can put in the chat. It's so funny. Ethan looks so confused. But Kevin, thank you for the $2. Jen, thank you for the 2 Australian or $2, whatever. What's 2 Australian, Jim? Like, that's probably
that's $1.50.
It's probably like $88 in America at this point.
No.
I'm just kidding. But thank you. Second best cock you've had tonight. Well, I don't know. This might be the best cock I've had tonight. Second best was my own. Mine is very disappointing for me and my wife. But we've been together 30 years, so it's okay, I guess. What did I walk into? You walked into this guy, Aaron, begged his chat for 3 minutes for $175, Jim?
Yeah.
Or he begged him for $175 to get to this fucking daily goal, and he missed it by 125. And everybody on, what's the name of their show, Jim?
Who are these podcasts? WATP.
Who are these podcasts? Watched Aaron, and they watch Aaron a lot because he is actually kind of comical because he's so fucking stupid. So yeah.
It would be better if he had like a count. He should just get like there's a program that he has the counter, and it would just show what the goal is, and then have it counting down instead of him doing it himself. Have it just be there on the screen so that people see it, but he's not just doing what he's doing. It would be
Too White. I 100%. He's DSP.
He's worse than DSP.
So is Camelot. They're both worse than DSP. And Camelot legitimately has heavy hitters every stream. If you've watched enough Camelot streams, there are heavy hitters every stream. And they're going to make it happen for Camelot. But he's going to have to beg at that last 30 minutes without really begging.
Do you think those are gay men that just want to see him with his shirt off?
It's either that or they're bro dudes.
That's not very bro duty. That's gay men or women type of thing that wants.
Well, it's all dudes. It's always dudes that make it happen for them.
Or big fat chicks.
What's the difference?
I don't know.
I'm just saying, like, I think it's like, it's really weird, but they make it happen for him all the time. At least for that fucking naked snake. Now, he doesn't always make it for the fight milk stuff, which is okay. You know what? Low Watermark is the internet's daddy Warbucks. No, Low Watermark is a guy that wants to support people he believes in. It doesn't make him a daddy Warbucks. Because he actually believed in Jeremy and he believed in Gary and all these guys, but he doesn't anymore because it's all bullshit. But when he sends Ethan $100 to thank him for bringing on Eric DeBunks and letting Low Watermark know more about Eric DeBunks, that's a legit super chat. It's not about Warbucks. It's about, hey, this is these are people I like. And I can't stand people like Gary and Jeremy or any of these people that have taken money from all these people like Hayden 75 or Low Watermark and never invite them on our show to just talk to them. First thing I ever did when I saw these people like Low Watermark, when he finds me after my video plays on Ethan's show and he's like, hey, Dave, fix your sound and you'll be good. You want to come on my show? I just want to talk to you. Why do you do this? And he's a really nice guy. It's awesome. Oh man, I should try it, but you guys would all never watch me again. you would never watch me again. I never gonna beg. Don't beg. Never begged in my life. Begging's for beggars. I'm not a beggar. That's not a thing. I would rather fucking laugh at ass clowns and hopefully their fans. Like, I'm sure that a lot of Aaron's fans have found these guys that are watching his show and go, well, you guys are better than Aaron. Why are you sending Aaron money? And that's what it's all about. And not even the money, but just the viewership, right, Jim? They just want the viewership. I've met Camelot in real life. I met him at a Nick Rekieta show in Nashville. Seemed like a pretty nice guy. He told me not to call him Camelot. He said, call me Cody, which is his name. Okay, respect for that. But he's a little short motherfucker who's got a big puffy chest and whatever. But this is also a guy who lives in a college town in Alabama. He gets on Tinder. He's in his 30s and he's banging college chicks in their 19, 20-year-old age. Does that make him a good guy? I don't think so. Don't think so, dude. I think it makes him a piece of shit. Don't fuck young chicks when you're in your 30s. And these are very easily manipulated girls on Tinder that think that you're cool because you have some big house up on a hill in Alabama because you're a YouTuber. That's what I do, dude. I have a real job. I got to get up tomorrow and do my real job. And then I come home and then stream. Like, Jim, I was actually last night thinking about doing a solo stream for the first time in a while, but I didn't want to piss you off. I was like,
you're not going to piss me off. It's not going to piss me off.
But Jim's like part of the show now. I don't want to piss off Jim. But like people say, like, will say, hey, Dave, just do a solo stream again like you used to in the old days. That was like 2 or 3 of them. That's a lie. He had college boys too. Supposedly hasn't. That's a lie. But Cody's not 28, and I'm just going to say, if my 18-year-old or 19-year-old daughter came home with a 29-year-old guy, Jim, I might question her decisions as a person. Like, why? Why do you need somebody 10 years older that you found on some fucking internet fuck site? Because that's what Tinder is. It's not a dating site. It's a fuck site, right? As far as I know, I've never been on Tinder. All I know is that it's swipe right or swipe left, and that's about it, right? So, can you watch more?
You meant to say Mork without Mindy.
Yeah. Robin Williams could hold the show together by himself. Is it your keyboard? Yeah, that's like Jim's computer's getting glitchy. Maybe you've had a few drinks tonight. Tinder is casual hookups. Well, not according to our boy Camelot. He fucking he what does he say? He has all these gross terms. He's like but he makes it funny because he's from the South. But
I think he doesn't really talk like that. I think he talks like an English erudite, where he's all like proper. Oh, cheerio.
But he tries to make it funny because he's from the South, and I'm just this guy from Alabama. I'm this poor guy from Alabama that grew up in a trailer, and I get all these chicks on Tinder, and I've been fucking. I've fucked like at least 200 of them. I live in this college town. All right, let's get back to Aaron. Look how sad he looks, Jim.
Yeah.
All that work.
If we hit it tomorrow, but
last up with steel toe.
But do you see how he planted that seed? He goes, guys, if you're watching this in the future, you can still give me Venmos.
The streak. Yeah, the streak is over. We didn't actually lose today, and we're going to keep going. That wasn't the end of the show, just the end of the streak.
Well, I have a feeling, and I haven't watched, then he comes out the next day and just be like, wow, we got a lot of generous donations that came in after the show was over. He's always winning this guy.
The numbers match up. Play Little Lemmy's video with 99 cents. We'll play it tomorrow.
Oh, you don't get it today?
I said that we would play it for overtime, but we're not getting overtime today.
That's a teaser right there, Carl.
Yeah.
Unfortunately.
Good stuff.
Let's put a wrap on it, kids.
Do you think Kevin Brennan's impressed with Aaron because he's winning all the time?
Maybe.
Yeah,
This
he's
guy got it
winning in
figured out.
court.
I
He's
should be
winning on
asking
his
for money
fucking
bar.
live
I would
stream.
love to see them do a show together. Has anybody floated that out there?
Well, they did. He came on MLC. When,
How did that go? I didn't watch it, Carl.
well,
so was their chemistry good or bad?
It was Aaron, Kevin, and Chad Zumock.
No, we don't need you. Oh, Chad's a good call too because you got a communal punching bag. Okay.
Well, because Chad and Aaron have this history, so that was the first time I think they did a show together.
Yeah.
So there was some back and forth there. But what was interesting about that episode is it was the episode where the news broke that April, Kayla, and Nick were all arrested. And
yeah.
Aaron had to be
that's
like,
right. He broke the story on the show.
Aaron had to be like, what? That's crazy. Come to find out, he was instrumental in making this happen and getting the search warrant. Warned April or April's parents the day before she was arrested. Like, hey, by the way, she's at this house. You got to get her out. Like, he knew this was all going down. He'd be like, this is crazy. Okay.
I saw that picture of all of them standing in the front yard, Carl, with the Ricadas, April, and I bet that stung so hard.
It's got to hurt so bad.
Ah, fuck.
Well, what's really interesting that came out this week or last week is that Aaron's been speculating and making up this scenario where, April is still with them and they're still drinking.
Oh, we can gossip like little schoolgirls here, Carl. I don't give a shit. That picture was fantastic. She's standing there looking good, April, and all of them. They look happy, and fucking dickheads over here begging for $140 in the afternoon.
Well, so he's making up because they were going to move into this other house that's right next to the Ricadas house. So they own two houses, and they're going to move into this other property. Well, the Ricadas just made that other property available for sale. And so that came out on Kiwi Farms or something. So people are looking through the listings. And Aaron's looking through the listings, and in this house is all of Aaron's stuff that April took from his house. So April was living there. So it's like his TVs are on the wall and shit like that.
So much, dude.
So all the stuff that Aaron was just like, I bet April's living in that other house. I bet she's still blah blah blah. And everyone's going, you don't know any of this. It's like, oh no, she was.
As it turns out,
yeah. Nick totally stole your wife, man. He totally stole your wife, and he's still doing
to
it.
her.
Yep.
You gave her the car ride over to his house. You ignorant asshole.
Here you go, buddy. What a cuck.
Yeah.
Too many wins yesterday.
Yeah.
Oh God, hold on.
Trying to pull a W out of that
back
one.
that up.
I'm sorry, Carl.
No, he's doing some weird flex thing, and he's talking about how many wins he had yesterday.
You know what it was?
What?
Too many wins yesterday. Too much winning yesterday. We should have done some winning. We should have done a little less winning yesterday.
Yeah, it's like when you're a baseball team, you win 13-1. You're like, I wish I could have had some of those runs for the next day when they lost 5-4.
Roll over.
Yeah, right. Yeah,
Stop winning.
Too much winning.
Yeah.
Too much winning. Too much.
I had too much winning in my 20s.
Yeah. I mean, what a fucking piece of garbage, man. I mean, what? Look, I know I'm not for everybody, but who is this guy for? Who is he for? I mean, what does he talk about, Jim? I don't watch his show ever. What the fuck does he talk about during his stream? You've watched it. What does he talk about?
I've never watched the show. I've never watched this guy's fucking show.
Oh, just
I tuned in a couple times to pick up. Yeah, I tuned in a couple times because there was shit going on, and like when the stuff was happening with Nick and everything, I was like, "What the fuck's going on?" And I would pop on and listen a little bit, and I'd be like, "Fuck this guy, he's fucking." You know what I mean? And I'd be like, "Fuck this guy," But other than that, no. But maybe I'll have to start watching to get content.
Oh, no. No, he's not worthy of content. I do not want to promote this guy in any form or fashion. He's not a good guy. I mean, we'd won too much yesterday. Let me look at my phone, though, to see how much I won yesterday to remind you guys how much we're losing today. I mean, dude.
You notice he doesn't have a co-host. So Johnny Crutches is gone, and now the other guy that was his co-host is gone. So I guess he just can't afford to pay his co-hosts anymore.
Or maybe this was like, hey, guys, I'm going to go on for this last 3 minutes, and it's me.
No, it was the whole day. Wasn't it?
It was a whole day?
Yeah, pretty sure. I can go look. But I'm pretty sure he's cutting costs.
Unfortunately.
And then a little more winning today. That was the problem. MSO says, thanks, Joe. Sam Joe says, you rehashed a lot this morning. Maybe that's it. We got all day to do the post-mortem.
I'd hate it.
And I'll see you guys again.
That's not it. It's still not a show.
Tomorrow morning at 6 a.m. Again, if you feel like throwing...
He's gonna check why he didn't make enough in super chats today by checking what he did in this stream to see what we rehashed that didn't get people to send him money.
That's why he was going crazy.
Go ahead, Jim. I'm sorry.
That's why he was going crazy with the Rekieta stuff, because when it first happened and everything, and he was talking about it and making up all his shit and going on these shows, he was blowing up and he was making his goal. You didn't even hear anything about the goal because people were super chatting him because it was big.
It was natural, right? It was just happening, right? Yeah.
Right.
Right.
And so now he's trying to figure out what happened, and that's why he keeps bringing this shit up when he should just try and figure out a show that people might want to watch.
Well, but he already had a show.
And nobody watched it.
Doesn't matter. I mean, lots of shows don't get watched in the beginning, right? They just don't. And over time,
he's been doing this for 8 years.
Well, fuck him. Then go get a job and do this part-time.
Get a job.
I mean, don't do a morning show. Go get a job and then come on at night and have a good time with your fans. Or not your fans. I'm not calling you guys fans. That's not what I'm saying. Your viewers. And just have a good time when you get home from work. Because to me, like sometimes, like it's 5 o'clock, I'm like, what are we going to talk about tonight? And I don't have a clue. And then 35, 45 minutes into the stream after we've talked, it's like, I'm so happy to be here. But like sometimes it's hard to even think about it. But once it started, it's fucking fantastic. Like this is, to me, when I'm hosting a show with Jim and Low Watermark and Julio and Woad Warrior and Jesus, what's his name? Why am I blanking? Come on, Jim. Who's our other guy that's here all the time?
Oh, Uncapped Turtle?
No. Really? Uncapped here's all the time?
I know he used to be.
He did, but I'm talking about
Julio?
No, I said Julio's name already. Nicholas.
Nicholas. Yeah. Where is Nicholas?
Well, tonight's a review of a show he's not watching. But he'll be here tomorrow. But Nicholas,
Salty, ID Crisis. Salty doesn't come around no more.
Well,
not Salty Traveling Sea, the other Salty.
No, Salty's trying to finish his third book to make his fucking big book. That's what he's trying to do. Every time I invite him all the time, he's like, dude, I'm just drawing. Like, I'm just working. I just want to get this over with so I can get this, what's that called, Jim? When you have
omnibus?
Omnibus put together. Kevin for $2 says, fan? ? Yeah, like, I don't want to call you guys fans because, like, you're not a fanatic. Like, you guys just watch us. You hate Salty or you hate... Well, okay, what Salty do you hate? The Salty that's a YouTube superstar or the comic book guy that comes on and talks about Silence Do Good?
There's stuff, Tim, there's stuff to talk about Yellow Flash. There's things, if you just go to Dick Masterson's page on Twitter, there's a ton of good stuff.
Wait. Speaking of which, I have some stuff about Yellow's trash. What the hell? Why is everybody live right now? Holy shit.
Who's live?
Just people we watch, like Eric DeBunks. Like Eric DeBunks is a good guest.
I know. I like Eric DeBunks.
All right. So, United, I'm gonna present this real quick. This is a Yellow Flash talking about Ripascend. He says, I don't give a fuck if you're a pro. That's
the other big announcement that we just had.
This is Eric July.
I have to, of course, talk about this. Our man's Yellow Flash.
Our man's. It's not plural, Eric. It's one. It's one man.
Well, no, maybe he was talking about something else. He said our man's Yellow Flash. So maybe he's talking about when somebody peed all over something.
All right, let's
a flash of yellow pee.
Let's see what he says again.
And I have to, of course, talk about this. Our man's Yellow Flash.
Our man's
Yellow Flash. Yeah, he's talking about somebody pissed all over something.
All right.
You gotta learn to peep game, man. Peep game.
All right. Maybe I should drop the hard R and like they did in Justified.
Flash. You know him maybe as more on the content creation side.
No, Eric. You know him more on the he doesn't create anything, dude. He reads fucking articles and tells you why you should hate something. He doesn't create a mother fucking thing. All right, so Katie, you did it again.
Hey, Drainage Trio, has he done anything new lately?
You triggered me in fucking 10 seconds of a video with Eric July.
He has spoke about the kind of cultural commentary stuff, and now he's throwing his hat in
Oh,
there.
like you did, Eric, for years, the culture stuff. Like, isn't that what you did to get a bunch of people to buy your bullshit books? Because they're sorry, they're terrible, and they're not getting better, and you're losing money, or you're not losing money, but you're not selling as much. So yeah, he's the same guy as you. He's just the white version that makes a book called The Mighty Golden Patriot. The Mighty Golden Patriot? Really? That's the best you got?
Considering that the Golden Patriot is actually it's a
fucking
mobility scooter.
Seat, an elderly seat? Yeah. Like, yeah, really stupid. Don't disrespect the business.
I seriously think he's got problems, though. I'd love to hear someone who's like, I'm not an expert on any of this stuff at all, but I think that single lightning bolt on the cover is a problem for the Mighty Morphin Power Rangers. That's their trademark.
I think the costume is super close too, Jim. Like,
it is.
It's super close.
You know, I think you got Mighty. You know, you got the Mighty whatever, and then you got that single lightning bolt. I think you might have. I think he might get a cease and desist, maybe, if they care.
Well, they obviously care, but they're gonna look and see just how much money this book makes before they do that. I mean, if it makes, you know, if it sells, you know, 5,000 copies for $20 or whatever, I don't know how much this shit's gonna cost, but I'm sure it's not going to be 20 because everybody thinks their book is worth $35 to $40 when you're associated with Eric. It's not. It's not, motherfuckers. So do not give yellow flush, yellow trash, fucking piece of shit, man, any of your money, because this is, even if it's good, even if it's average, don't give this motherfucker your money because he don't like you. He uses you. That's what he does.
You know, again, being part of the solution, right? Doing his own thing, which I think
part of the solution. Really, Eric? Are you part of the solution? Are you the guy that's saving America with your shitty books?
Is for those that have a creative bone in their body, I do believe this is the way to go.
What did he, Jim? I'm sorry, dude. I can put a bunch of words on some paper and make it a story. It doesn't mean be creative. It just doesn't, because it could be terrible. And if I can't draw with it,
I'm going to make a comic book.
Yeah, I am too. And I'm gonna make it all stick figure characters with my intelligent dialogue.
I'm gonna pay top artists to draw mine. It's going to be a comic about a superhero who's on the internet and he's fighting with retards about comic books.
Ooh.
It's going to be called Review Star.
Well, the name's got some work, but I get where you're going, but like Eric, just shut up, dude. Why are you promoting this? Oh, wait a minute, because it's coming to rip us in. Oh, fuck, I'm sorry. Like this dude that has you on a show every other week, which he would have you on every fucking second if he could, but you're busy doing other stuff. I guess that's why you don't show up every week. But when
Review Wars, there you go.
When you show up in the chat during a live stream,
it'll be like Escape from New York with retards and nerds. Yes, exactly. Yeah.
Yes. And then they go to LA and the movie gets worse.
Yes.
then it turns into Escape from LA, and you're like, what the fuck happened? But like Eric July, you don't go.
My stretch goals will be a bigger yacht.
Well,
if we can only sell 20 million copies.
My stretch goal is show back up tomorrow. Is that good? Just come back to the show tomorrow. I mean, literally, like, what the fuck are we talking about here, dude? This is stupid. Because every pause screen for Eric is a fucking disaster. You see his mouth open? Like, this is pause screen horror stories.
We have a lot of guys that specialize in commentary, and they need
TPPT's got an idea. I think it's a winner.
What if? Hear me
What
out.
if?
We buy a popular IP and put a black chick in it and make her gay.
That's a winner.
Can I buy ISOM for $65,000? Can I buy it? Because if
he's already black and gay. So what?
But it's a guy. Oh,
we don't know that. We've never seen.
Is Avery a chick? Did that motherfucker transition? Probably did, according to the Saskas, right? Like,
he is a very silly man.
And that a very silly man, we don't know its backstory. So maybe when we find out its backstory, we find out that it was his really name was Anna or whatever, and he transitioned into Avery. Yeah.
Is this a clip from Katie or is this somewhere else?
This is Katie's. This is Katie's clip, United. But you need to clip mine so you can get some real commentary about how stupid this fucking guy is. Kevin says, Jim, I like when you're, period, on the stream too. Jim buying Rippaverse is the end game. No, that's valueless. Jim's not going to not buy something worth any money. That's Rippaverse is not a thing that has any value. That Rippaverse is worthless. That's a worthless entity. It has no value. Don't care what you think. It doesn't have any value. Affirmative action. Stan Lee is my hero. Yeah, baby. Don't thank Kevin for being gay, Julio. Nobody. Come on. We need to get Kevin on the stream one night. All right, so let's get back to this.
Whose video is this? Is this
is Katie's.
Katie's clip.
Yes.
It's Katie's clip, Tim. It's from Katie's channel.
I told him already.
Okay.
Yes.
Purpose. They should be out there speaking about what's going on, especially culturally. That said, we do need more creators if we're going to fix the problem. I think people should.
Why do these guys keep using SJW words like creatives? Why? Dude, they're comic book artists. They're not creatives. And fucking Yellow Flash is not a creative, dude. Stop it. Stop the bullshit. I don't know how old he is, but he's probably in his mid-40s, mid-50s. If he was a creative, Eric, he would have been doing this shit when he was 17 years old, drawing or writing stories when he was 17 and trying to sell them to a fucking magazine somewhere just to get published. He's not a creative. He's a fucking grifter. This is grifting, you fucking asshole. God damn it. It's grifting. It's so much grifting. He won't pay the fucking artist until the campaign ends. That's how you know it's grifting. Don't call him a creative. Stop the bullshit lies. Am I wrong, Jim? This is a true statement. He's not a creative. When you're a creative, when you're 12 years old and you're drawing stuff in your sketchbook or you're writing poems or writing little short stories, that's a creative, hoping one day some fucking magazine will publish it or some newspaper will give you a little story in their paper. That's a creative, not this bullshit. This is not a creative. This is taking advantage.
I just thought about something. What if this whole thing, remember we were talking about why Dillard's name is on the trademark?
He is the trademark.
Correct.
Yes.
Maybe Yellow Flash did that on purpose so that when the Mighty Morphin Power Rangers comes to sue, they sue Dillard, not him.
He's not that smart, dude. I think what you said last night was or Saturday night was smarter. The fact that he doesn't want to get fucking doxxed. Like, what, dude? Why are you worried about getting doxxed? Like, I mean, I understand that there's people out there that want to do that shit to people, but man, if you make $500,000 or $1 million on this stupid, as Eric says, creative content.
All right, let's be honest. How much do you think this book is going to sell?
Let's think about this. Don't undersell it. All these retards on all these fucking pages or all these websites, they purchase like they do super chats, right? Like, it's no different with Ethan, man. Like, people buy because they like the dude. A lot of people like Yellow Flash. He gets 60,000 views on 3 videos a day, 3 times. That's a lot of views. Okay. And then he does a Saturday night live show where you even said it's him and Ethan fighting, right? 2,000, 3,000 people watching live. And then Yellow Flash puts it private.
I just don't. Yellow Flash is not interesting at all. He's impossible to listen to.
Dude, I understand.
He has the most fucking basic bitch takes on stuff.
He's a bore. He reads newspaper articles. That's what he does. But people tune in 3 times a day, 5 times a week, 50 to 60,000 times per video. Why? What the fuck are you people watching? He's fucking worthless look, I'm not going to say worthless. That's mean. Sorry. That's over the top. But like, who cares what he has to say? Because he likes.
If he would have put this book out a year ago, he would have did 500,000-600,000 easy. I don't see it getting over 250.
You're probably right, because there were a lot of people in the CG world that still watched Yellow Flash. They don't anymore because everybody's picked a side now. Like, everybody's picked a side. He might make 250 or 300. But with the name of this book, Jim, the book name is awful. Like, the name of the book is terrible. Like, at least ISOM is one name. This is 4 words for your lead in a book. Yeah. Pike says, at least Eric has a jib. That's the problem. Like, I want to do some some detracting of Yellow Flash, but he's so boring. Like, he doesn't say anything funny. He's just stupid.
I mean, because is Eric gonna offer him the CGC service, or is this book gonna have no CGC books? I guess
we're gonna find out. We've talked.
Is there any merch to go along with this book? Is there going to be T-shirts and hats and all that stuff?
Oh, there's a statue. Got a video. Katie's got a video where Yellow Flash talks of.
Oh, I thought I heard something where Dillard said he would prefer a statuette, that he doesn't like action figures, which is fucking retarded. Action figures you sell way more than statues.
I don't know about that, Jim. Sideshow, the website is in business for a reason.
Yeah, I know, but they're not.
Dude, when you can get $450 to $600 a pop, like, I've got plenty of statues.
I know, but how many of them statues do they sell? 1,000, 1,500?
Okay, so you sell 1,500 at 600. That's a lot more than 200 or 1,000 at $25. Like, it's a lot more money. And
yeah, but you don't do 1,000 action figures. You do 10,000 or 15,000.
no, Eric did. Well, maybe.
I'm saying action figures.
Maybe
not statues.
You think
$40, $50 a piece.
You think Ethan did 15,000 cyber
The
frogs?
full order? I don't. Yeah, that's why they were all different. How many? You know how many rainbow? Did you do the math on how many rainbow brute figures are being made?
No.
20,000.
And he'll
of
sell
all
them.
the different.
Yeah.
Of all the different ones, he sold out. The ones that were limited to 800 only sold out.
No, I'm not saying quantity wise. I'm saying the price you get. So, like, I get emails every day from Sideshow talking about the new shit coming out. But the problem is with
I mean, look at where the money. Look at where all the money in Star Wars was. It was all in the action figures. You know, G.I. Joes, the action figures, the toys.
Yeah,
Transformers, the toys. Statues are one thing. It's like something there, but you get toys that kids play with, and then the kids want. You know what I mean? It's
right. So it's not drunk logic. I just think that if you make a good, like, the Yaira statue is not worth $500. I'm not gonna. I mean, it's just not worth it. Because it's not a known thing. But I bought a Clint Eastwood statue behind me.
no, I know. What I'm just saying, like, the numbers wise, and to sell them out there, and the more those action figures go out there, then you're boosting your business.
Statues at Toys R Us, right?
Correct.
Or Walmart, right? It's like, that's definitely a thing. Like, they're easier to make. They're easier to put out there and on shelves, Target, Walmart, wherever you're selling them. Like, you go to the toy section at fucking Target or Walmart, there's a whole fucking section of Star Wars toys. And I look at them and I go, who's buying this? Like, really, who is buying all these fucking toys? I don't think they are, Jim. And I think they're going straight to Ollie's after 6 weeks on the shelf, and they're selling them for 80% off. No, I'm not saying that Yellow Flash should sell a fucking goddamn statue. I'm just saying that's what he's going to do. He wants to sell a statue because he thinks it would look cool. I don't agree. I don't think Yellow Flash needs to make any toys. This is his first book. Let's see what the book does, dude. Hold your breath. I mean, at least Eric waited till book 4 with Yaira, right? He did not make an Isom statue or an Alpha Core statue. He waited for Yaira, the character that nobody can draw the same on any page at all, ever. So
should kind of understand that everything, for the most part, that's mega corporate or attached to a mega corporation is compromised. It's not going to be a whole lot of changes that you're going to make happen on that. It's too compromised. It's way too corporate. So we need to build, for the future. And people that have that creative bone in their body should go create. So I want to give a big shout out to our man's Flash, as well as John.
He said man's again. I'm going to give a shout out to our man's Flash. Dude, you are putting no effort into your promotion of Flash. I'm sorry, dude. You're just not.
For the future.
For the future.
And people that have that creative bone in their body should go create. So I want to give a big shout out to our man's Flash, as well as John Dillard, working alongside him, who is a professional, really good at what he does as an artist.
Working alongside him? You think they're in the same office, Eric? You think they're just hanging out next to each other all day? What the fuck are you talking about? You fucking retard.
So the Mighty Golden Patriot will be published by Retrospective. And for those of you that don't know what Retrospective is,
it's the end of your comic as a creation.
Break it down. Retrospective is our creator-owned publishing and services wing of Rippaverse. So it doesn't exist in our universe, but we are publishing. So it gives
Jim, it doesn't create in our universe, but we are publishing. What? I don't think people are that stupid, Jim. that just because you're publishing a book, it has to do with the Rippaverse at all. I think the 6,000 people left that are purchasing your products kind of understand this already. What the fuck are you talking about, dude? Come on, man. Jim, what are we talking about?
I don't know.
Eric.
Creators access to the infrastructure that we have built. We have a lot of things figured out. So people that want to take advantage of that, they are creators that are obviously it's on a kind of we approve it. We're not just going to work with anybody.
Why? That's the other thing, Jim. Why do they need to approve anything? This is a weird thing that Eric likes to be this supreme leader of shit. Like, you can't just publish. I'm not just going to publish anything. We have to approve it. Okay. So we know that you've approved Drunk 3PO. We know that you've approved Yellow Flash. What were their credentials to get approved? Why are they approved besides them being a part of the fellowship? What the fuck is going on, Eric? What are you talking about? I mean, what the fuck are you talking about? Like Samba Gogo says, hey, dude, I did a book. I'd really like you to publish it for me. Here you go. It's all done. It's complete. What's Eric going to say? Well, you super chat this guy named Ethan, or you follow this guy, John Malin. Unapproved. Fuck off. Really? Why? I mean, are you retarded? I'm not drunk at all, Crazy Cat. I've drank more water than any bourbon tonight. So stop.
I'm not zoning out. I'm listening. I'm looking for other things that might be interesting.
TP says, let's talk about aliens and ancient structures. That's more entertaining than Rip-a-Dick. Yeah, you're probably right. TPPT. But I didn't make my goal in super chats, right, Jim?
Well, we could talk about Operation Midnight Climax.
Or we could actually take a chance on AJ's video last night.
What was that?
The Y-Files.
Well, we could. If you want
to.
It's risky.
Yeah, risky's risky.
We'll get struck. We'll have to cut it all out.
A strike or just a fucking copyright?
I think a strike.
You think they'll strike us?
Yeah. He's too big.
Strike?
Yeah, he's too big. It's too big of a channel.
Even if we pause it like every 8 seconds? You think he would do that? You think that he
I don't think it's up to him. I think he's got a company that handles it all.
Well, I had have you heard about what's your take on the Ferry stuff, Jim?
Oh, David Ferry?
No,
I think he was involved in the assassination of JFK.
No, the ferries in the woods. Like when the missing 411 and people come back and talk about the ferries.
Well, I think the Clockwork Elves might be being mistaken for fairies. I don't know.
But I'm just asking a serious question. Like, I've been listening to some podcasts, or not podcasts, but YouTube videos today where, like they're like, hey, when you go in the woods, like, be careful. These things are out there. Do you think they are? Like, they've been in lore in every culture since man's existed.
Yeah. So I have dwarves, like not dwarves like that, but like dwarves and elves and hobbits, little people.
But these are fairies, like legitimately fairies.
Yeah, they could be Nephilim, maybe, or part Nephilim. Could be spirits. I don't know. Could be aliens.
But do you think they're real? That's my question.
I would be open to it.
Well, if we believe in aliens, why can't we believe in them, right?
Sure.
Yeah. Like,
I believe I could fly. I believe I could touch the sky. Yeah.
Brian Ferry from don't remind me of an ex-girlfriend, Julio, you fucker. And that's definitely a fucking East Coast, Maryland, Virginia goddamn gay thing. Fairies like homosexual? No, like let me see if I can find this stream that I was listening to. This guy is actually and what he's all about is the missing 411 stuff, Jim. So oh my God, my grandson played videos today. My grandson, let's see. Let's see. Oh, here we go. All right. So it's called FAE, right? Let's get July off the screen. Missing 411 and the FAE theory. So here we go. Now, this guy sounds like somebody from the town in Kentucky on our favorite new show, Justified. Listen to him talk, Jim. This is called Missing Persons Mysteries. He's got 303,000 subs, guys. 303,000. It's a lot. And all he does is just talk behind an avatar screen.
Recent years, more and more people seem to be disappearing from our national parks, and at such a higher rate than ever before. While many see these occurrences as unexplainable or seem to think they have a reasonable, rational, or even scientific explanation for it all, there are some of us who know better. Some of us who think otherwise. From
you,
UFO
Jim.
and Bigfoot sightings to the bizarre and unexplained missing 411 clusters, many of us are left scratching our heads and wondering what is going on out there in the woods.
Raylan, that's right, Charles.
While there are many folk tales and legends into who or what is lurking out there in the woods and forests all around the world, today we're going to focus on one legend in particular, the legend of the Fae or fairy people. While most people seem to think of them as helpful, beautiful, and sparkly, if not a little bit mischievous, when thinking of fairies, there are others who have heard the real legends, the real terrifying and strange encounters with these mystical beings in the woods, and have had our visions of them forever changed because of it. Let's take a walk through the deepest, darkest parts of the forest and explain the shockingly terrifying world of the Fae. Could they be the real reason all these hikers and hunters and professionals, children and animals too, have gone missing at such an alarming rate all over the world? It's up to you to decide. Wherever you travel in the world, there's some kind of fairy legend. They differ from place to place, and quite unusually, there seems to be no single point of origin from where they came from or where the story started. In many cultures, it's believed that these tiny beings are actually demoted angels or even demons who lurk and hide in the woods and forest, ready to snatch unsuspecting victims out of our known place and time, dragging them to who knows where. There's also a strong belief for the need to ward them off using charms of protection.
I hope you're happy, TP.
Usually worn somewhere on the body.
This is for you.
If you ever run into one of these beings, be sure not to mention it by name. More commonly, they're referred to as the little people or the hidden people.
Dude, Jim, I listened to so much of this guy's stuff today talk about fairies. I was convinced, like, what the fuck? I know what to say to these. Like, my wife was in the office next to me, and she's packing her eBay stuff that she sold.
Yeah, aren't they like tiny little things like Tinkerbell from Peter Pan, or are they?
There's so many different versions of fairies. Like there's like humans, right? Like just different,
maybe they're just hippies.
No, Jim. But after I go into my wife's office, I go, this is why I don't go into the fucking woods. Like, fuck it, man. Like, so many people disappear, Jim, and never are found. Or when they are found, they can't explain why they're in a lake drowned. 6 miles away from where they entered the woods. Like, what the fuck? And they have no, their bodies are not decomposed at all. Any of that stuff. They're just there, dead after 6 weeks. What the fuck? Like, something weird is going on. So all this missing 411 stuff makes you feel kind of creepy. And after watching this fairy stuff and you hear all the different lore from the 1500s till today, like, this is not recent lore. This is old lore from many different civilizations on this planet. It is fucked up. But maybe I'm easily swayed, but you guys can take a listen, because this guy isn't making any judgment. He's just telling us a story. When I first listened, I was like, oh man, this guy's kind of weird. But after a while, it's like, oh, okay, he's just giving us the tale.
So as not to summon them unknowingly. So the people who believe this legend of the fairies or the fae being fallen, whether angel or otherwise, believe they are neither good enough for heaven nor bad enough for hell below. They can appear and disappear at will, which makes it very easy for them to stalk and sneak up on their target.
Kefkanatic.
In 1962, in southern England, a farmer's wife reported getting lost in a very remote area of wilderness known to this day as the Berkshire Downs. She recalls how she didn't even realize she was losing her way and became very panicked and confused all of it.
Damn, she's hot. Look at her, Jim. Is she hot or what?
She's cute.
She's cute. Like, Jim's had something better in his life. Holy shit.
Sudden. She claims to have never switched course and headed the entire time in the same and correct direction towards where she originally intended to go. What she realized later on, though, was that she was actually moving further and further into more remote and desolate parts of the woods,
and how they had
away
to
from any other form of
rewrite those fairy tales to make them more suitable for children. But that was not the story that they actually wrote in the beginning of those stories. So
civilization.
It's crazy.
Eventually, she got very tired and stopped for a few minutes. This is when she heard a sort of murmuring or mumbling coming from somewhere near her, although exactly where she couldn't be sure, as even though it was a clear and sunny day, she couldn't see anyone or anything to accompany the strange voice. Suddenly, as she sat there confused and trying to find the source of the small voice she thought she was hearing, a little person stepped out of the shadows of the woods and directly into her path. The bizarre thing here, though, the figure she describes as most likely male and dressed all in green appeared behind her, though somehow she claims she could see him and knew for a fact he was there. Without saying a word, the little man turned her around and pointed her to the right path back to her home. The figure then disappeared without a trace right before her eyes, and it was only while talking to her husband later on and recounting her bizarre and seemingly stress-induced experience did she realize she had encountered one of the Fae. Lucky for her, this was one of the helpful ones, and not the more commonly known ones who purposefully lure unsuspecting wanderers off their track and bring them to places unknown where they will never be able to find their way back. In Celtic lore, the Fae, or little people, are said to live underground, and any travelers who either knowingly or unknowingly trespass too near these hidden places are said to go missing and are never seen or heard from again. Many people who have had an encounter have reported to being in a place they had never seen or knew existed before, seemingly in the blink of an eye, with no knowledge or recollection of how they got there. Although this seemingly new...
No, one thing I thought, Jim, after listening to this for a while, was like, were these people lost and they were hungry and they ate some mushrooms in the woods? Right? Like, some of those are, they make you hallucinate. So I didn't know if maybe that was a thing, but after listening to him, I don't think it's fan fiction, Crazy Cat. I like when you like this is an hour and 47 minutes of multiple presentations of his show. It's very compelling when you hear later on what people talk about and what they've seen and just how many people never come back, depending on who is helping these people. Now, again, he's actually going to say one time in one of his videos that he makes about how people discuss the Fae back in the old times, because we're talking 1500s till today, is the same way that modern people talk about aliens, Jim. Like,
yeah,
it's the same thing. There's something out there that is making people see things or feel something that they never thought was possible. It's kind of crazy. Yeah. So you guys asked me to play this stuff. You guys asked me to get off the Air July train. So here we go.
New place was definitely not where they were just a second ago. It still looked enough like where they had just been to make them question their own sanity. These places are familiar, yet unfamiliar, simply giving one an instinctual feeling that they are somewhere other. When they finally, and seemingly just as suddenly, return to where they had left from, always much more time has passed than they had anticipated. With what seemed to be like mere minutes had actually been hours or even days in some cases. Now, let's go to the United States and explore the early Native American legends of Mount Shasta. There were many complaints of even the earliest native settlers on and near this particular mountain of members of their tribe, specifically their hunting parties, who would vanish without a trace.
Mount Shasta in America is like this crazy place for all of this crazy stuff, Jim. Whether it's aliens, whether it's fairies, whether it's missing 411 stuff, all of this stuff at Mount Shasta is super popular, like crazy. Who you chatting, Jim?
Nobody.
You're typing to somebody.
I was on Twitter.
It's fine. Who you replying to?
It was you know who Fudbusters is?
I've heard the name, but I don't know. What are they? Are they a gun guy?
He's a gun guy lawyer, Matt LaRossiere. He's
out of Florida, right?
Out of Florida, yeah. But he's
on Nick's show once in a while, right?
Yeah, he's on Nick's show. He's the one who wrote the
he's a great
paper
guy.
that got the and did all the stuff that got the bump stock thing done.
Right.
His stuff is what
he's like
his
half
paper
black,
is what
right?
his paper is what I think he's half black. His paper is what was cited.
He's mixed race, yeah.
Yeah, he's mixed race. He's from I think he's like from Louisiana maybe or something. Like
Yeah,
some kind of Cajun.
He's a super cool guy.
Super cool dude. Awesome dude. But he was posting stuff because these people always try to do this shit where they talk about like, oh, 556 and 223 aren't the same thing and blah blah blah. It's like, you fucking retards. It's because one is a imperial US measurement, the other one is a fucking metric measurement, just like 308 and 762 by 51. They're different because there's different measurements used to get there. They fall within the tolerances though.
They both fit in the same chamber, you dumb fuck.
Yeah, but no, it's completely different. I can't with these tards anymore.
So what we were responding to him about?
Just this stuff. He likes to fuck with people, and it's like whatever.
Well, why don't you fuck with our chat? Tell TPPT.
No, you have to ignore the chat.
You never ignore the chat.
No, if I ignore them, they'll send you money.
No, they
make
don't.
you yell at me for ignoring you. Like I won't acknowledge this.
Jim is the worst co-host in the history of humanity.
That's impossible. You're gonna say, wait. So you would prefer? All right, I'll get Aaron Imholt to come on and be your co-host, and we'll see who's worse.
I don't say that. I think you're awesome.
No, the Crazy Cat. I'm saying, so let's see what Crazy Cat thinks.
Sometimes, though, I'm like, Jim, at least turn your head when I'm talking to you, so I know you're listening. You're like my wife. Like, are any of you old enough to own a Loom Panics comic book catalog from the 80s and 90s? Well, I'm definitely old enough, Charles. I just don't own one. I'm 56 years old. I was born in 1968 on leap year. So I'm actually 14. This year was a special year for me. I got out of, some weird stages of my life. I turned 14, but I'm definitely old enough. Yeah. So Jim's pretty close. He's like 4 or 5 years behind me, right? You're 52 or 51, right, Jim?
Something.
Yeah. So,
I don't want anyone to dox me. So, I got to keep my name private. I don't show my face. I don't want anyone knowing my age.
Oh, okay. So yeah, we know that Jim Satal is a fake name. He lives in Southern California. He doesn't own a Ferrari. He doesn't own a boat. He's just some poor guy, homeless, with a Blu-ray collection behind him as a backdrop. But it's not real.
It's not real. It's all fake.
It's all fake. Fake
I have
voice.
a fake voice. Oh man, did you
Pike,
see that?
I'm gonna agree with you. I think his voice has got really weird since he started making videos. There's something going on with his soundboard.
I've been going into a voice coach.
Well,
did you see that Wonder Woman has joined the Justice League?
Wasn't she already there? Wasn't she already part of JLA? Wasn't like
you're not getting the joke. It's right here. Right here. It's on the screen.
Maybe I don't get it.
I'm sharing it. You would get it if you look.
Oh, you're sharing.
You would get it. See, Wonder Woman has joined the Justice League.
What the fuck is going on here?
That's Tulsi Gabbard. She just endorsed Trump and joined the Trump campaign. Wonder Woman, that's Robert Kennedy. Wonder Woman has just joined the Justice League.
Don't give her that much credit, dude.
I know. I just thought it was funny. Like
I know, but she's still a Democrat. She's more of a Kennedy, I guess. I don't know, dude. Isn't she an Indian chick? Like
she's Hawaii. I think she's part Indian, part Pacific. She's Pacific Islander for sure. She might be part Indian. I don't know. But that show Daryl TPPT, that was a great show. What was it? Something robotic, young something or other. That was great. The robot kid. Yeah.
Oh, the movie.
Major film. The movie Daryl. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
Good.
Aaron Hemholt, e-baggy makes me puke. I'll take that. I'll take Jim over.
Yeah. See, they don't get it, Dave. That's my stick now, is to pretend I'm ignoring you while I'm actually paying attention to everything.
Yeah, but that's great for the chat because that's great for the chat. But me,
see, I actually
ask you
have
something and you don't answer for like 15 seconds. I'm like,
well, there's a delay.
No, there's no delay. The delay is I'm retarded and I don't get the gag.
You're not retarded.
I'm retarded. I'm super retarded.
You're not retarded.
Shut up, Jim. So every time Jim ignores me for 5 seconds.
Shut the hell up.
What?
Suck my bud.
Go ahead.
Cocaine's a hell of a drug.
You dick.
Stand up to my friend. It's because they're stupid. That's why. That's why everybody does everything. English, motherfucker! Do you speak it?
You see, Danny, I can deal with the bullets and the bombs and the blood. I don't want money and I don't want medals. What I do want is for you to stand there in that faggoty white uniform and with your Harvard mouth extend me some fucking courtesy. You gotta ask me nicely.
Jim?
Oh, I'm sorry. Did I break your concentration?
I said I want the truth.
You can't handle the truth. I said I want the truth. You can't handle the truth.
I ain't never been so frisky in my life.
Shut up! Shut up! Shut up!
I win.
You were serious about that?
Hold it! What the hell is that shit?
What are you staring at, you bald-headed you prick?
Anybody care what this guy thinks?
No!
No!
What's so bad, Crazy Cat? My audio is bad? Sorry.
Jim loses, I win. Jim got all his tracks on 8-track. Yeah, you goddamn right.
8-track sounds great.
Blazing Saddles best clip. Thank you, Pike Bishop. BTM Reviews wins again. Jim Satalis sucks balls.
How's Paulie? Oh, Paulie, won't see him no more.
The whole reason we have elected officials is so we don't have to think all the time.
Let me ask you a question.
You liar. Why would you make up a lie like that?
Why?
You disrespected the bean.
I'm not going to stand for this. I'm going to call the newspapers, the TV stations, the gas stations, everybody.
Ha!
Well, we're moving on now.
You know me, Marge. I like my beer cold, my TV loud, and my homosexuals flaming.
Flaming. You got nothing. Jim?
10 years ago, a crack commando unit was sent to prison by a military court for a crime they didn't commit. These men promptly escaped.
The gay team.
That will never win against this.
I want rustlers, cutthroats,
that's a good one, yeah.
murderers, bounty hunters, desperados, mugs, pugs, thugs, nitwits, halfwits, dimwits, vipers, snipers, con men, Indian agents, Mexican bandits, muggers, buggerers, bushwhackers, hornswagglers, horse thieves, bull dykes, train robbers, bank robbers, ass kickers, shit kickers, and Methodists.
Could you repeat that, sir?
Just so you know.
I want rustlers, cutthroats, murderers, bounty hunters, desperados, mugs, pugs, thugs, nitwits, halfwits, dimwits, vipers, snipers, con men, Indian agents, Mexican bandits, muggers, buggerers, bushwhackers, hornswagglers, horse thieves, bull dykes, train robbers, bank robbers, ass kickers, shit kickers, and Methodists.
Could you repeat that?
Could you repeat that, sir?
It's so good, Jim. Best shit ever. Beat that clip. You can't do it. BTM wins. 18 theme does not win against fucking Harvey Corbin calling out bushwhackers, all
You're
that
right.
shit.
I don't have anything that would win.
No, you don't. Nope. Sanford, I love Red Fox. Charles, you got my address. Just send it, dude. I'll drink some Jack Daniels on stream for sure. Best import from England was Benny Hill Show. Benny Hill Show was so goddamn good, Jim. Did you like Benny Hill Show?
Oh, I love Benny Hill.
Oh, fuck, dude. Like, so...
Now I got to get the Benny Hill fucking theme.
Oh, my God. I got to get it, too. Like, Benny Hill was the GOAT. Like, Benny Hill and, Julio, Mel Brooks was not overrated. Mel Brooks was a fucking genius because
he's still a genius. He's still alive.
But he parodied everything. Like, Mel Brooks was fantastic. He wasn't trying to be the mainstream. He was trying to make fun of the mainstream, and he did it well. Like, my kids never watched Star Wars, but you know what they did watch? Spaceballs. Like, they fucking love Spaceballs. Yeah. So, look, you send me some Jack, I'll drink some Jack. I don't give a shit. Chat, by the way, my My PO box is in the description of my channel. But either way, what do you got here, Jim? Oh, dude, when he was fucking chasing the naked, half-naked chicks at the end of every show, I was living in Iceland watching this on Armed Forces television, right? Because that's all we had. And I just fell in love with this fucking dude. And the skits were incredible too during the show. This guy, I don't even know how popular he was in England, but man, like it was fantastic.
Can't play too much of it.
Just
it was
play it. Who the fuck
No, we'll
cares?
get hit. There was a warning. It says there's a warning. You'll get hit.
Already?
No, there's a warning on the thing that said this is copyright music, blah, 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 before it came up. So,
yeah, that little Benny Hill speck and that little bald head on the head was always got me rolling. Yeah, that shit was so good, man. Let's get back to
fairies.
Dude, like Jim, I'm gonna tell you, like you listen to enough of this stuff, you're like, don't go in the woods. And do not go in the woods without iron. Never say thank you, and never say you're welcome. This is the 3 rules of going in the woods. Because when you get lost, it's usually because some fairy is trying to manipulate you into doing something for them. And as soon as you say thank you, they own you.
Never to be seen or heard from again. This happened so often, in fact, they started to believe the whole area was cursed. They also spoke of a bright stone which traversed the mountain and seemingly swallowed people whole. They were convinced that this stone had something to do with the fairies. Do you believe this area could be cursed? What was this glowing stone? Do you believe that stone has the ability to open up, swallow someone, and close back? Or do you believe this was just a scary story to tell their children in the hopes of keeping them from wandering too far on the mountain alone? On the other side of the world, in northern Sweden, there's a man who, for the sake of this video and out of respect for his desire to remain anonymous, we'll call Joe. Throughout his childhood, Joe would go to his grandparents' house in a deeply wooded area with lots of trees and trails for a young boy to explore.
He might.
When he was 10 years old, he and his family went to stay at his grandparents' house for the entire summer. Aside from the one main house, there were several smaller cabins on the property, which his grandparents owned, and his family would stay together in these series of cabins for the entirety of their summer vacation. Joe stayed with a group of his cousins in a cabin that was a little less than 100 feet away from his grandparents' main house. This was extremely desolate land, and the closest town was miles and miles away. There was also a lake on the property, and Joe and his cousin's cabin was the closest one to it as well. There's electricity, but no running water, and the family had to collect their own, as going to the nearest town to buy some wasn't a reasonable option, as it would have taken so long for them to get there in return. While the lake was directly in front of Joe's cabin, behind it were very deep, very dark, and very desolate
And
woods.
just like that,
Joe's
chat,
grandfather would
I
tell many
have Benny
stories to
Hill
his
on
family
my
about alleged
soundboard.
Encounters which he did not know how to explain, as there seemed to be no known words to describe what he was seeing and or experiencing. Joe himself said whenever he was hiking or just wandering around these woods, he always got this sort of creepy and eerie feeling, which he could never shake nor never explain. On numerous occasions, Joe reported seeing little people who would appear and then vanish just as quickly and seemingly without a trace. He claims that when these little people would cross the dirt paths, anyone nearby would freeze in place until they'd gone. Now, when his cousin heard Joe telling other family members these experiences he was having, he decided that on the next hike he took with Joe, he would bring it up to joke and possibly tease him about. Obviously, he wasn't believing. The cousin laughed and pretended to freeze in place while telling Joe it seemed he had come across one of these trails. The boy's grandfather, however, wasn't very happy about this. He commanded the other boy not to ever joke about the little people, especially not while wandering in the woods. The subject was eventually dropped.
I hear
and all
Dave.
went home to
Nobody
their
tell him
respective
what we
cabins
did.
to retire for the night. In the middle of the night, however, Joe recalls being awakened by some sort of noise outside the cabin. The noise seemed to be coming from everywhere at once, all around the cabin, instead of just one singular place. He likened the noise to bears scratching at the outside of the cabin. It also sounded simultaneously like pebbles or giant raindrops were falling down onto the roof and running down the sides of the cabin. Suddenly, the scratching sounds seemed to be coming from under Joe and his cousin's beds. They were frozen
up,
in
Dave?
fear.
Want to know something funny?
Yeah.
Everyone laugh at the funny joke. Ha ha!
I didn't realize it was that easy to load it on the soundboard.
It's super quick, right?
Yeah.
Like the fairy video isn't convincing me. Yeah, well, we're barely getting in, Crazy Cat. Like I wasn't convinced until I heard many people's stories. We're not going to go there, but like it's crazy, Jim. So many people believe in aliens. Many people believe in the Anunnaki. Many people believe in what they believe in. So that's what makes it interesting because, there are so many people, Jim, that go in the woods and never come back. Like they just never come back. And a lot of them are never found again. Their bodies or their remains are never found. And it's kind of crazy. Like there's search parties searching for years. But even in the desert, like, man, like how many bodies are found in the desert and they can't determine cause of death. It's unbelievable. So
Frozen in place, if you will, with terror from the sound coming from right under where they were each respectively sitting.
Let me speed him up a little bit more.
Eventually, they summoned the courage to get up and run as fast as they could to their grandparents' cabin to tell them what was going on. The next day, the two boys and their grandfather walked the same path in the woods as the day before, where their cousin had made the insult towards the little people, and they scattered candy all around and along the trails. As they did this, they profusely apologized for offending whatever it was in those woods that day and night. Joe thinks it.
So they knew the lore already, and they're like, don't be offending these little people. So we're going to come back the next day and we're put candy on the trail and apologize for making fun because bad shit's going to happen if they don't.
It was definitely the little people who had come to teach him and his cousin a lesson on manners and respect. Back in the United States in March of 1886, an Ohio newspaper article in the Bloomington Daily Leader came out involving a man and his daughter. This incident took place years before the article had come out, and the daughter's name is still unknown, while the man's name is Andy. We will call his daughter Sarah for the purpose of this story. Andy and Sarah were living in Dubuque County at the time. According to Andy, in her early teen years, his daughter started becoming sickly and ill all the time, and none of the doctors who examined or treated her seemed to be of any help. Whatever the illness was, it always seemed to return almost as quickly as it would leave. Because none of the physicians seemed to be able to figure out what was ailing her or how to cure it, Andy decided to take his daughter to a monastery and see a man named Father Bernard. Father Bernard was very well respected and considered very wise throughout the community, and upon hearing about Sarah's unexplainable illness, agreed to pray with the young girl. During one of their walks home from praying with Father Bernard, Sarah allegedly turned to her father and told him that it was all useless, that everything Father Bernard was doing wasn't going to help her, and eventually she would be taken by the Fae. Andy didn't pay attention at the time and thought his daughter was just feeling discouraged as she'd been sick for so long. About a year after she said this to him about the fairies, Sarah went missing. She seemed to have left everything behind and disappeared with only the clothes on her back. Searchers almost immediately dragged the creeks in the area and conducted foot searches deep into the neighboring woods for miles and miles, but no one ever found a single trace of Sarah. Because of the lack of any sign of her or evidence as to where she had gone, the locals and law enforcement set their sights on Andy as the culprit who had done something to his own daughter. However, luckily, before any charges were pressed against him, Sarah returned. The story she told as to what happened to her was unbelievable to most, and it's for you to decide now if you believe it or not. Sarah claimed that she had simply been traveling the country with the fairies the entire time she was gone. She recounted being in strange vehicles, invisible to the naked eye. The third day of her return, Sarah informed everyone that the Fae would soon be back for her, and she would have to leave again with them. Indubitably, she left again not long after, and was never seen or heard from again. The newspaper...
Pretty fucked up, right, Jim? Like, she forecasted her disappearance and never, ever was seen again. Yeah, the Y-Files episode this week was really good until the end when AJ goes, None of this shit's real. Like nobody can prove that there's underground tunnels in Scotland, right, Jim? That are in a circle shape, the rail system and all that stuff to cause the electromagnetic stuff. But goddamn, he sucks you in for 40 minutes. In the last 3 minutes, he debunks it. But he goes, "This is only the first episode because there's many more good stories about this stuff." It's awesome.
Reported that Andy never changed his story about what had happened to his daughter, and when asked what he believed, he responded with the tales of the fairies from Ireland. Now, if you're thinking all of this talk of real fairies and the fae folk has started perhaps with the modern day versions of fairy tales and people letting their imagination run wild, then maybe think again. Here's another story that takes place all the way back in the 16th century. This is an account of what allegedly happened to a woman named Anne Jeffries. Anne was born in 1626 and passed away in 1698. There was a wealthy neighboring family named the Pitts who employed Anne as a domestic servant and were able and willing to verify all of Anne's accounts and claimed witness to some as well. Now let's travel back in time and hear the remarkable stories of Anne's encounters. Now the documentation of these encounters came from a man named Moses Pitt, who wrote it all down and sent it to one Reverend Dr. Edward Fowler, who was the Bishop of Gloucester at the time of the strange occurrences. Moses was seeking the Reverend's advice on the matter. Let's hear what he has to say. In 1645, when Anne was just 19 years old, is when the unusual experiences are said to have started. Anne secured a job as a domestic servant for the wealthy Pitt family and started working in their home. While it's unclear exactly how long she'd been working for them at the time of this first encounter, we know it wasn't very long after she started. One morning, after Anne had finished up all her household chores, she went outside and sat in the garden of the huge estate home. Anne claims that, while sitting there silently, taking in the nice weather and relaxing on the comfortable arbor there in the backyard of that home, she heard someone or something in the woods very close to her. She said it sounded like someone was walking, very lightly, towards her. She first thought maybe it was one of the family members or maybe just a visitor to the home. She quickly disregarded this thought, however, when she began to hear strange ringing sounds, seemingly coming from every direction around her all at once. Although scared, Anne recalled that the day was so bright and beautiful, she also felt as though nothing could harm her. Also, she reasoned, there were people all around her, in the front of the house and inside as well, many witnesses, if you will. While the ringing was still going on, very loudly, and while Anne was trying to get her bearings, 6 small men, dressed all in green, suddenly appeared out of nowhere from the bright and sunny woods nearby. She described them as cute and charming looking, with big eyes and tiny little legs. She later started referring to them as fairies. Now, there's no information as to what made her use this particular title for a description, or what made her think this is what these little men in green were. Anne also claimed that upon laying her eyes on the men, she had become paralyzed or frozen in place, and after a minute or two, she noticed a slight change in her environment before it changed altogether, and she saw the little men had brought her to what she called a castle in the sky. It is here where Anne claimed that these men had relations with her. The Pitt family verified that Anne did in fact go missing for that entire day, and though they searched far and wide, they never could locate her. Anne reappeared on her own, though, groggy, laying disheveled and in the fetal position on the lawn in the front yard.
Jim, they had their way with her. Little fucking elves in the forest had their way with a full-grown woman in a castle in the sky. This is so good. Like, this is 1600s. Like that's why when you listen to enough of this shit, you're going, And even the narrator by the end is going, well, hey guys, I don't know if I believe in this, but please use precaution when going into woods. It's so good. Yeah. So you got anything else you want to pull up, Jim?
No, not really. You know, I was thinking the Y Files is it's got to be corporate owned or something. It's got to be like completely scripted by people because it's such a monster channel. Like, it came out of nowhere. Like, it's got like 5 million subs. They've only got like 260 videos. Like, it is gone supersonic. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's, I don't know.
Well, he does complain a lot, though, about how his channel might get nuked by YouTube for some of the content he's putting out there.
Maybe.
But I think he says, but you know, a lot of people say that a lot just to get more people to donate or whatever, Jim. You know what I'm saying? I do know that he's a Hollywood
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Guy. Like he's got like serious production going on there.
He definitely, when I watch his live streams, he shows his writers and he shows his producers and all that stuff. So he's got a whole team behind him. But I think we should probably call it, Jim.
Okay, cool. It's been 5 hours. That's good.
Yeah, it's been good. It's been 4 hours and 54 minutes. Chat, y'all have been great. Y'all have made my Monday night great again. Make Monday night great again. Yeah, so we're gonna check out. We'll be back tomorrow. And we'll hang out. We'll do. But tomorrow's not a theory show, Jim. So maybe tomorrow some hard detracting. Maybe we can find some more whatever shit to make fun of, or maybe we'll play some more fairy stuff. It doesn't matter.
Sure, whatever you want to do, as long as you have fun, that's all that matters.
Yeah. And maybe we'll get Julio back on the show tomorrow night. You know, he must sit in the chat and talk shit. You know, Julio is a good shit talker when he's not on the show. He talks shit about me and you all night, but when he's on the show, he's so humble. He's such a pussy. You got to get up in 5 hours, TP, for work. Yeah, but thanks, TP, for coming back. I haven't seen you in a couple, like probably a week or 10 days. So I'm glad you're back.
Thanks for coming out, everybody.
Yeah, let's play the outro, guys.
See you tomorrow.
Oh, wait, I didn't meet my $50 goal, Jim. We got 30 seconds.
Come on, 30 seconds.
30
29,
seconds.
28.
If we get
27,
you get to 50,
26.
Let's see how far away you are from $50. Hold on. Let me pull this up real quick. We're only like $35 away from another BTM Reviews theory show. So we're $35. We got 30 seconds to get there. So please send me $35 in the next 30 seconds, and we'll have another theory show tomorrow night, so you guys can make fun of our takes. 22, 21. See you guys.